Okay, we're about to start our first React video. We got me here. Guess my name is Ian. My name is up here. And Damien.
Hello.
I figured we could do very short introductions. I like studying philosophy and English. I'm really big on argumentation. Um yeah, big on argumentation, a little bit of meta ethics, and I'm slowly moving into political philosophy. I didn't know.
Yes, yes, finally.
Oh yeah,
Finally.
we gotta talk about anarchism.
Oh
I
my God, no, you're gonna piss me off, bro.
not bro.
You're gonna
Bro,
say
I
some
agree.
stupid
No,
shit.
bro. You say is that what you think of me, dude? Is that what you think of?
I don't know. I mean, you're still a fledgling in political philosophy, so like you're reading Marx right now. Like I can't. I don't know. I don't know. We gotta wait. We gotta wait for it to cook a bit longer.
Wow, bro, that's kind of hurtful. We're starting it off controversial, bro.
Hey, you know how it is. Do you want me to introduce myself now? Are you
Yeah,
done?
you can say what you can say whatever you want. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I study philosophy sometimes, and I study a bunch of stuff. So nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we got a spinning wheel. We don't know what video we're gonna watch. There are two videos. We got Sam Harris versus Jordan Peterson, or we got Lawrence Krauss versus William Lane Craig. And we got this wheel. So we got four contestants. Whichever contestant it lands on is the video we're gonna watch. In blue, we got the Jordan Peterson versus Sam Harris. So we got transphobic Kermit versus Islamophobes. And on the red side, we got kid hater for William Lane Craig versus sexual harasser for Lawrence Cross. Um, so yeah.
I have
Uh,
never watched a Jordan Peterson video, so
oh
I'm scared.
damn,
I'm really scared.
bro,
I
that's
made an
weird.
effort to avoid him at all costs.
Oh, I kind of want to get a Jordan Peterson video now just to see your react to it. But we
I'm
could always do that.
scared.
We could do that next time if it doesn't land on it. Bro, I'm tense right now. I don't know where it's gonna land. Okay, okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's see where it lands, bro. I'm excited.
Oh no. Oh,
Oh shit,
dude. I'm not ready.
dude.
I mean, we're doing it. We're doing it.
We're gonna do it. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, cool. So, okay, I'm not prepared for this. I was preparing. I was watching this video in preparation. So,
I know
um.
Peterson's the theist because I've heard him talk about like religion, so.
Yeah. Okay. Before we start it, yeah. Do you want to say what you know about? We got Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson. What do you know
Gosh.
about either of
Okay,
these people?
Peterson, I know he's transphobic. Um, I know that you have to clean your room first, and that's honestly it. And then Sam Harris, I honestly don't know much about Sam Harris either.
Honestly, bro, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, this is like completely new to me.
Okay. I'm gonna give a little bit of context for Sam Harris. I think Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson are both really bad at philosophy, but they did bring me. They did help sustain my interest in philosophy before I really got into philosophy. So I have an ambivalent relationship with them because on the one hand, they're not good sources. You shouldn't watch these people for philosophy. But on the other hand, like they did, how do I say this? Like, when I was like a freshman studying philosophy, and slightly even before I started even formally studying philosophy, like I did get value out of it, and it kind of it formed a tiny online community of people who are also interested in talking about like questions like this.
Yeah, I've
So yeah,
oh sorry, go on.
no, you're good. You're good. You go.
I was just I've heard people say like Peterson um was like their gateway into philosophy, and I've seen that like that that meme with the graph. is it the Dunning-Kruger effect or something, where it's
Yeah, I'll pull it up
like
so everybody
oh
can see it.
yeah, it's like oh Peterson's like the best and something, and then like you realize like you
Yeah.
know that's not the case. I've never even I don't know who introduced me to philosophy because I think I don't know, but it was not him.
Oh.
It was not him.
Yeah. Okay, so can you see? You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Where would so this is Jordan Peterson right here.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Okay, I'll explain what this is for viewers. Mhm. So you got your confidence level on the y-axis, and you get your knowledge on the x-axis. And so like so you have no knowledge, you're pretty unconfident. You get a beginner level of knowledge, you're like maximally confident. And but as you learn more knowledge, you become less confident. And once you get enough knowledge, you become an expert. Your confidence raises again, but you're still like humble. You're like, I don't really
Yeah,
know a lot. So if you look like the experts are actually less confident than the beginners.
exactly. You never reach peak confidence ever again.
I remember, yeah, for real. I remember hearing that there was some methodological, how do I say this? Errors maybe in the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like it might depend on culture. So I think it's good to know the Dunning-Kruger effect because it's funny and sometimes it's relevant. But I think as like a certain psychological concept, like it's not like fuck, I don't know how to say this. Like
It's not universal.
it's
Like
not
it's
universal,
not
yeah.
yeah, it's not law. I mean, it's kind of like Occam's razor. Like it's one of those things where like pseudo intellectuals like abuse, but then they
Oh
just
my God, bro.
don't use it properly. So they'll just
Bro,
bring it
fuck.
up and be like, "Oh, look, you're doing the Dunning-Kruger effect." And it's like,
Bro.
yeah.
Dude, oh my God, don't get me started on Occam's razor, bro, because
Okay,
fucking
okay. But
I
you're
got
exactly right. You're exactly right about the Dunning-Kruger effect. It shouldn't be taken as like the Bible.
yeah, yeah.
No.
Mhm. Okay, so we got Brett Weinstein here moderating. I don't know that much about him. I don't he's in the same sphere as them. I don't I'm hoping we could just skip over his stuff if yeah, so he does a little intro. So let's get started and then yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna reduce the volume and you could tell me if it changes for you.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll just start by saying
Yeah, it's
that
changing.
uh,
Is this a good
when I
volume?
first had the idea to do this, I
Or
was,
maybe
A
it's
little bit higher.
and I'm getting a little reverb
A
here,
little
or
so
bit
something
I
like
higher.
dialed down.
higher.
There's a little feedback. When
That's good.
Jordan and I
Good?
first decided to do an event together, it was after we did those somewhat ill-fated podcasts, and I joked that we would probably need a safe word for this
I'm gonna
event. So
turn the speed up to 1.25. If this becomes too fast, let me know. But I think it should be good.
that safe word, as will come as no surprise, is lobster. So you'll know things are dire when one of us says that. But I just want to express my motive
Sorry.
for helping to stage these events, and because I reached out to Jordan, and
I'm gonna try to
it
skip
really
to the
was born
actual
of
debate.
seeing him in conversation with people other than myself. I saw him do a podcast with and conversations with other people who I respect. I've been the problem, the good sort of problem for Jordan to have, because it's what happens on those 10% moments and what doesn't happen that I think made our conversation so hard, and I think there is stuff to clarify between us. So I look forward to doing that, and thank you, Jordan, for agreeing to do this. It's an honor to share the stage with you, and needless to say, having Brett as a moderator is almost an obscene underestimation of the role he should be playing on any stage, because as you know, he's been on my podcast, and that was one of the best conversations I've ever had. So thank you for doing this, Brett.
Thanks, Sam.
All right. So I'm going to jump right into it, I think. So look, I put up a poll a couple of days ago to find out what people, broadly speaking, might want us to discuss, and I've been taking a look at that, and I took a lot of notes, which is why I have my computer here, by the way, and my phone. It's not to check my email while the debate's going on, the discussion. I thought what I might do is just lay out some places that I think Sam and I agree, and because there's lots of places we agree. And then I want to figure out where we disagree, which I've been trying to sort out, and then I want to see if we can hash it out a little bit and move forward on that a bit. So I'm going to lay out. See, one of the things that Carl Rogers said, this psychologist, was that a good way to have a discussion with someone is to tell them what you think they think until they think that what you said reflects what they said. But like, this is a really useful
I'm
thing
gonna
to
do a
do.
quick pause right here.
All right.
I think this video is gonna be like a shit post on Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, but I do want to say one good thing. I'll say probably more good things later. As many bad things as there are about these two thinkers, I think what Jordan Peterson is saying right here is really good. I think he does make an effort to understand his interlocutor, and I think he does try to engage with it faithfully, or at least he says he does. Um, I think a lot of the critiques I have of him is just bad reasoning, and he speaks kind of gibberish sometimes. So yeah. Did you have
So this
anything?
is your one compliment for him before we start just going in on all his views.
Yeah. Well, the thing
Okay.
is, I don't know how late it's. I don't know. The thing is, he starts off good, and then the impression I get a lot of times is that he starts off good because he usually starts talking about this, and then he starts getting into it later, and it's just like, nah.
All right.
Um, yeah. Okay. So I'll continue.
Respect. Respect.
No, if you're ever having a
Thank you.
discussion with an intimate partner, for example, is that you have to put their argument back to them in terms they agree with. It's very difficult. So I'm going to try to do that. And so the first thing is, I think that partly what's driving you, if this is accurate, is that you want to ground a structure of ethics in something solid. And there's two things you want to avoid, two catastrophes, let's say. One is the catastrophe that you identified with religious fundamentalism, and the other is the catastrophe that's associated with moral relativism. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good. Okay, well, no, but this.
Why are we
Okay, so
clapping?
it's crucially important.
Bro.
what is this
Dude,
glaze right now, bro?
Okay, bro. Okay. I'm happy you asked that, bro, because I was gonna make a comment on that, but then I forgot. Bro, this is why. Okay, every time they clap, it kind of pisses me off because it's
It
like,
ruins the vibe.
yeah, because it's like, this isn't a comedy show, bro. It's like, because it's okay. Comedy is good. There could be comedy and humor and argumentation and debate and conversation, whatever. That's good, but like, there's so much laughter in this video, and it's like, why is it funny,
I
bro?
don't know. I don't know.
Bro, it's
And it's like something as simple as like, oh, like they found a common ground, or like Peterson understood a point of Harris. Oh my God,
yeah.
yay! I don't understand it. I'm not sure
Okay.
what they expect.
Okay, well, here are two things I want to add to that, but I think that's such a good observation. One is that the impression I get is that they're here for entertainment. They're not here for like
Exactly.
learning, which is fine. I think combining entertainment and like informational content is really good because if it's purely informational, it could just get boring if you're not like geeked out on that specific thing. But I think, and there's a second thing. If you want to be a little bit cynical, irony is funny, and if you frame a debate as like two people like arguing and going at it, maybe it's ironic when they're trying to be cordial, and so
Right.
like they're laughing because it's like, oh my God, it's so ironic, bro. Why are they trying to understand each other in an argument? And it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like,
Imagine trying to understand the other person in the argument. Like,
they think
couldn't
it's
be
like,
me. Couldn't be me. No, that's
yeah,
crazy.
for real.
All right.
Important that we get this right now. So, and that's something that I think we really agree on, because I've conceptualized that slightly different than you, and that might be relevant, but I think of that as a pathology of order and a pathology of chaos. So the terminology is slightly different, but I think we're working on the same axis. So that's the first thing. And then, in order to do that, it seems to me, that's your first priority. And then maybe your second priority is something like, you see undue suffering in the world, plenty of it, and you would think that things would be better if that wasn't the case, and that this morality, whatever it's going to be, is at least going to ground itself in part on the presupposition that the less undue suffering in the world, the better. Is that also reasonable?
Yeah, I would just add to that the positive side of the continuum as well. So as you know, the phrase I use, or the word I use for this is well-being.
Yep.
And I know from having, I don't think we spoke about this on my podcast, but from having seen you in other interviews, I think you think that phrase doesn't capture everything one could reasonably want. But I think it does. I mean, it's an elastic suitcase term for a reason, and it's actually, in reading your book, I realize there's a point of contact here because you use the word being, capital B being, as though it were imbued with significant gravitas. So for me, and I agree with you, that's an appropriate use of being. And for me, well-being is simply just the positive side of being. There's the negative side, the suffering we want to mitigate. But I think however good consciousness can be in this universe, that the well-being for me subsumes all of those possibilities.
Okay. Well, so I focused on the suffering.
I'm going to pause real quick to kind of outline, maybe give some context for kind of Sam Harris's approach to morality, because it looks like that's what they're starting with. Maybe Sam Harris is a good source on some topics, but not metaethics and not normative ethics. That's what I have to say, and that's like a fact, bro. Because if you know metaethics, and you read his book, you're gonna be like, what the hell, bro? Like, you wrote a whole book about this? And so what's the short version? The short version is Sam Harris. He wouldn't call himself a naturalist because he doesn't like talking about metaethics. But he is a metaethical naturalist. He thinks that he's a moral realist, so he thinks that there are facts about what are right and wrong. He thinks that they're reducible to descriptive, scientific facts. He thinks we can learn about them through empirical means. So, like observation and research, like scientific research, experimentation. What else? There's one more thing. Oh, yeah. No, I forgot. Okay. And, there was more. I'll get back to it. Did you have anything to add?
No, I mean that's pretty much what I got from what he was saying. I thought he was a bit like going maybe towards like a kind of utilitarian
Exact.
um
Yeah, that's the other point.
perspective, and then obviously the naturalists. So I disagree with him. So
Yeah. Well,
but
no, that'd be good to have you on because I was very sympathetic towards utilitarianism for a long time.
that is true. As many people are at first.
Yeah, it's
It's
totally.
like reading Marx, you know.
Okay, bro. Let's not
I'm just
even.
gonna I'm gonna keep throwing shade until we do our political philosophy video.
Have you read? Have you even read Marx? Have
I
you
have
read
not
any?
read Marx, but
Bro,
I refuse to read Marx.
I don't think I even need to say anything then, man, because
No,
like,
no, no. It's like saying like, have you even watched a Peterson video? And it's like, no, I have. I just know I won't like it. But I'm familiar. Okay, let me not for any Marx fans out there. Okay, I don't actually dislike Marx. I give Ian a hard time.
yeah, just shitting on me for fun.
Yeah, pretty much. I actually think a lot of his ideas, especially when he talks about the I don't know the exact term for it, you might know the exact term, where he basically creates an outline of how like economics progress. You know what I'm talking about, like from industrialization and
Yeah.
the all that stuff. I actually think that stuff's pretty cool and actually is pretty relevant to the current times that we're in. So
Yeah, I think that would be historical materialism.
yeah, yeah.
Um, Also just for anybody watching, I'm I'm not like a dedicated Marxist. I'm agnostic on political philosophy, but like it's a research project I'm pursuing right now, and I'm like learning, trying to get into it. So I'm definitely not a good source on Marxism.
When you say you're agnostic, are you saying that you're apolitical? Or you're just like right now you're kind of figuring it out?
The second one.
Okay.
I'm not apolitical because I have views on politics. I think the only thing is, I I'm really big on epistemic humility, and what that means is you don't want to adopt beliefs unless you really think you have good reasons to do so, or maybe good motivations if you want to include things that aren't reasons as well. And I think that economic issues are extremely difficult to be justified in because, well, if you go to economic theory, there's lots of disagreement. Um, I'm not down for. Oh, okay. I don't want to go too far into this.
Yeah, don't get too deep, but
Okay, you got like three main approaches. You got the I'm probably fuck. I don't even know if I'm gonna get this right. If
save it
any
for another
economic,
video.
yeah, we'll save it for another video. Yeah. I have political views. I have a lot of political views.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We ready? We ready to get back into this?
Yeah.
Element, I think, as I've done in my own work, because I actually think it's easier to zero in on in some sense. Like, I think it's easier for people, and I think you lay out the argument in the moral landscape kind of like this. I think it's easier perhaps to gain initial agreement between people on what might constitute a generalized ethic, to concentrate on what we don't want.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that what we do want is unimportant, but it seems to me to be harder to get a grip on. We don't want Auschwitz. We don't want the Gulag Archipelago. So, and there are
and I would add, to just closing the door to moral relativism here, those who do want Auschwitz are wrong to want Auschwitz. I mean, it's, obviously
right.
Auschwitz only happened because some people did want Auschwitz, not the victim side, but the perpetrator side. And so crucially for me is the claim that I'm a realist. I'm a moral realist, and what realism means is that that there are right and wrong answers
Yes.
to questions of this kind, and you can not know what you're missing. In fact, we almost certainly don't know what we're missing on questions of human value, and our job is to discover just how good life can be and just what variables are making it needlessly horrible, and to mitigate all of that and live in a better and better world.
Okay.
Okay. Quick thought. I don't really like the definition of moral realism. Um, a subjectivist thinks that there are right and wrong answers. They just think that it depends on the subject. And that last part about like making the world a better place, you don't need to be a moral realist to make the world a better place. Like most people want to make the world a better place, and most anti-realists, people who are not moral realists, I think that they want to make the world a better place. Maybe if they're an error theorist, then they don't think that there is such a thing as better, but they still want to do things that increase, that make people happier, that make the quality of life raise, and stuff like that. So, did you have any thoughts there?
No, I mean I agree 100% with what you just said.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, so okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so that's a lot of points of agreement. So I also believe that there is a catastrophe of arbitrary moral injunction, and that there's a catastrophe of moral relativism, and that has to be dealt with, and that there are genuine differences between the proper way of behaving morally and the improper way of behaving morally. And I think that they are grounded in human universals, even though there's a wide amount of variation. So that's a lot of points of agreement, right? So we know that there's two things we want to avoid, conceptually speaking, which is the moral relativism and this kind of moral absolutism that's grounded in an arbitrary statement of facts that you identify with religious fundamentalism. I would identify that with fundamentalism more generally, not with religious fundamentalism per se, because I see it also happening in secular states, let's say, like Nazi Germany or so it doesn't seem to be religious fundamentalism.
Was Nazi Germany a secular state? I don't know about that. I don't know.
I don't know about that, bro.
Per se that's crucial to your argument.
No, it's not. So just to close the loop on that, the only reason why I would focus on religion in particular there is that religion is the only language game wherein fundamentalism and
Okay, I gotta stop again real quick. Two things about Sam Harris. I'll make it quick. One is that I forgot the first point. Okay, second point. He said language games. If you've studied like recent analytic philosophy, like philosophy of language, and you like Wittgenstein specifically, you'll know the game you'll hear the phrase language games. Something Sam Harris likes to do is, I'm not saying he's doing it here necessarily, but he does do it a lot, is he'll take words from philosophy and use them like out of context, and it's just like, bro, that's not what the word means. So I'm not saying that's what he's doing here necessarily, but just be on guard about that.
Okay.
Second thing, I forgot it. Let me just go back just for a second.
is that religion is the only language game wherein
I don't know.
fundamentalism and dogmatism is not a pejorative concept. Dogma is a good word, specifically within Catholicism, and the notion that you must believe things on faith, that is in the absence of compelling evidence that would otherwise cause a rational person to believe it, that in a religious context is considered a feature, not a bug. Elsewhere, we recognize it to be a bug, and that's why the unique focus on religion.
All right. So is it reasonable to assume that we've already established, at least in principle, that there's an association between the totalitarian regimes, let's say,
And dogmatism, yeah.
And the dogmatism that characterizes religious belief.
Yeah.
What do you think, although at least in principle, the secularist totalitarian states and the religious fundamentalist totalitarian states do differ in one important regard, which is that the religious types ground their axioms in God and the secular totalitarian types don't. And so there's got to be something about totalitarianism per se that's independent of, that's associated with religious belief in the manner that you just described, but that's not particularly associated with the belief in God. There's something that makes them, that's a commonality between them. And so do you have any sense of what that might be?
Well, I think one has to acknowledge that there's something uniquely pernicious, at least potentially, about religious beliefs, because they have the otherworldly variable, the supernatural variable, the...
Take another break right here real quick. Okay, two things. Let's see if I can remember both of them.
Okay.
One
Need a
is
notepad.
I do, bro, for real. Are these okay? Right now we're talking about the relationship between religion and political philosophy. I guess I don't know, something like that. We got a neuroscientist and a psychologist talking about it. I'm not saying you have to be like an expert. You don't have to be an expert in political theory, political science, philosophy of religion, any of this stuff to have something good to say. But it's important to keep in mind that ideally, we would like to have people who spent their whole life researching this topic to give their opinion on it. And so I think it's good to have an extra layer of skepticism towards what they're talking about. Because like, do they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the whole secular Nazi Germany thing really threw me off. I was like, in what world were you in? What history books did you read? And like you said, like even you and I, like I don't consider myself an historian by any means. So like I'll have to like do more research into that statement. But like it just seems like they're throwing things out there so confidently
Mm.
that it can be uh kind of persuasive, but then like you said, you kind of have to like realize that this isn't even their specialty that they're talking about.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I agree. Mhm. I think one thing to keep in mind too is that they can very easily. So common ground, the phrase common ground refers to the set of beliefs that each party shares. So like, um, it's very easy for things that are in the common ground to go unnoticed and unchallenged. So it's good to be extra careful. If they agree on something and they just move past it, it's like maybe we should spend time on that rather than the stuff they do disagree about too.
True.
Um, I catch myself if two people agree on something, I'm listening to them. I'll be like, yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable, but I'm just like, is it though? Uh,
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
okay, one more comment before I go in, then you could add anything if you want. Um, a common criticism of Sam Harris is that his views are very reductionistic in terms of his interpretation of like broadly speaking causality, but specifically in terms of like how I say this, political and social events. He's always like it's religion. The reason why this happened is religion. Um, it's like, bro, there's more stuff going on than religion, and and if we're gonna take like dialectical material, was it yeah, dialectical lens, um, we can go a step beneath religion and be like, maybe it's material events, material conditions that are causing. I'm too tired to be coherent about this, but I
So
think my
so
general
basically
point is going.
he treats religion as like the scapegoat of all evils, essentially.
Yes,
Like
thank you.
if anything bad ever happens, oh, let's just find the source religion, but he never actually goes deeper or even looks outside of that, you know. So
Exactly, yeah. There can be other things on the same level of religion that are competing, or there could be things
exactly.
below that are causing religious belief. And he just pinpoints religion. It's like, nah, bro, there's other stuff.
I
Um,
I agree. Not with him, but
yeah, no, it wasn't
You
me.
get everything you want after
Obviously.
you die, so this
No, I'm
life
just
doesn't
kidding.
matter issue. That allows for a kind of
Sorry, did you have
misbehavior
something to
that
add?
What do you say? No, no, I'm good.
Okay.
is especially
Okay, so it seems that the claim would be that if you put forward axiomatically your claim that God exists, then you can use that claim to justify whatever arbitrary atrocities your system might throw off.
Yeah, I guess the only point I was making there is that not all dogmas are created equal. Some dogmas are, on their face, more dangerous and more divisive.
Right, but what I'm curious about specifically is, because it seems to me that the dogmas of the USSR and the dogmas of Nazi Germany were as pernicious as any religious dogmas, and they may also share important features with pernicious religious dogmas, but it isn't clear to me, from your perspective, what those commonalities would be.
Well, so, I mean, in some ways you're recapitulating an argument I've made, and this is an argument that I would make against you were you to claim, as you have elsewhere, that atheism is responsible for the greatest atrocities of the 20th century. The idea that Stalinism and Nazism and fascism were expressions of atheism simply doesn't make any sense. I mean, in the case of fascism and Nazism, it doesn't make any sense because the fascists and the Nazis, by and large, were not even atheists. I mean, Hitler wasn't an atheist, and he was talking about executing a divine plan, and he got lots of support from the churches, and the Vatican did nothing to stop him, and fascism, as you know, coexisted quite happily with Catholicism in Croatia and Portugal and Spain and Italy. So, but even in the case of Stalin, what was so wrong with that situation?
I just want to know what you thought about those 2 points, if you had any comments.
I mean, I like the. How about word it? I agree with him. I think that what he's saying here is kind of pushing back against that whole Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany is, I guess, is going to get brought up a lot in this in this debate. Push back against that like idea, like, oh, Nazi Germany was secular, and that's an example of a secular, totalitarian regime or whatever. And I think Harris does kind of have a point that oftentimes when you do see these, fascist like governments, they are quite closely tied to some sort of like religious belief system. But that's where I would stop. I would stop at the correlation. I wouldn't say it's the cause. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. And it's so hard. It's so hard to say. I don't know. I mean, I feel like saying and being like, "Oh, religion is the cause of such and such" is such a vague claim. Um, yeah. So, yeah. Want me to play it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Were all of the ways in which it so resembled a religion. You had a personality cult. You had dogmatism that held sway to a point where apostasy and blasphemy were killing offenses. The people who didn't toe the line were eradicated. And so to take a more modern example, North Korea is a religious cult. It just doesn't happen to be a one that is focused on the next line.
I actually do have something to say real quick.
Okay, yeah.
So would Harris argue that we should eliminate religion if it's the source of these issues?
That's a good question. I think we'll have to listen to how the discourse develops to get a better understanding of that, because I'm not really big on Sam Harris's views. Like, I don't know. My impression is yes. Or maybe, it's hard to say, so I don't think he'll dive into it too much here, but Sam Harris is extremely critical of Islam, and also he's extremely critical of Islam and very critical of Christianity. And so it's possible I could see him taking either position. I could see him being like, maybe there is, non-harmful forms of religion, but most are harmful. So that's a good question. I don't know.
So I do want to make a point here that in all these examples where he's saying religion is this evil, the common denominator isn't even religion, but it seems to be governments. It seems to be states. Okay.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
I know people who are religious, but they're also anarchists. And they have the belief that the state actually corrupts religion, uses religion as a tool to move people to do horrible things. But it isn't the source of, people doing these horrible things. So when I'm hearing Harris talk about this, and he's bringing up all these fascist regimes and all that stuff, it seems like, I would question him. It seems like the common denominator isn't religion, because we could think of cases where religion wasn't the main cause, like Peterson was saying, like we could think of secular totalitarian governments, but then what then becomes a common denominator? The states. So,
Yeah. No,
I
that's a good
mean,
point. I like that. I like that.
that's my anarchist perspective there.
My question after that would be, because let me think. My question would be, is it necessary? Is it necessarily the case that all states would cause that, or is it a certain kind of state? You know?
Yeah, I think my argument about like, oh, the common denominator is states was actually like a parody on Harris making the claim that religion is the common denominator. Because
Right. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that this like having a state in and of itself is going to cause like um these horrible atrocities. So I would agree, like, is it like, are all states like equal in that sense? No. Do I think that all states have to have a justify their reason for having power over thousands, millions of people? Yes. But do I think that they all lead down the road of genocide? Maybe. Maybe.
Leaving the possibility open.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, that's for the next week.
Yeah. Okay. No. No. Okay. That's actually good. That's a good point. Yeah. Because Sam Harris says is framing it a certain way, and you could equally just flip it, and your argument mirrors Sam Harris's, and it's just as strong.
Yeah.
So it shows like maybe even if Sam Harris is right, he actually needs to do much more work to show that he's right because clearly that argument, um, yeah, I don't know, is not as strong as it might appear.
Yeah.
Supernatural claims
So what
of
would be
magic.
so what would be the defining characteristics of a religious totalitarian movement that would make it different from a non-religious totalitarian movement?
Well,
I mean,
it's just-
because there's aspects that are similar.
they're very similar. I mean, the problem is dogmatism. The overarching problem is believing things strongly on bad evidence. And and the reason why dogmatism is so dangerous is that it doesn't allow us to revise our bad ideas in real time through conversation. Dogmas have to be enforced by force or the threat of force. Because the moment someone has a better idea, you have to shut it down in order to preserve your dogmas.
Okay. So the commonality seems to be something like claims of absolute truth at some level that you're no longer allowed to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another point of agreement then, I would say, because part of the reason that I've been, let's say, a free speech advocate, although I don't think that's the right way of thinking about it, is because I think of free discourse, like the discourse that we're engaged in, as the mechanism that corrects totalitarian excess or dogmatic excess. And so I also think that systems of governance that are laying themselves out properly have to elevate the process by which dogmatic errors are corrected over the dogmas themselves. Which is why I think the Americans are right, say, with regard to their First Amendment, is the process of free speech is the process by which dogmatic errors are rectified, and so it has to be put at the pinnacle of the hierarchy of values, something like that.
I think
What's your take on that?
Um, I don't have much to say about it.
Okay. I think I'm somewhat sympathetic to that. Not somewhat. I'm pretty decently sympathetic to that view. But then it's like it reminds me of John Stuart Mill's like on Liberty. But it's like
Oh yeah, it does.
but then I'm wondering like I mean we got two non-experts acting like they're experts. So
I
maybe
mean,
it's kind of like it's almost like a pragmatic contradiction. Like
yeah, like
I don't
no,
know.
it is. When you're talking about Mill and you're talking about what Peterson is saying, it presupposes that you have, I mean, even to go further, like not even specialties, but like two rational agents. And that's when you kind of fall into like the issue with that kind of perspective. But like I have a level of sympathy towards it because I don't know. I think it's better to discuss rather than not at all. So if I had to choose one,
Yeah.
but like you said, it's like you have two non-experts talking about these things that they are supposedly claiming to be experts on, and that can create some issues sometimes, as we know.
Yeah. And I'm not saying you have to be an expert. You totally don't need to be an expert to talk about something. Like I don't think I'm an expert on anything. We're talking about this,
No,
so
we're both experts. What do you
yeah, for real, bro. Okay.
mean?
Bro, studied philosophy for four studied studied philosophy for 4 years, bro. I'm an
Yeah,
expert now.
yeah, undergrad,
I
yeah.
took one class on each topic. Now I'm an expert in all of them. Um, so let me see. Okay, I'm big on argumentation. I'm big on studying dialectics, so like conversations and how they develop and what are good and bad argumentative moves. And like there's research that shows that you get a variety of opinions on all different kinds of things. If you take the average, it's usually, even if most people are wrong, if you take the average or something like that, or like the dominant view, it tends to be generally in like a good direction. So, you know, people not being experts and having views still can have its value. But I think one problem is that if you have both of these guys are really big on like we need to have like open discussion and whatever. And that's good. I agree with that. But what if you think you're having a good discussion but you're not and then you're just reinforcing um the word epistemic bubble keeps coming to my mind, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Like echo chambers almost.
Echo chamber, yeah.
You get two people who are, and yeah, these I wouldn't classify these two people as being an echo chamber, but there's a lot that they're taking for granted that probably I would not take for granted, and that probably you wouldn't take for granted either. And so like they can frame it as being like we're having an open critical dialogue, which is true, but there's so much that they're taking for granted going into this that we should be aware of.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
It's basically just a warning. It's not necessarily like, oh, they shouldn't be talking about this at all, but it's just a warning to like stay skeptical kind
Yeah,
of thing.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I forgot. There's one point I want to make about Sam Harris. He's really big on science. He's almost, if you know the word scientism,
Yeah,
um, yeah, I want to call him a scientist, but that's there's already a word for that. So he's like a scientismist, if that makes sense about morality, I guess. The
basically like science is like the science is God in a way.
yeah, all knowledge only comes from. All right, it's such a garbage view. He talks about it in this. I don't know if it's this video, but it's like this series because this is part one of like two or three or four or something. And his view is basically, it's so trash. I'll give you the really short version, but hopefully we can get to it. All knowledge comes from science, but it's like obviously that's not true because like, how do I fold my clothes? Well, that doesn't come from science, obviously, but that's still knowledge. But by science, I just mean taking in data through experimental or I want to say sensational through the senses, from experiments or through the senses. But it's like, bro, it's not science. Uh, Learning how to solve a Rubik's cube, yeah, you use your senses, your sense experience, but that's not science. But he thinks it's science,
He
which
thinks
is
it's
just not
science.
true.
Yeah, so he moved the goalpost for what science is just to be any like empirical evidence at all without any kind of
Exactly.
like experimentation and sampling or any none of that. Just if you see or experience something and you learn from it, that's science.
Yeah, but and it's so frustrating because he'll be like, the scientific method is so important. Okay, I agree. In a sense. I don't want to get into that, but in a sense, I agree. But then he's also like, everything is science. Well, bro, I don't use the scientific method to do like all kinds of things, and so like, and I'm not doing them wrong. Like, okay, so I gotta get back to the video. I could talk about this forever. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No, no.
You and I totally agree about the primacy of free speech.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, so that's another. Fine.
Yeah, they agree.
Okay, so then
Wait, I think there's one point that we should just lock in our gains here. It sounds like what you're saying is that the reason to fear religious dogma is really on the dogma side and not the religion side, which at least leaves open the possibility that something could exist over on the religion side that doesn't have that characteristic, right? That often they travel in tandem, but that the thing to fear is not the religious belief, it is the dogmatic nature of the way it is
Oh
conveyed.
yeah,
Is that fair?
the other way to say that is the only thing that's wrong with religion is the dogmatism. if you get rid of the dog, I've got no problem with the buildings and the music and the paintings and.
Wait a minute. That's not a trivial point, and it's not just a joke, because the buildings and the music are very important parts of the religious process. And so I know there's a humorous element to that, but it's not like Sam is throwing out the baby with the bathwater there.
And to go further than that, I've got no problem. In fact, I'm deeply interested in the phenomenology of spiritual experience. So whatever.
There it is again, philosophy word. I think he used it right. I'll just explain it in case nobody knows. Phenomenology in this context just means perception. It's how things seem to us. Specifically, phenomenology is a tradition of continental thought that it starts with Immanuel Kant, I believe, and goes to Hegel, and then a bunch of continental thinkers. So like Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, I don't know, some others, but anyway. Okay. Oh fuck, I had a thought, but I don't remember what it was.
Bro, you need to write stuff down.
Bro, I got the ADHD brain.
Honestly, I don't find Harris's like rebuttal to what's the moderator?
Brett Weinstein, I believe.
Yeah, I actually think Brett made a good point, like talking
That's
about
what you were
how,
saying, basically.
That's basically what I was saying, right?
Yeah.
And then he's just like, and then I don't think Harris really addressed it in a convincing way. He kind of seemed like he just glossed over it. It's like, oh yeah, well actually my only problem with religion is the dogma, and that's kind of what Peterson was trying to get out of him in the beginning. It's like it seems like I can imagine a situation where outside of religion there's dogma, and so it seems like religion at its core isn't your issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if Harris recognized that or not, but maybe that was him accepting that just there when he said that. That was his only issue.
That's a good point.
Experience someone like Jesus had, whoever he was historically.
Oh yeah, I remember what my point was. So Sam Harris is like, I'm cool with religion, just not the belief part. I'm cool with like the cultural aspects, and then Peterson's like, nah, bro, the cultural aspects are just as important as the belief parts. And I don't fully agree or disagree with any of them. I just wanted to add something is that I think people do underestimate the role that the cultural aspects play in religion, like the music, the symbolism, the poetry, all that stuff. Because a lot of knowledge, before we had writing, knowledge and belief were carried through those kinds of symbols. And so they're very intertwined, I would say. I didn't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Like that's kind of all part of that's like all part of this so-called dogma that he keeps talking about all the time. Yeah.
Or any of the other matriarchs and patriarchs of the world's religions. That phenomenology is subjectively real. I mean, it's diverse. I'm not saying everyone's had the same experience, but there are changes in consciousness that explain both how religions have gotten founded by their founders and the experiences people have had in the presence of those people or by following their methodologies that seem to be confirming of the dogmas that grew up around those traditions. And my issue is that whatever is true about us spiritually, whatever opportunity being born into this universe actually presents as a matter of consciousness spiritually, that truth has to be deeper than accidents of culture and just mere historical contingencies. The fact that somebody was born in Mesopotamia and not in China and got a different language game. So whatever is true there has to be understood in universal terms about the nature of human psychology and the human mind.
Okay, so another thing that I wanted to just point out obliquely, and then I want to return to outlining maybe where we agree, is that one of the things that was really shocking to me, I would say, was my reading of what was originally Jane Goodall's discovery about chimp behavior, because there's this idea that was really rooted in Rousseauian thinking that the reason that people committed atrocities in the service of their group identity, let's say their tribal identity, was because culture had corrupted us. So it was a uniquely human thing. But then, of course, Goodall showed in the 1970s that the chimps at Gombe, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, yep, would go on raiding parties, right? And so there'd be like 4 or 5 adolescent chimps, usually male, sometimes with a female in there. They would patrol the borders of their territory. If they found an interloper on the border, near the border, from another troop, even if it was member of their troop that had emigrated, so to speak, and that they had had some history with, they would tear them to pieces. And of course, that was shocking to Goodall. But my understanding is she had some trepidations about publishing it, although she did. But then that's been noted repeatedly in other forms of chimp behavior. So, see, I've been really interested in the commission of atrocity in the service of belief, and it's tempting to pin that, say, on dogma and then to associate that with religious dogma. I think that's all tempting. But the fact that chimps do it shows that it can't be a consequence of something like religious belief, unless you're willing to say that the reason that chimps commit atrocity in the service of their troop.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Bro, I was
Wait,
right about to stop it there too.
what
Yeah.
is this false equivalence, right? What am I listening to? Okay, I understand what he's trying to say. I just don't think it makes for a convincing argument when you're comparing two different species and how they operate. Because I mean, I think when Harris is talking about it, it's I don't think he even needs to say it, but it's heavily implied we're talking about like humans. Like I
Yeah.
don't think every time we start an argument, I don't think, by the way, I'm talking about humans.
Right.
I'm sure that other animals have their own ways of interacting. And by the way, when we're talking about it, let's say we are moral realists and we're trying to apply moral theory to animals, that's a whole different field.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot that could be said there, but that was very not
Right.
convincing. Whether you agree with it or not, I think you just have to find that argument not convincing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I want to add on to that. So let me see if I can recreate what he's saying, because the implied everything he said is true except for the implied premise, and so his conclusion is false, and everything else he said was true, but the implied premise is false, which if you point it out, it's just kind of absurd. So let me see if I can recreate what he's saying. Conclusion is that I'll get to the conclusion in a second. So what was his premise is these chimps exhibit a certain kind of behavior, and they don't have religion. And his conclusion was that it's not the case that every time humans exhibit that same behavior as the chimps did, it can be reducible to religion. And so the implied premise is that, like, because chimps, because, oh fuck, let's listen to it again real quick.
Go ahead.
Territory.
Go ahead.
Chimps do it, dogma, and then to associate that with religious dogma, I think that's all tempting. But the fact that chimps do it shows that it can't be a consequence of something like religious belief, unless you're willing to say that the reason that chimps commit atrocity in the service of their troop and their territory is because chimps are religious. And so
Yeah, so that's just like not true. Like, I'm having if I had the ability to write this down, I could put it I think formalize it way better. But I think it's clear to see that the connection's not there.
It's not. It's just not
And
there.
and and we can think of a very easy counterexample is that we can okay, let's imagine a world. No, I don't think that's the right way to go about this. I think it's totally plausible that chimps can exhibit some behavior and humans also exhibit that same behavior, and it's still possible that chimps never do it because of religion and humans only do it because of religion.
Yes, it's two completely different operating systems on like so many different levels. Like as if
Right.
there isn't Peterson a psychologist?
Yes.
I'm just ashamed. I don't know how else I can put
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Like I'm not like there's so many different factors when when I say operating systems. Like we can talk about how the brain works. They have like humans and chimps have completely different like I can't even say culture, but I'm just gonna say culture in the way that they operate within the world. Like it's just not even
Right.
it's just such a ridiculous claim that as a person who claims to be a psychologist, it almost feels like he says it out of like bad faith. Like
Yeah.
I don't even know if he truly even believes the connection that he's making right here. So that was a bit infuriating. This is why I don't watch Jordan Peterson.
No, that's good. I think this is a good time to point out a kind of argument form that Jordan Peterson appeals to, and maybe you could call it like I don't know if you would call it a naturalistic fallacy or like appeal to nature or whatever, but the point is he'll take some observable facts about the way animals behave and he'll apply it to humans.
Mm.
And it's like you can't do that. You need like like they were talking about the lobster earlier. I don't really remember what's going on with the lobster, but he tries to do it with the lobster. He tries to do it with wolves. Here's what's kind of upsetting though, is that people talk about like the alpha males in the wolf pack
Oh Lord.
or whatever. Jordan Peterson's really big on that. But I don't know if this is true. I'll have to look at the research. I remember hearing that there are like methodological errors in determining like how wolves behave. And people, it's like in popular culture, like you got the alpha and the beta and the whatever. But the research doesn't actually
No, the
fully
research
mirror that.
doesn't support it at all. Like I think when I don't know how wolves became like the icon for male insecurity, for masculine insecurity specifically. Um, wolves are probably one of the creatures that rely on each other the most. Like something like you'll hear like thing like lone wolf, like and then like obviously alpha and all this stuff when
Yeah.
talking about like dominance or talking about like independence. Wolves are quite like once again I'm not a biologist, I'm not like a zoologist by any means, but from my understanding, from my little understanding of wolves, it's actually a funny comparison to make because these same people who like say like oh alpha male all that stuff, they're like oh I don't rely on anybody, I move my own direction. Wolves are the most collectivist species you could have chosen.
Bro.
Like they
True.
they hunt in packs for God's sake. Like I don't know what you chose any other animal. Choose an anteater. I don't see anteaters in packs. I've never seen an anteater in a pack. Like you know what I mean?
Bro.
So I don't know. That's a whole other conversation. I don't know if anteaters move in packs. I've just never seen it, but it could be. Um, but literally wolves hunt in packs, and I think that's like almost like that's common knowledge. I fear. I don't know.
No, that's actually a good point. I wonder if they're going to appeal to like popular beliefs within popular culture, and to what extent they're going to appeal to beliefs like that to support their arguments and their worldview, even if those aren't accurate. So yeah,
Right.
But they're not religious and they don't really hold a secular totalitarian viewpoint, but they still act out the atrocity element that's characteristic of human behavior. And so to me, that makes the problem deeper than one of mere, let's say, surface statements of metaphysics.
Well, obviously, the problem of primate aggression, which we've inherited along with the chimps, is deeper, or at least different, than the problem of religious violence or totalitarian political structures that get the worst out of people. So, we have these primate capacities that we have to correct for, and we're busily trying to correct for almost everything that.
Gosh, evolutionary psychology.
bro, I was gonna just comment on that. I was
Guys,
like,
just stop it. If
bro, I was
anyone
like,
watching this
okay, sorry,
video
okay.
it says anything about evolutionary psychology, just drop it right now. Okay, it's on levels of psychoanalysis. Okay,
Oh damn, dude, that's
it's
funny because Jordan Peterson's really big on that.
yeah. I mean, I can imagine. I mean, he's a transphobe. He's probably misogynistic. Like it's the same arguments.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
No, I'm
The,
happy you commented on that.
yeah,
Sorry, you can
no,
finish.
no, yeah. I mean, what else can I say? Evolutionary psychology. I mean, yeah, there's some things you could take from it, but oftentimes it's used to just support bigoted ideas and just drop it. A lot of psychologists don't even respect it nowadays.
Right,
So it's
right.
okay. Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm basically just gonna reiterate what you said because I was gonna comment on that, but I was like, nah, bro, we just started playing it like 30 seconds ago. I think evolutionary psychology can have its place. I think. I don't know. I've never studied it that much. Like I think it's possible, but I mean, I'm taking your word that maybe it's rejected by a lot of people. But whenever it comes up in popular discourse, I'm always skeptical of it because it's like it's so easy to be like, this is the case because of evolution. Bro, no, bro, that's so reductionistic, and also you can't just say that. You know what I mean? You need like I think I would think you need a lot of empirical evidence to support a claim like that.
Yes, you do.
And it's all okay, we could get into evolutionary psychology another time, but there's so many I have a lot of objections towards it, but
It's just very controversial and like you said, like I shouldn't say that like people will think you're a joke if you study it, but like there's a validity to it, but it's just not the way that colloquially used by like, the layman.
No, yeah, totally.
It's just ridiculous. Sorry,
Yeah,
go on.
no, yeah. If somebody who studies evolutionary psychology brings it up, I'll be more willing to listen to them. But if somebody brings it up and they're unless you literally study evolutionary psychology, I'm not gonna take you as a good source because it's so easy to misuse evolutionary psychology as like an argumentative strategy.
Yeah, and it,
And
it really it really fall I'm sorry. It really falls like the issue with it is that it's really hard to falsify it. It kind of creates like this the thing that scientists hate the most, which is like this vacuum of like, oh, I could just I can explain any behavior by
mm,
just like looking back and taking some seemingly, connected thing that it's just ridiculous. Okay.
yeah, no, I agree.
We've been evolved to do. I mean, we're not, we don't like the state of nature for
How's the volume right now? I feel like it got louder. I don't know.
It's fine for
You're
me,
good?
but if you
Okay,
want to turn it down.
I'll adjust it just a little bit.
good reason. And virtually everything that's good about human life is born of our, I would argue, culture-based and highly intelligent and necessary effort to mitigate what is in fact natural for us. And there's nothing more natural than
God,
tribal
Hobbesian.
violence, which of the sort that you're describing in chimps.
Okay, so then
Bro.
it also seems like we agree that the core element of tribal alliance, which would have its roots, say, in the chimpanzee proclivity to, or its analog in the chimpanzee proclivity to identify with the dominance hierarchy of the troop, is something that's a source of the proclivity for human social aggression that's independent of its, at least independent of any obvious religious substrate. So there are other reasons for group belief and
Did you say something? Did you say something?
No, no. Besides the
okay.
fact that he's a Hobbesian.
Okay, yeah, okay.
the commission of atrocity that can't be directly attributed to religious dogma.
Yeah, but I mean, and what most worries me about religion, I would say, obviously religion can channel these primate urges in unhappy ways. So you can get tribal violence that gets amplified by religious dogmatism, and that should trouble everyone. But it's not unique to religion. It's also nationalism, and it's racism, and it's all other kinds of dogmatism. But what most worries me are those cases where clearly good people who are not necessarily captured by tribalism per se are doing the unthinkable based purely on religious doctrines that they believe wholeheartedly without good evidence. So
Just for context, he's referring to terrorists,
Okay.
like specifically, like I guess terrorists in his case motivated by Islam.
Okay.
I guess I'll just say this right at the outset. I don't agree with Sam Harris here. You know, it doesn't matter what religion you are. Like you can be a good person. You can be any religion or no religion. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
So you have the person who joins ISIS, who wasn't even Muslim before they converted, 16 months ago, and they go all the way down the rabbit hole to the most doctrinaire, most committed, most uncompromising view of just how you have to live in this world if you're going to be Muslim. And they join ISIS based on the idea that salvation only goes one way, and that dying in defense of the one.
Do they? Is that why they join? Or is it because of American imperialism?
Oh, okay. Oh, it's getting
Because
deep. It's getting
I
deep.
know I know a lot of Muslims, bro, in the United States, and not one of them are like that. You know what I mean? So like, and also like, oh my God, like what percentage? Ah, bro.
I know
Okay.
it's bad. It's bad. I was rubbing my head. I
Also,
just.
also, bro, Sam Harris. Sam Harris, bro. I'm in my mic right now. Um, there are more. Okay. Terrorism is bad. Okay, so let's stop terrorism. Most terrorists are domestic in the United States, dude.
Yes. Yes.
Most terrorist attacks happen from people already in the United States, and probably people who aren't like maybe not even motivated by probably not even motivated by religion.
Not even.
Yeah. So
I
anyway,
mean, I mean, basically, as I mentioned before, under this argument that Harris is using, which I think is heavily, as you've already said, heavily stemmed from Islamophobia. You can replace this, like we talk about domestic terrorism. A lot of domestic terrorism is motivated by like politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, so then should we just say, oh, politics are, all this stuff. You can replace it with any other like idea and it just works the same way. It's just not convincing. He can't really he hasn't proven to me that religion is like the actual cause of all this yet. And I think go
Right.
from here on out until he can like convince me of that. I can't really respect a lot of what he's saying.
Right.
Besides the fact that it's bigoted, of course. Like I can't
Right.
obviously I don't respect it because it's bigoted, but like if I actually try to take his view seriously, I can't from just a pure argumentative perspective.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I agree.
True faith is the best thing that can happen to you. There's no question that there are individuals who have made that journey. In fact, there are individuals by the thousands who have made that journey. And there are far more benign versions of that. There are people who just waste their lives, I would argue, converting to whatever the belief system is and just wasting a lot of time worrying about hell or worrying about the fact that their child is gay and the creator of the universe doesn't approve of that. And so there are all kinds of suffering that strike me as truly unnecessary, born not of, again, ape-like urges, but ideas that any rational person would, if believed, would follow to that same terminus. I mean, the thing is, if you buy the fact, again, to take Islam as a current example, if you buy the claim that the Quran is the perfect word of the creator of the universe, never to be superseded by anything humanity does now or 1,000 years from now, that commits a rational person. Then the exercise of human reason is bounded by this, I would argue, pathological frame, which leads to certain outcomes that should really worry us.
Okay. So let's take that claim apart for a minute, because that's not your claim specifically, the claim that you were describing. See, because that's really not the claim that religious fundamentalists make. The claim they make is worse than that, because they claim that the Quran, say, or the Bible for that matter, is the literal word of God. But more than that, they claim that their understanding of that word is correct, which means they conflate two things. Like, because you could imagine a situation where you had a book, and I'm not saying this is the case, it's an imaginative exercise, where you had a book that had all the answers, that was extraordinarily complicated. And so that when you read it, it wouldn't be obvious that you understood it, or perhaps it wouldn't be obvious that you didn't understand it either, but you're not going to be able to, you can't get an uninterpreted version of the book. And so the fundamentalist claim is far worse.
I just want to make two comments really short. In one sense, I think Jordan Peterson's observation is really good. That's often overlooked, is that we have to interpret things, and interpretation can vary so wildly, and interpretation is not like an objective thing that we can do very easily. It has to do with values and context and a lot of different things. He's saying it's worse. The claim is worse. I don't know where he's getting with that. So I'll have to see if I agree. The impression I get is that I don't agree, but I'll have to see where he's going to fully understand.
Yeah.
It's that not only is there an absolute reality, truth embedded in the book, but that their particular take on that absolute reality is the absolute take on that book. Yeah. And so they conflate their own, they make an assumption of their own omniscience and then pass that off onto God, so to speak.
Except in their defense, and I don't often rise to the defense of fundamentalists, it's very easy to get there because some of the claims in the book are not at all hard to parse. In fact, so many of them can only be honestly interpreted one way. So to take, again, an example that will be not inflammatory to you, but makes the point, it just says that the remedy for theft in the Quran is to cut the hands off a thief. I mean, that is the unambiguous injunction. It's not an allegory. Mm-hmm. It's not. You have to indulge some kind of tortured interpretive scheme to avoid the shocking fact that the creator of the universe thinks you should live this way for all time. And people like ISIS, this is my claim, it's just, most of what is in these books, and this is what worries me about those books because they can't be edited, most of what's in the books is clearly not the best that humanity is capable of in the ethical domain. Or in this... No.
Yeah, clap.
So... And so clearly, and this is true for morality, most pressingly, but it's true for science, it's true for economics, it's true for anything else that we are wise to pay attention to. It's like slavery is condoned in the Bible, in both Testaments, and in the Quran. There's no getting away from that. Now you can say, well, it's not the central thrust of any of these books, but if you go to the books and try to figure out what the creator of the universe wants with respect to the owning and needless immiseration of other people, right? He expects you to keep slaves, and he's told you how to do it. Don't knock out their eyes and their teeth. If you're a Muslim, don't take other Muslims as slaves. But it's not an accident that the people who joined ISIS thought that it was absolutely kosher to take slaves, to take sex slaves, And I mean, they were even their use of their sex slaves was conducted as a sacrament, and that's not an accident. I mean, they were praying over the Yazidi girls before they raped them. So this is not unlike what many people expect. It's not that this doctrine is being used as a pretext for people who would otherwise do terrible things like take sex slaves and rape them.
Okay. We could keep watching if you want. Did you have any comments so far on any of that?
No, I mean he hasn't said, from my understanding, from what I've read. I mean he's right. Um, so I don't have anything to say.
I think that's a difficult thing for uh people who are religious to kind of work with. There are responses. I have never found them particularly persuasive. One response is like Chris, the Christian world. I mean, I just heard this from a Christian perspective, so I can't speak for any other faiths. Christianity was very revolutionary, and if you changed too much, then it would never be adopted by anybody. And it's like
That's not a good argument. You
Christianity.
prioritizing people adopting it over speaking the truth, such as slaves should not be
Yeah,
a thing.
it just seems like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, Christianity was revolutionary. A much more plausible explanation just seems to be like the the powerful group of people made it at the time, and they inscribed their way of living into it for the most part. Well, that's not exactly true because Christians were not in power when it was written, but
No,
in
I think
one
I think
in one
I
sense it is like
yeah
meant it's very patriarchal. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So in one sense that is the case. So yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously I'm looking at it from an atheist perspective. The book is simply a product of its time, and when you are, and obviously, if you're a theist, you want to say that the book is timeless, given that it's God's word, and theists are very scared of the idea that God is an arbitrary being, um, which it is.
Oh dang. Okay. Okay.
um, but but it simply is like you said. It's the people who had written it are patriarchal and all these things, and I feel like the attempts to try to find ways to justify it and trying to make it timeless is kind of scary. Like I get that. I understand that from Harris, where it's like it's a bit absurd that some people to this day, by the way, slavery still exists. But to this day will just be like, oh yeah, like it says that, but this, but that. No, there's no but when it comes to, you know, slavery. It's just shouldn't happen. Okay, move on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. It just I don't know what to say. Like I want to say something charitable. I want to be charitable towards the view, but when it comes to this, it's like
No, no,
I don't know. Like
I
I
don't think you
don't.
can.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess we'll just keep listening.
And so there's no net damage being done here by this belief system. No, these are, I would argue, in many cases, psychologically normal people who are simply convinced of the absolute veracity of these ideas. And in this case, the perfect example of Muhammad as the most self-actualized human who's ever existed. And what did Muhammad do? Muhammad took sex slaves. Then once you grant that, and this is where there's a tension between how we pursue the same goals. Like as we've just established, we have many of the same goals. But insofar as you make religion look palatable, insofar as you suggest to your audience that they can have their religious cake and eat it too. They can have their reason, they can have their respect for science, they can have a 21st century worldview, but they can also hold on to everything they love in Christianity or fear to lose. It's undoubtedly mostly Christianity, but whatever, any religion. My concern is that it keeps us shackled to these Iron Age philosophies and these Iron Age conversations where we should be having a 21st century conversation about everything, ethics included.
Okay, so but I want to ask you a little bit about your feeling about.
Wait. Before you move on, I want to get each of you to clarify something so that we know where we are. So, Sam, you said the problem here is that the dogma can't be updated, right? That slavery is with us permanently because it's written into the dogma. But clearly, most of the traditions in which it's written into the Holy Book don't practice slavery, and the people who adhere to these belief systems wouldn't defend slavery. So clearly there is the capacity for an update mechanism.
Well, no, but not really. I mean, they've been forced, they've had it beaten out of them, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we fought a civil war
Brett
in the
there.
U.S.
You
Oh,
wanna?
I disagree with Brett there. I mean, he's like, well, yeah, like in the text it says this, but like most people who practice the faith don't practice slavery, and it's like, that doesn't really address the issue. I mean, what all that says is like they just chose to not abide by that aspect
Right.
of it, or they had no choice, like what he's saying, when we literally had to go to
Yeah.
war
Yeah.
to abolish such a thing, and not just America, but many other places, slaves had to revolt to literally
Yeah.
so it wasn't just like, oh, I realize how bad this is. No, people had to revolt
Exactly.
to
Exactly.
make that what happen. So
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
That the framing. I think you basically got it. I wanted to. I guess I'll say it slightly differently, but it's the same thing. Notice how he's framing it. It's the religious people, or not even the religious. I guess whatever. The religious people chose to do the right thing and stop having slaves. No, bro, you got it backwards. The slaves fought for their freedom. You know what I mean?
Seriously, right.
Yeah. So it's not just like they realized they were wrong. No, no, bitch. Like the powerful were continuing. Yeah, and so
Yeah.
like yeah, obviously like you had like the North who and stuff, but it's like it's
Well,
it's a yeah. You go.
yeah, well, even the North, if we're talking about, the Civil War here in America, even the North, their main motivation for abolishing slavery wasn't even like the moral attitude of slavery was wrong. It was just the South basically wanted to separate because they were making so much capital off slavery that they had all these like tycoons just running about, and they were basically creating an oligarchy. And so the North actually, once they fought, so-called fought for, the freedom of slaves, they didn't want anything to do with us. They're like, and then we had segregation. So like, they're just like, hey, we freed y'all. But actually what they wanted to do first, okay, quick history lesson. What they wanted to do first was to deport all the slaves
What the fuck? I
onto,
did not know that.
yeah, to an island, and they didn't give them any food or any resources to survive. So they deported them. I forgot where it was at. Um, and they just ended up dying. So
That's really fucked up. That's
yeah,
really
it's
fucked
messed
up.
up. So, obviously, slaves stayed and, in America, and they were not treated with the respect because, you're fighting for basically fighting for them to supposedly be, people, not just three-fifths of a person. But then they treated them as though they were just, monsters. So yeah, it was the North gets a lot of credit because like, when you're in the American school system and they teach you, oh, the North with the good guys, the South with the bad guys. No, no, it's a little bit different than that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm happy you brought that up, and that was some good context.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course we got three white guys here talking about this, so like,
Of course, of
so like
course.
so and I'm me the fourth one, so happy
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Okay, I'll keep it real with
bro.
everybody. I'll keep it
Okay,
real right now.
yeah.
to get rid of slavery.
It was Christians who abolished slavery in England, though.
What was that?
It was Christians who were at the forefront of the movement to
Well,
abolish
yeah, I
slavery
mean,
in England.
but there are Christians on either side of everything. I mean, there's no one else to do the job.
right, but that's the update
Wait a
mechanism.
second. Like,
Bro, don't you know Christians were the one who abolished slavery?
Oh,
Who was
thanks,
doing
guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
And like yeah. Well, okay, I'm just gonna keep playing.
Yeah, we know it's bad. We know it's bad.
So
yes, but it was specifically Christians who were using their Christian belief as a justification for
yes,
eradicating
but
slavery.
the problem was they were actually on the losing side of a theological argument. And it would be much better, I think you would agree, if one of the 10 commandments had been, don't keep slaves. I mean, there's certainly one we could swap out for that one. And so that
I actually endorse the clap for that view. So.
it would have been much easier for Christians to have fought against slavery. And it's much harder for Muslims, frankly, to fight against it now. The problem is that there's a point I made, I think, in my first book, is that the doors leading out of this kind of fundamentalism don't open from the inside. they get bashed open from the outside. And it's humanism and it's secularism and it's scientific rationality that has exerted such pressure, such winnowing pressure on Christianity, now for multiple centuries, that's why we're not encountering the Christians of the 14th century on a daily basis. And we are essentially encountering Muslims of the 14th century, not only in the Middle East, but in our own societies, in terms of their intuitions about how we should all live, right? I mean, the fact that 0% of UK Muslims think homosexuality is acceptable, right? 0%. I mean, there's almost no question you can come up with where we could poll this society and say,
All right, give me a
do you think
pause.
that
I just want to make note of something.
Yeah.
He keeps mentioning Muslims. I didn't realize how Islamophobic the dude was, bro. Like he'll tell you talk about something and he has to like a Muslim will catch a stray somewhere in his
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah, for real.
But I do want to say that he's kind of conflating culture versus the actual religion. Yeah, like when it comes to, and I'm not too knowledgeable on this, but I've heard this from different friends that I have who practice Islam. The culture of places that practice Islam kind of overrides a lot of like the actual Islamic practices.
Yeah.
So I think what he seems to be more upset at is the culture of these areas, not so much the actual religion. Although there is like correlations between the two. Um, I think it's very important not to conflate them.
No, I agree. And I think that's just an expansion of my earlier point where I was saying that his views are very reductionistic towards
Yeah,
religion.
yeah,
And I think you obviously have to consider culture. Well, first of all, if you just know Muslim people, like what you said is true. My roommate, he he introduces me to a lot of Muslim people, and we talk about that. Um, what was I gonna say? I need a second. Um, okay, and yeah, he keeps saying religion, this religion, that. Well, what are you referring to exactly? Because if you're referring to the text itself, you need minds to interpret the text. And if you have a collection of minds interpreting something, that's going to bring about culture or something like that. So you need to you can't just say this text has a certain causal power, and anytime you read it, it exhibits that causal power.
right,
That's not how it works, dude. Like if you take it, if you read it and you read it with a certain set of interpretations, and then you do everything that the interpretation says you should do, then his argument I think would work. But it's
right.
like that's a lot of steps, and you didn't justify each of those steps. You just kind of went from the beginning to the end, you know?
Exactly. And one thing I think should try to be charitable towards Harris. One thing I would try to say maybe is like, let's say there's this book and everyone who reads the book becomes a morally corrupt person. They end up doing some wrong thing.
Like The Capital by Karl Marx.
Yes, exactly. And so would we say that we have a moral responsibility to destroy that book? What do we say about that? Or destroy the
Can you say a
idea?
little bit more? Wait, are you saying
Yeah, yeah. So like,
so
let's
you're
say,
yeah,
let's say a book just randomly pops out of nowhere. We'll just call it the book,
okay.
and it has a bunch of ideas and things that it has in all the text. And when people read the book, maybe like 60 to 80% of them become more likely to commit morally
Okay.
corrupt activities.
Yeah.
Would we say that we have a moral responsibility to destroy that book?
And yeah. And you're saying you're trying to be charitable towards Harris's
Harris
point.
here, because I think what he's like, I actually think he's probably the limit to this when it comes to religion. He seems, I
Yeah.
wouldn't doubt if he believed that. So I'm trying to like, from a moral realist perspective, I'm trying to see, would we have a moral responsibility to take this book and like just completely destroy it if it's so, if a majority of people
Yeah.
who read it end up.
Yeah.
And by the way, like I'm not saying that majority of people who like
Right.
follow religion are bad by any means. It's just a pure hypothetical.
No, yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, Yeah, okay, if that was the case, then I think his point would follow pretty easily, and I think I
Yeah.
would agree. But I think he's taking the point, the controversial point for granted. You know what I mean? It's like you need to justify that point
Right.
more. You're
Exactly.
stating it outright. You're saying what follows from it, and it clearly or easily follows from it. But you actually need to justify that point, which he doesn't do.
Right.
So yeah. Okay, shall I continue?
Yeah, you can continue.
The lizard king is living in the Oval Office. That you never get a 0% response to any poll question, right? But if you ask Muslims,
I don't know what data he's referring to here.
Yeah,
I have to look into it.
I haven't seen anything on that, but
I never heard. Yeah, like it's possible
you
he
want to do a fact check real quick?
fact check. So
king
listen to
is
it.
living acceptable, right? 0%. There's almost no question. Is essentially encountering Muslims of the 14th century, not only in the Middle East but in our own societies, in terms of their intuitions about how we should all live, right? I mean, the fact that 0% of UK Muslims think homosexuality is acceptable, right? 0%. I mean, there's almost no question you can come up with where we could poll this society and say, I mean, do you think that the lizard king is living in the Oval Office? That you never get a 0% response to any poll question, right? But if you ask Muslims on the streets of London, is homosexuality morally acceptable? Apparently, you can find no one who says it is. That's shocking, and it's not an accident, right? And it would be much easier if the book actually said, actually, you can love anyone you want, and it's not a problem.
It is shocking, but I think there's a reason that you keep finding yourself at Islam, which may be the slowest to update for reasons that may be ancient. But I want to.
Well, that is a useful.
Well, I can do it for Christianity.
Okay, I tried to pull up a few different sources. It looks like I think I found 4 articles total. Half said half, and half. This one says 0. But what? I mean, I'm assuming these two are just referring to. I don't know if these are reliable sources, so I was trying to find as many as I could. So,
Yeah, just a quick one. We don't need like a whole
oh yeah,
Google
true.
Scholar.
So where's the data? It's a Gallup poll.
Yeah, I'm not getting any data, which is like a bit annoying.
Yeah, I think. Well, even if this is correct, I'm wondering what's the methodology for the poll, and also there's another poll that said half, and so that's a huge disparity for the same population. So, what was the population size?
Right.
Um, how many did they ask? What kinds of people did they ask? Um, I don't know. I feel like if you find one poll that says 0%, one poll that says 50%, it's like
You already have
there's
a
some disparity. If you wanna just yeah, so
Because like yeah, because I imagine if there was a 0%, maybe the question is, do you think that like you know homosexuality is acceptable in Islam or something? And that's a bit more of like a factual, like it's still debatable, but a little bit stronger. But I don't, the
true.
0% is a bit hard to believe. I
True
find
and
that a bit hard to
true.
believe.
And what is the exact question? Is it what percentage of Muslim people think that homosexuality is morally permissible in the UK or something like that? Or is it what percentage of people think that Islam thinks that homosexuality is permissible? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
what if the samples yeah, so like you could get very wild like I don't think this is the case, but imagine if like half the sample size was like I don't know like religious fundamentalists and Christians, you know what I mean? You could have met. I don't know. I don't
it's
know.
tough. We couldn't find it, but it seems dubious.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta be skeptical. And well, I mean, it's hard in conversations because if they're referencing empirical data, what are they referencing? When was the? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Very dubious.
I want to make the point as cleanly
How are you on time?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, I'm chilling too. I'm chilling.
and as undistractedly as possible. But yeah, I mean, it's true. I have the same kinds of concerns about Christianity or Mormonism or Scientology or anything else. And the point is they're all different. And there's no reason to be, because Islam, to take the case where it's fine, Islam doesn't represent any impediment to stem cell research, right? Because they just don't think that the fertilized ovum is immediately ensouled. It waits 40 days or 80 days or 120 days, depending on what hadith you believe. So It's just that never came up when we were all complaining about how religion, in this case Orthodox Judaism and Christianity in the States, was posed an impediment to embryonic stem cell research.
Okay, hold on. I wanted to ask you a clarifying question, too.
Yeah, sure.
Same level. Would you agree that there are things written into these religious texts that are unambiguously unacceptable viewed through a modern lens, and not because the texts are so complicated that we have misunderstood something, but there are things that are just written in there that we now understand to be wrong?
Okay, so the first thing I would say is that we have to be very careful about equating all the religious texts. And I do actually think that you are careful about that, but that's something we can have a discussion about a little bit later.
I agree with you there.
So because, for a lot of my life, I would say, more interested in the universal truths expressed in religious belief across different cultures. But I've become more and more aware of the important distinctions between the religious cultures, maybe in the last 10 years. So it isn't clear to me that you can just throw all religious dicta in the same bucket. And there's complex reasons for that. So, and one question, which you kind of sent at Sam already, is do you see a hierarchy of unacceptability between different religious doctrines? I mean, and I would say
yes.
You acted, okay, fine. So, okay, now, but here's an interesting issue. And I think we're starting to zero in on, we've covered what we agree on, a lot of it, but there's another thing.
Answer Brett's question, because I think...
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I answered the first half of it, but the second part is...
Bro, why are you clapping at that, bro? He's just asking to answer the question.
It was a get back. It was a get back, bro. Oh.
Yeah, it's
It's like a rap battle.
You just got owned, bro. Answer the
Yeah.
fucking question, bro.
Dang.
Okay, I want to add something. In retrospect, because they do talk a lot about Islam in this debate, which I totally forgot and didn't realize, would have been valuable to have somebody who is Muslim give their
Do you
opinion
want
on
me to get someone real quick?
how easy. I mean, if you could easily do that,
I could do it. I could do it right now. Hold on.
okay, bro, I'm down. That would be really valuable because I don't feel comfortable like speaking on behalf of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Should I wait? I could play the video while you find them. I don't know.
No, just wait, and then you can just edit this out, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if they're awake though. That's the issue.
Somebody that was with you?
She says she's working out. I have a huge opportunity for you.
If she wants to, you can.
Come
She
join.
can.
Yeah,
She could also at any point record a voice memo, and I could put it in post as well too. So it doesn't even need to be live.
let's see. 'Cause I was really thinking about like, dang, it would be so cool if we had like a, more, what's the word? Someone who practices, like a perspective of someone who actually practices. Because I'm like, wow, this is like happening. Although I don't know, I think I'd lose my mind hearing like if I was, practicing Islam and I was hearing this, I'd be like, oh my God. Like I'm already losing my mind from like someone who like, studies philosophy and I'm hearing these arguments and I'm like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
dude. No, it's real.
They said that I don't know. They'll probably get back to me. So you could play and then
Yeah, they could join whenever.
yeah.
I think that this is where I'm going to sound like a postmodernist, which I really hate.
Yeah, postmodernism.
I would say,
I don't know.
sentence by sentence, yes,
Sentence by
you're
sentence?
correct. Paragraph by paragraph, perhaps. But here's the problem with complicated texts,
I'm gonna say
especially
something
ones
soon.
that actually constitute narratives. So
What'd you say?
imagine this. So imagine
I want to say something, but I'm gonna wait till he's done because
Okay.
I gotta stop. I gotta exhibit some what's it called?
Restraint.
Restraint.
you're in a movie, and it's a movie with a twist at the end. And so the entire movie is set up to make you think one particular way and to have one set of experiences. But when you put the twist in at the end, it changes the entire structure. And so this is one of the complex problems that actually led to the rise of postmodern interpretations of literature, which is that if you take a complex narrative, there's a very large number of ways of interpreting it, and it isn't self-evident which of those are canonically correct. And we can deal with that horrible issue later, but it's a good objection, and it's true. And what it does is it makes these sorts of things quite complicated, because in the Bible is a series of books, and they had influence on one another, and they were sequenced with a very complex editorial process, and there's actually a developmental narrative that links all the chapters together. And what that means, this is at least, I'm going to speak from the perspective, or in terms of analysis of the Christian Bible, what it means is that you have to read the beginning as if it's also influenced by the end, which is what, by the way, and in case you think that I'm weaseling around here, and I'm not, is that's exactly what you do every time you read any story, any work of fiction. You say, well, you're not claiming that the Bible is a work of fiction. It's like, don't.
Okay, I got paused. Can't handle it too much.
I actually spaced out for 2 seconds, so
No,
this
that's
is all
okay.
you. This is all you.
Okay. A little bit of background. So I studied philosophy. I also did a lot of English, and so I'm really big on interpretation. I think philosophy and English are like the perfect combo. If you're interested in researching it, you can look up the word hermeneutics. But I don't think anyone's going to talk about hermeneutics, so I'm just going to refer to it as interpretation or theory of interpretation. What all I'll say is he's taking for granted what it means to interpret something, what good and bad interpretation is, and we should be skeptical towards that. Why? How? And what it means to interpret something is not. It's not something that's obvious. Interpretation is a practice that we do, and you can evaluate good and bad interpretation, but there's all different kinds of theories about what counts as good and bad interpretation. And so it's just important to be like, this is how he sees interpretation, but is he correct? Um, I don't know. I'm going to say probably not. I don't have decisive views on what good and bad interpretation is. I do have views, but we'll see if they come up. But we should
Can
just
you give me sorry, can you give me like a quick rundown of what you said about interpretation? Because I had spaced out.
yes. Okay, so the question is, you're reading the Bible and there's something that's obviously morally wrong. So how do you deal with that? And so he's saying, okay, you read it sentence by sentence, and yeah, it's obviously wrong. Then you take a more broad perspective, paragraph by paragraph, and maybe it's still wrong or something, I don't know. But then you look at the entire work together, and it's like, then it changes the context. So you read it, you read that one part, that's bad. But then you read the end, and it changes the context, and it like retroactively, or not retroactively, or whatever. It makes it not wrong because it gives it new
Yeah.
context. But first of all, it's like, let's just say that's how interpretation works. Like, is that the case? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, it's pretty bad and it's pretty straightforward. Like, what? It's not like a twist ending. It's not like a twist ending where it's like, bro, then Jesus woke up and it was all a dream. Like, that would change it. That would change it. But like, how much? It could. It's conceivable. Okay.
Huh.
It's conceivable that like, yeah, it could retroactively change it, but it's like, does he explore that? Because you need to ground that claim. You can't just say that because that's something I'm not going to take for granted. Um, and yeah, so maybe my views on interpretation will come up. Did you want me to say anything else, or is that kind of good?
No, it's good. I actually think that that view is interesting. That it, oh, hold on. She said she'll join. Let me
Okay, do you want me to go back and play anything they said, or would you like to explain what their view or ask her any of the questions?
um we can ask what she wants to do.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm fine with whatever.
Do I know? Do I know
Nah.
that? Okay.
They live in Australia.
Okay. They should change their name on Zoom. I can edit it out when they join. So if they don't want anybody, I don't know what it's going to show up as, but they're, you know, I can edit that out if they don't want their name being shown.
I
I don't know how you changed it, so you'd have to show.
yeah, I just right clicked on the name and then it just said rename, so But that's actually that's I've never heard that before, so I'll give Peterson some props. I'm just saying something I've never heard. So he's trying to say that when you're looking at it on like a micro level, you're gonna pick apart things that aren't good. Like if I read a book and let's say the villain is talking and the villain says, I think all people should die. And then I say this is representative of all the book, but he's saying look at the whole book. My only issue with this is if you're gonna make the claim that, these are God's words, um, is God the villain in this story? And if we're looking at it from this narrative perspective, that's where I'd be like, is that I don't know. But what did you think about this interpretation since we have the time? And I don't know if you're gonna edit this out or not, but
Yeah. Maybe can you say a little bit more about what exactly you're asking?
um oh wait,
Okay, yeah, we
join.
could wait.
Um I'm just asking like what do you think about that interpretation of like religious texts? Like the idea that you gotta look at it as a full narrative and people too often look at it as like a micro thing. Well, obviously there's things though that like the commandments, for example, that are just straight up like
Yeah.
also you are a textualist, so
Okay. Let's get okay. So a few things. I think I'm kind of leaning. Okay, I think if we want to understand, we should. Okay, in one sense, I'm a textualist, but in another sense, I have a more broad view. It's that we should interpret a text. I think, given the conventions and the expectations and the culture and the context in which that text was written.
Mhm.
And so I think the legal texts that make sense to be textualist for that reason. But for literature, maybe it would not be because it was written with different intentions, different contexts, different conventions. For example, a lot of a lot of religious knowledge, like I said earlier, is transmitted through artistic forms, and that includes allegory. And so you wouldn't want to be a textualist for that because that's not the function of the allegory. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The function of the allegory is not to say things exactly. You don't take each statement to be a fact. It's a represent. It itself is a representation of something else, of maybe broader truths, maybe more abstract truths, or
So the
like
question is where to draw the line between taking it like how much of it are you supposed to take as like literal versus not, right?
yeah, yeah.
And then you have to draw that line based on your intuition, as you would say.
Yeah, I would say intuition, also just an understanding of what the text is trying to do, who wrote it and why, what are they trying to do with it, how did if they're trying to convey information, how do they want the information to be?
Because Jesus never envisioned a world without slavery, and he admonished slaves to serve their masters well and to serve their Christian masters especially well.
The English Protestants wouldn't have agreed with that because, like I said, they were at the forefront of the fight against slavery.
Okay,
So
but
I think
they
there was
were
a
clearly
range
influenced by something outside the text, and this is, again,
Why can't I hear you?
you're making this harder than it is, and my concern is why. Right?
Well, I don't think I am, Sam, because I think that the fundamental message in the New Testament, for example, is that
So then
each
you acknowledge that
individual
the
is
Old
I can hear you a little bit now.
All right, just give me 1 second. I think
Alright.
I should be able to fix this. I had unplugged my old headphone. Is this any different?
You sound worse.
How about now? How about now?
Not as clear, but louder.
Okay, yeah, this is what I got to work with. So, is this like how bad is it? Is it doable?
It's doable. It's doable.
It's doable. Does this
It's a
make any
little
difference?
jank. It's a little jank, but it's fine.
Sorry.
It's fine.
if we so
Did you have something to say on that point? Because you paused.
Yeah, if I need to talk louder, tell me to,
Okay.
because my microphone sucks. I feel like Sam is making a bit of a contradiction because earlier he was like, if you, he's like, it's not culture. He doesn't reduce terrorism to culture. He reduces it to religious texts. But then when he's
Yeah.
talking about slavery, he doesn't follow that. All of a sudden he's like, this, even though the New Testament gets rid of the Old Testament, people still follow the Old Testament.
Yeah,
Okay, bro, but like that's a cultural thing, right? Because
I
it's
peeped that
real,
too. Yeah.
it's not a textual thing. Um, so
So
what?
it seems
Why is
like he
why?
sees the nuances when he wants to. It's like, and preferably when it's not Islam.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
exactly.
that's how he operates.
But Jews are in possession of a book that has some diabolical passages that would be better left out. You're not going to offend
Look,
me. I'm
it's
Jewish.
not. It's not like it's look, in the Old Testament itself, in the Jewish Bible. There's also the seeds of the same tension. So, for example, there's a tension, and this would be a tension that's of interest to you because you've stated quite clearly in your book in the Moral Landscape that you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with regards, at least, to religious phenomenology. You said that, for example. I still consider the world's religions to be mere intellectual ruins maintained at enormous economic and social cost, but now I understood that important psychological truths could be found in the rubble. Well, I'm trying to find the important psychological truths in the rubble. But we have to decide also if we agree about that. Like, are there important psychological truths to be found in the rubble?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
But
then we can't.
the problem with Revelation, this notion of Revelation, this notion that some books weren't written by smart people, they were written by God, confines you to taking the whole text, even though this text was cobbled together over centuries, and for whole centuries, some books were in the New Testament and then they got thrown out centuries later, and some books weren't in and then got put in. So it's an all too human process that got us these books in the first place. But once they were set, the believers imagine that you're stuck with every passage. And there are passages in the Old Testament that tell you to stone a girl or a woman who's not a virgin on her wedding night, take her to her father's doorstep and stone her to death, right? And where you find...
We can probably agree that those are wrong. So
yeah,
there's another point of agreement.
But you don't have to read the book to the end to know that it's wrong. I mean, you can get that from the paragraph.
Yeah, but that isn't what I said. I didn't say you had to read to the end of the book to know that it's wrong. I said that you needed to read to the end of the book to.
You need to read to the end of the book to know that it's right. That's what he's saying. Because it all goes back. It all makes it better in the
Full
end. I don't know.
circle.
Which
I don't know. I'm not completely convinced by Peterson's interpretation, but I will give him props that it's one that I personally haven't encountered.
because it's trash. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know. I don't endorse anything these guys say unless I think.
You need like a
Contextualize those
constant,
statements
like,
within the whole.
just like a self-claimer, like, I don't endorse any.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, I didn't say that
there's
you needed
no
to
exculpatory. There's no
I don't endorse anything I say either, so
Yeah, yeah.
I'm joking.
And
exculpatory
there's no such thing as
context
the self.
Bro,
So anything you said
it's
2
not
seconds
possible.
ago, it was simply just not you.
Yeah, bro. But yeah.
those kinds of statements, and that's a
Well,
problem.
there is in the Old Testament. There's a real tension, and this is, I think, the tension that would be of interest to you. Is there's a tension between the dogmatic and the prophetic traditions, and I think to the degree that you're interested in religious phenomenology, you find yourself on the side of the prophetic tradition, and the prophetic tradition has implicitly in it what would you call an implicit damnation of those those cruelly dogmatic rules. You see that emerge all the time in the prophetic tradition.
Arguably in Christianity. I think.
No, in Judaism, it's clearly there in the Old Testament with the distinction
I was
between the
going
prophets.
once again to Islam, but every prophetic, the notion of prophecy is dangerous and worth worrying about. I mean, the idea that any ancient book contains in it a perfect description of rightly interpreted, however difficult to interpret it. If you're only smart enough, you could extract from this text a perfect window onto the future, right? And that whole generations of people have lived by the lights of this cockamamie idea, right? That the world is going to end and its ending is going to be glorious, right? This is at the center of most eschatologies. It's just that when the wheels come off totally.
Hey, it's another fancy word, eschatology.
Eschatology.
Forget exactly what that means.
Okay, I just want to say something is that about Islam when he talks about like this thing that predicts the future, um he's not completely correct as expected. Basically a lot of what Muslims believe to be like is like about the future and everything aren't from the religious texts themselves, but from oral traditions that have been written and passed down that aren't always prophetic. Literally just like kind of tales. Sort of like I would say I'm not sure how to describe them because they're literally something very niche to our to Islam and our religion. But when you're talking about like all this prophecy, like I would say that this like the Quran has like like an underwhelming amount of prophecies. So I don't know what book he's been reading, but a lot of our prophecies aren't from the Quran itself. So like about like the end of the world at least. You know, a lot of it is just about it's like guidelines about how to like get divorced and how to split your money and what food to eat. Like it's very if you read it's very kind of like simple. So people who do often like radicalize the violence of Islam, also radicalize how mystical it is because it's not that mystical. It's very much just like live your life and be good and whatnot. Yeah, that's just I wanted to say that. That's pissing me off.
That was a good input. I really appreciate that. What
Yeah.
you were talking about those I think you referred them to as like oral tradition tales. What are those called if I wanted to look into that further? What would those
They're called the hadith, the
Oh yeah.
Hagith. And the thing is, like, the authenticity and how it's ranked is also very controversial. I could give you a whole deep dive on like how to find authentic, traditions, but just like TLDR, they're quite rare. Most of them aren't authentic, but the ones that are authentic are like very much repeated and whatnot. But most of them aren't, and the ones like many of like the prophetic like oh like when the world's gonna end, the moon's gonna crack in a few different ways and the sun's gonna become a different color, whatever, all of that is kind of like not in the Quran but all like in the hadith instead.
Yeah, it's in the lore. It's in the lore, but it's not in the text. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that that's actually like kind of like it's not in like the canon,
Yeah.
it's in possible head canon.
That's
And
funny.
eschatology is just the study of the end of the world.
Okay,
But
thanks.
he couldn't say that though. He had to say
Yeah, they gotta say eschatology.
eschatology.
They gotta get all the fancy words out.
Yeah, so people could clap and be like, "Oh my God,
Oh, they're so smart. He
they're
said
so intelligent."
eschatology.
Right? That's on some levels the best thing that's ever going to happen because it's showing you that in this case Jesus is going to come back and throw the sinners into a lake of fire. And I've read to the end of the book. It's pretty scary at the end as well. I mean, Revelation is.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that's a really good objection. But, you know, like when I did my lectures on the Bible last year, I said that they provided a psychological take on the biblical lectures, and that's what I'm going to attempt to maintain here.
Just a really short point. Most scholars don't take Peter Jordanson's views of his interpretation of biblical stuff very seriously. So I just want to put that out there. So be skeptical of anything he has to say about that. It's interesting to watch, I think, but it's not good.
Because I don't believe that I'm qualified to make fundamental metaphysical
Yeah, there we go. He's not qualified.
statements. But you know that the scene that's delimited out at the end of Revelations, that's a very interesting book read psychologically because it's very complicated.
Anything. I mean, we should talk about.
Well, let me just address that. I'll only take a minute to do it, and I'll try to be succinct. So there's an idea that's expressed in that book is that it's something like things are always falling apart in a fundamental manner. It's built into there's an apocalyptic element to human life. We fail in small ways and we fail in catastrophic ways, and everything that we have, we lose and we die. So and societies come to an end. There's an apocalyptic element built into the structure of human reality. And part of what's revealed in that strange book at the end, which is like a hallucinogenic nightmare in some sense, is that the hero is born at the darkest point in the journey. And it's a psychological truth, and it's very, very apt, because at the darkest point, this is also why Christ is born near the darkest time of the year from a metaphysical perspective. There's an idea there that when things fall apart, that's the time for the birth of the hero. And the hero in Revelation is also the place where truthful speech most clearly manifests itself, because in the Christian tradition, Christ is identified with truthful speech. And so the notion there is that redemption under apocalyptic conditions is to be found in the revelation of truthful speech, which is something that you actually believe.
Well, I believe in truthful speech, but I also believe that you can play this kind of interpretive game with almost any text. This way of
But
thinking.
then you could do it with the world, Sam, and that wreaks havoc with your value from facts argument.
No, actually, I didn't hear what you just said. What was that?
Well, I said you can make exactly the same objection with the world of facts. Is there's an infinite number of facts and there's an infinite number of potential interpretations, and so tracking the pathway from the fact to a value is actually impossible. It's the same argument with regards to biblical interpretation.
We should talk about that, but I don't think that's a good analogy. There are more and less plausible interpretations of any situation, any data, and any text, arguably. But the problem is that you can read into any story.
I want to know how you feel about the view of, because I know you're very passionate about interpretation.
I am.
Did that what they said, did that bother you at all? Were you feeling a little agitated, or how did you?
Yeah, so let's pick it apart a little bit. I thought I don't okay, so I'll start with by saying this. I don't know how relevant Jordan Peterson's point was to the overall discussion. When because right now they're talking about interpretation, so I don't know if it's
Yeah.
relevant, but let's put that to the side. Um, what did they say about interpretation? So Jordan Peterson said there are an infinite number of facts and there are an infinite number of interpretations. I think that's true. Um, but you have to say what kinds of facts and interpretations are relevant, what kinds of interpretations are good, and what kinds of facts are relevant.
Mm.
And Sam Harris was saying, I forget what exactly he said. Was there something that stood out to you that made you
Well,
want
I
to
think
ask
well, I
me?
think what Peterson was getting at is that he was trying to get back at Harris by claiming that, you know, you can essentially make an infinite amount of interpretations, which would deny Harris's view of, like, facts about the world. Um, and so I was just thinking, like, because I'm an anti-realist in all areas, and just to piss you off, I'll be an anti-realist about interpretation as well if I ever study philosophy of language.
Uh,
Just to piss you off, because you said you have to make the relevant interpretations, and then I already felt myself being rebellious and just waiting to piss you
I
off.
I might surprise you here, but you can finish.
Oh, okay, no, 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 surprise me right now.
I'm not like dead set. I'm pretty down for error theory, and so I'll explain this to our viewers. You take a statement that has to do with a statement about what's right or wrong, good or bad, evaluative statements, moral statements, and you try to attribute some property, goodness or badness, to a state of affairs. Let's say we'll use interpretation. Jordan Peterson's interpretation is good or it's correct. Um, I would say that's false. But I think okay, I don't want to go too far into it. So I'm honestly we might kind of agree, but
Okay,
let me pose this to you.
that's surprising.
Like I said earlier, interpretation is a kind of activity that we do to achieve some goal.
That's what I was gonna
Uh,
get at, yeah.
and so what goal do we have? I would say relative to some goal, there are interpretive means that would help you achieve that. So when we're doing like social science, we interpret data.
Yes.
Our goal is to obtain some truth about whatever is in question. And so as long as and so like I'm not saying you have to be a scientific realist or whatever, but relative to that goal, there are sort of things we could do to help achieve that goal. If I think it gets weird when we're talking about fiction, so we can put that to the side for now. When we're talking about biblical texts, what is our goal? I don't know. I
No,
think
no, no, no.
there's a lot of
Listen,
goal. There's a
listen.
lot of goals.
Listen, you are getting to exactly what I was trying to get to you at last year about epistemic anti-realism. When I'm like, yeah, there's a certain hypothetical imperative that we have. Like, this is our goal, and the goal for interpretation is just for our idea of what's being communicated to us to align with what the person, like if we're just talking about communication, what the
Yeah,
person is experiencing.
yeah.
But we wouldn't therefore say that there's like an objectively like categorical interpretation of like what's
I'm
occurring.
gonna have to agree. Like, if you have an agenda in your mind, then you read something, you're gonna try to make whatever you read fit your interpretation, like your idea of what you want it to be. So it doesn't have to have a relevant, like a relevant quote unquote interpretation, because interpretation allows for infinite interpretations. So I think approaching any sort of religious text with like, okay, I want something out of this, and not just, oh, let's see what it has, you're already kind of fumbling the whole idea of it, I think, or like the quote unquote supposed purpose.
So the part that you agree is the which part exactly? I think I missed that.
It's like if you're gonna like if you have like an imperative when approaching religious texts, like a goal, whatever you like find, you can actually like try to make it fit into that goal regardless
Right.
of what it says.
Okay, like a confirmation bias.
Yeah, 100% that.
Okay,
I
okay,
feel like a lot
okay.
of people do have that, especially like any type of like bias towards religion. Like if you think a certain religion's wacko, you're gonna look for the wacko things.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, I think I don't think I have anything particularly to add there.
Yeah,
Sh
because you know
sh
I'm right, so it's
well,
okay.
well, did we disagree? Like, what are you trying to get me at? Like,
Well, no, because I remember. Okay,
maybe my views
I,
have changed since we talked.
I think. I mean, obvious. I mean, your views just become more like mine as time goes on. I reached there first, and you
No,
have to. It
I
takes you
reached there.
longer.
I
It takes
reached
you
there.
longer to get there.
I reach it through rational means. You just end up there by chance. So,
Oh wait, I can only be lucky so many times. Maybe my intuition is just beyond comprehension.
okay, let's get to
Okay,
this
let's
video.
continue. I'm sorry.
Some apparently meaningful set of psychological insights, which
But you can do that with any set of facts too.
well, no,
Okay, wait, I do want to say one thing. Some people will be like, "Oh, you can get any interpretation." Yeah, but like, you need to provide in order to advance a certain interpretation, you need to provide an argument for that interpretation, and we can evaluate that argument, and there are norms for evaluating that argument. So you can end up with whatever interpretation you want, but you need to as a matter of how we conduct like argumentation and discourse around this is you need to provide reasons for that view, and those reasons need to be acceptable to your audience. And I think that you need to appeal to facts and within the text to ground that reason. You need to appeal to principles that connect the facts that you're providing to the conclusion or interpretation you want to advance.
Yeah,
And so you you can do whatever you want. You can end up with interpretation however you want, but it won't be good unless you do all of that. And so there is like a kind of structure or activity you need to perform in order to do interpretation in a way that is acceptable to other people,
yeah, I agree.
or at least the kind that I'm interested in too. So,
Yeah,
certain things you can't over interpret to your heart's content and come out any way you choose. My point is that the first of all this is why fundamentalism always has an edge over more quote more sophisticated theology, because the sophisticated theology is in most cases inspired by a more and more modern recognition that, well, we can't read it literally because it either makes no sense or it makes barbaric sense, right? So we have to get away from the literal. And the more you get away from the literal, the more you are unconstrained by the text, and you can just broadcast on it anything you want to put there. And so, you know, the literal,
kind of what
there's no
Olive was
question
talking
that
about.
most
mhm. Yeah.
generations of Christians who read Revelation expected the world to end in some literal sense of this kind of phantasmagoria. I mean, there was going to be a beast, and it was. I mean,
There's another big word, phantasmagoria.
this
Not a philosophy word though.
undoubtedly they thought this was going to happen in their own time.
I don't know
under
that
Rome.
one.
I don't know either.
This is if you're going to go purely literary on any of these texts, on some level you're playing tennis without the net. You're unconstrained by the text, and
What does that mean? Go purely literary. I don't know what that means, bro. So that kind of sounds like you never studied this before.
you can do with it more or less anything you want.
But isn't that argument working at cross purposes with your other argument about dogma?
No, because it's always tempting. First of all, there are lines that do not announce that they're susceptible to that interpretation. I mean, yes, you can. You can say, listen, Allah does not want us to cut the hands off of thieves. He just, he meant cut the hand of their volition rather than their actual hands, right? So you're constraining them rather than now. Sure, undoubtedly there was some Muslim somewhere who wants to interpret it that way, but it gets harder and harder the clearer the line is. And the problem with all of these texts is that there are so many principles. Again, I mean, so to read Revelation any way you want, it is still a problem that
I just wanted to pause it. I don't know, they mentioned Islam there. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to add something if you wanted to, but you don't have
Yeah, I
to.
was going to anyway. So, I mean, like, what he talks about, like, the interpretation of that, specifically that rule on, like, cutting the hands of thieves or whatever. So, when it comes to, like, rules that are, like, very, like, overtly barbaric or, like, merciless, like, oh, if you steal once, they cut off your hands, we go to look at the traditions and the customs of the time of when that verse was revealed. So the traditions of that time, like, it's definitely, first of all, it's up to interpretation. That's the first thing. It's like anything that you say. Like some people, like I do have a friend, he's Muslim, and he actually believes like that you should take every single thing in the Quran as like literal. Like he thinks that yes, if you steal once, your hand should be cut off. Like he's very much like that. I'm not like at all. So yeah, you can interpret it differently. That's the first thing. Second thing, like not all traditions are authentic, but the most mass transmitted authentic traditions say that that wasn't done at the time. And there is a Islamic school of law, the one that I follow, the Maliki school of law, that like that dictates that whatever was done um in Medina at the time of the prophet and at the time of his companions should be allowed now. And since they weren't cutting the hands off then because it was clearly just allegorical, and not like to be taken literally, then why should we take it literally now? Because they weren't doing it back then. So this idea that take everything from the text and just like portray everything as extremely barbaric, it wasn't even done back then. So I don't know, like Harris clearly just like looked at it on a very surface level and didn't understand how Islam is actually practiced, because it's practiced way more meticulously and way more simply than what he thinks happens.
So I do have a response to that. And this is just like, I don't know if it's like devil's advocate, but just like an idea. So if someone were to tell you, well, even though the tradition is not to cut people's hands off, the people even back then were just mistaken about what you should do. So we'd actually ultimately end up being better if we did do that now, because we'd just be better than what, like, it seems like we're creating an argument from basing like what we should do based on what people did on the past. But sometimes things that we do in the future are correcting the mistakes of the past. So like let's say someone comes up to you and say, we should cut people's hands off now because that would be better than what they were doing. How do you respond to that when it comes to like following the text versus following tradition? If that makes
Oh yeah,
sense.
another thing about like the verses that like dictate the punishments for different things is that I'm not sure which verse exactly it's from. I think it might be from Surah Tawbah. Basically, every single verse from the Quran is 114 verses. 113 of them talk about having mercy for every crime done, like to give mercy to every crime. So even though like there is like talk about capital punishment, it talks about having mercy from them, just like having mercy for the criminal and allowing them to live despite capital punishment. And any like that is in almost every single verse. I think I'm not sure if it's in the one that the cutting of the hands one was revealed, but basically it's not just like, oh, someone cuts, sorry, if someone steals, you cut off their hands. In that verse there's talk about forgiving them if the circumstances are deemed fit. So
Mm,
like it's as much as I know, like the delil, the sorry, a delil is basically like the word used to describe like um how do I say this? Like the spirit of the law, basically, like the reason why the law exists. The delil from at least like the scholars of Islam in Saudi Arabia is that like cutting the hands off of a thief is like the last thing you should do, basically. You can
okay.
give them jail time, you can excuse them, but it's the last thing you should do. So pulling this one line out of a surah that says that cutting the hands of a thief is the last thing you should be doing, and just taking it as like that's just what it says, it's like taking it completely out of context
Yeah.
too.
And it seems like bad faith. Like
Yeah,
it's
completely,
yeah.
completely. It's
Okay,
like
interesting.
saying that like basically there is a line saying that like, oh, like women who get divorced should return all their money back, and they are like seen like this, they interpret it very like differently. But what people fail to realize is that like that whole verse dictates that a woman can have up to 10 different husbands before she becomes like barred from divorce ever again. So like it's really interesting why they pick out different lines
Right.
completely out of context.
Right. Interesting.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is perfectly rational on the basis of reading that text to expect the world to end and for Jesus to be the only savior of it. Therefore, if you happen to be born a Hindu or born a Muslim or born a Jew who doesn't recognize Jesus to be the Messiah, you are screwed
Well,
for
no,
all
but
eternity.
it's a funny thing, though. I mean, it's a strange thing, let's say, that one of the things we already agreed on, as far as I can tell, is that the antidote to pathological dogmatism is free, truthful expression, something like that. Is that
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but
Well, but one of the things I would say that's absolutely crucial to Christianity in particular is the notion that the thing that's redeeming is exactly that, and it doesn't matter. So it's universal truth. Now, if we both agree on that, the idea that the free expression of truthful speech is the antidote, let's say both to nihilism and to totalitarianism, then the notion that that might be embodied in something like the Word, which is truly, I think, the deepest of Christian ideas. How is that not the same claim? Now, let me elaborate it a little bit more completely. So here's a strange thing. First of all, I agree with you, by the way, about the danger of flying off the text, right? About as you move away from the text, your interpretation gets less and less constrained. And I think it's also the same danger as moving away from the facts, which is, I think, why you want to ground values in facts. So I get that argument, and I think it's accurate. But here's something strange, is that this notion that redemption is to be found in truthful speech is actually embodied in Christian mythology, let's say, as a personality and not as an idea. It's actually something that you embody and act out. It's not just an idea. And that's why there's an emphasis on the idea of the embodiment of the Word in flesh. It's a very sophisticated idea. I mean, it's an insanely sophisticated idea. So, and there's one more thing. Okay, so, look,
I'm just gonna pause it real quick. I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly he's referring to. I don't know if this is like unique to Jordan Peterson's view, or if he's referring to something that's in the scholarship. So unless somebody else here like it knows exactly what he's referring to, like I feel like I can't comment on it because I don't know. Is this just something that Jordan Peterson makes up, or is he referring to something that's like in the literature? You know?
Yeah,
So
I don't know. And sometimes
yeah.
when he talks, my mind just goes somewhere else too. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we could evaluate the argument, but I would want to know more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and surely, like I don't know what Sam Harris is going to say because, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
you've made the case, and I hope we can really get to this, because this is the really tough part of our discussion, I think, is that you want to ground the world of values in something that's true. We could say objectively true, but let's just say true for a minute. And I share that desire. But the problem is that I can't see, and you actually state this in your book, I can't see how you can interpret the world of facts without an a priori interpretive structure. And this is an
Okay. Few things. Another flousy word, a priori. Just to explain that to anybody, that just means without experience, prior to experience. Um, Also, one more thing I want to add. Sam Harris tries to ground his morality with a kind of scientific lens, which is trash. You can't do that really. It's pretty bad. And Jordan Peterson, I think, tries to ground his view of morality like in God or something. That's also like the second worst view, and that you don't even if you're like a theologian or a religious person.
No, we gotta dive deeper into that.
No, because there are so many better there's so many better metaethical views like one of my teachers I learned a lot from. He was religious, and he was not like a divine command theorist.
Oh.
And so like even natural law theory. Okay, we don't. I don't want to debate. I don't
No,
want to
I will
debate.
go so deep into
I
this
know
right.
that's why I don't want to bring it up. The bro, because we're
I know. I'll let it go. I'll let it
you
go.
can get your 2 cents in though. If you want to add something about it.
Divine command theory is underrated and people should respect it more. There you
Yeah, well that's wrong. So
go.
old philosophical claim. It's not unique to me. It's the claim of
okay, let me add. I just wanted to add something. Divine command theory, in my opinion, is trash, but there's nothing trash about being religious. It's just divine command theory specifically. So,
Look, Damien has been
Comfort.
trying to brainwash me for a while because I'm new to my uni's philosophy club, and like I think I'm being brainwashed into becoming like a divine command theorist. I would like to see
By
you
me?
to.
By
Yeah,
me?
I mean you
No.
openly said this. Yeah, you openly said it. So I don't know what else to
Okay,
say.
listen. Let me listen. First of all I'm trying to do is represent divine command theory because nobody likes it. And
true.
I think that it's a viable normative theory. I'm not a divine command theorist. I'm not preaching it to nobody. I don't know how I brainwashed you. You said that you were falling into utilitarian after okay, let me give some context.
I mean, like
Olive
genuinely, I am.
okay, yes. So Olive is going into, university to study philosophy and economics, right?
Yeah.
Um
Nice. That's
so
cool.
I was just giving like a general layout of all the normative ethical theories, and she thought utilitarianism was, the coolest one essentially. But I was just expressing how divine command theory is something that everyone will shit on, but I think it makes a lot of sense. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
And why do
Yeah.
you think it's shit?
Why do I think it makes sense?
No, no, I'm asking Ian why he thinks it's
Oh.
shit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, when we think about okay, let me think for a moment. There are two. Okay, let's make some clear. Let's first outline what exactly the view is. The view is that um, one a certain kind of action or a certain state of affairs will be right or wrong or good or bad, depending on one subject, that subject being God. And so the question, and so there's, and so we learn about that. You can add an epistemic claim. We learn about that through maybe religious texts or divine revelation. But what makes it wrong is the command. So then, okay, so here's the objection basically, and this goes to Plato's Euthyphro, and there are answers to this, and so there are like more objections, but this is the standard, objection. Um, either let's say theft is wrong because God commanded it, or God commanded it because it's wrong. If if it's wrong solely because God commanded it, it seems like it's possible for God to have commanded anything. Um, but surely if God commanded theft to be wrong, it was for some reason. But if God appealed to some reason to justify why theft was wrong, we actually don't need God in the first place. We can just appeal to that reason itself. And whatever that reason is the reason something is wrong. And so, yeah, we don't need God in the picture at all, really. Oh yeah, and so I'll just add one more point. If it's wrong for no reason, so either God had a reason to do it or God did not have a reason. If God did not have a reason to do it, then God did it arbitrarily, in which case there's no reason to follow it because it was arbitrary. God could have commanded anything. And I don't think a good moral theory is arbitrary. So that's my objection to it.
Doesn't
Did
sound
anybody
very convincing.
Okay, yeah, I got that. I'm gonna not
you
think about this really hard and then remain a utilitarian. Okay.
you can be both if you think that God commands you to maximize utility, but that's kind of difficult, I think.
I think both God and my common sense tell me that data is better than any sort of argument that if people are does a net welfare good, then I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, like I've grown the ability to like think of net welfare as an economical graph, unfortunately. So I'm like I've fully become a utilitarian despite
Yeah.
maybe
She's a
possibly one of the
calculator
brown cells.
now, essentially. That's what she
Yeah.
said. She's a
Like this is the
calculator.
actual graph that I know to calculate net welfare that I tend to use in arguments. So
Okay,
Imagine using a hedonic calculator in 2025.
bro.
Like I just I was kidding.
Okay, two quick things. One is that a lot of economists tend to be utilitarian, and interesting coincidence, you know what I mean? So, is it for
yeah, I
rational
mean,
reasons or is it like character traits or something?
I think it's a character trait. I think like everyone I met in my econ class, like half of them are like also in politics, and all of them are utilitarians. So
Yeah.
Okay, the second thing is that yeah, I don't want to do a full discussion on utilitarianism because we got a lot to get to still, but one thing, and you can feel free to respond to this if you want, is one thing is that yeah, maximizing well-being is good, and that seems pretty intuitive, but when you have to do something that seems wrong in order to maximize utility, then it becomes kind of difficult. So like um
Yeah, I brought up the city of Amalus to her as an
yeah,
example of that.
yeah, so if anybody wants to add anything, you can, otherwise I'll just start the video.
I'm good.
Okay.
Example, that you can't get directly from the fact to the value because there's an interpretive framework that mediates between you and the facts.
No, that's not why. He's right, but for the wrong reason. Okay. So, okay. Let's suppose, okay, let me think. How do I say this? This goes back to Hume, but it's literally just like one or two sentences in Hume because it's just kind of obvious. But here's the thing. in order to get an evaluative fact, you can't ground it in a descriptive fact. You need to ground it in another evaluative fact. So let's say you see somebody getting stolen from, and you interpret or you come to the conclusion that that's wrong. But you can't say logically you can't go from someone's being stolen from, it hurts their well-being, therefore it's wrong. You need a third principle that says if you're stealing, if you're hurting somebody's well-being, something like that, if you're stealing from somebody, then it's wrong. You would need that
Yeah.
third claim. And this just is a claim about logic. There's a interesting funny parody argument that I think Kane B talks about where it's like you need a hedgehog claim to get facts about hedgehogs. You can't go from non-hedgehog facts to a fact about a hedgehog. You need like a mediary hedgehog principle.
That
Say
sounds like a very Kane B thing to say.
yeah, so conclusion, hedgehogs are cute. Premise one is I see a hedgehog and you know it seems to me like they're cute or something. Oh no, that you can't say that because that is a hedgehog claim. I see a hedgehog. Um,
You can
what
say like, yeah, I know what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, I can't go to Kane B. It's hard. I don't remember exactly how he represents it, but anyway, so it's not so Jordan Peterson is right in his conclusion, but he's wrong in his reason, and the reason is that it's not because you need an interpretive lens, it's because you need a mediary principle to get you from descriptive claims to normative claims or
Oh,
evaluative claims.
let me pull up my logic class from like 5 years ago. So I think animals are cute. Hedgehogs are cute. Wouldn't you have to say I think animals are cute? Hedgehog is an animal, therefore hedgehogs are cute. Or
Um,
would that be no?
no, I think so. I just need a second to process it. So let's say all animals are cute. A hedgehog is an animal. So that's the mediary principle.
That's the mediator, yeah.
Yeah, and then the conclusion, hedgehogs are cute.
Yeah.
So like you can't go from all animals are cute to hedgehogs are cute. You need the mediary hedgehog principle
Right,
that
exactly.
or something like that. I don't know how to exactly say it, but you know. So anyway, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but neither does Sam Harris, so
So first of all, I'd like to know if you accept that proposition. And then the second question would be, if you do accept the proposition, then what's your understanding of the nature of the interpretive framework? Because I think it's best understood, at least in part, as a personality, or as a story for that matter. So,
Well, I think our intuition of truth, the intuition that there's a difference between fact and fiction or fact and fantasy, the intuition that we live in relationship to a common reality about which our understanding can converge, provided we're looking in the same direction with the same tools. I think it's certainly deeper than religion. It's not best captured by stories. Even if you could, as a matter of historical fact, point to its roots in story and myth and religion, that's not an argument that it's now in the 21st century best captured by story and myth and religion. I think it is a fundamental intuition to which our sanity, both personally and intersubjectively, is anchored. I mean, to lose a sense of objective reality is to lose the platform on which you can communicate with anyone or rationally expect anything to happen a moment from now. To think that your memory represents something about a prior state of the world and your beliefs represent something about a possible state in the future, all of this is anchored to a sense that there's a difference between knowing something really and just imagining it, right? There's a difference between perception and hallucination. All of these distinctions are born of this intuition. I think we do have.
okay, quick thing real quick. He's using intuition. That's also a philosophy term that happens to be a colloquial term as well. If you speak English, you know it. You've heard the word intuition at some point. So I'll just say it the jargon, the academic version. In philosophy, an intuition is a certain kind of intellectual seeming. It's an attitude that we take towards propositions. So 2 plus 2 seems to the 2 plus 2 equals 4. That seems to be true. The external world exists. That seems to be true. Um, you put a straw in water, and it seems like it bends or something like that, but in fact it doesn't. It's just the light. So that's a brief outline of what intuition means in philosophy. Who knows if he's referring to the philosophy version or not?
Clearly, we have fundamental intuitions which are either impossible to analyze or can be analyzed with respect to only other intuitions, which we deem more rudimentary, upon which everything else we do as a matter of knowledge gathering and sense making is built. So the intuition that 2 + 2 makes 4, right? You at some point you learn basic arithmetic, and you learn what addition is, and it's demonstrated to you with objects, and you're shown you take 2 apples, and you take 2 more apples, and then you have 4 apples. Look, just count them. The intuition that can be generalized to any 4 objects, right? That it's not just a fact about apples, right? This is something that we are clearly designed to have. There are places where it might break down, right? It might break down at the quantum level. It might break down in areas where our intuitions fail. We recognize those failures in science and mathematics by recourse to other intuitions, which again are unanalyzable. But so there is just this fact that we do pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Mm-hmm. And that's not embarrassing. I mean,
okay, so what's the difference between, and I'm not trying to trap you here, seriously not. So there might be mathematical intuitions, a prioris, let's say. Kant identified time and space as a priori intuitions.
Right. Yeah, Kant did do that, but people don't really, he based it on Newtonian physics. Yeah, and so people don't really, take that as credibly anymore, which is not a diss on Peterson, just to give a little bit of context.
Yeah. But I think there's a third category of a priori intuitions that are in fact stories, or their personalities or stories. So let me give you an example. So I'm going to do a quick rereading of the moral landscape. So because, see, you talk about G.E. Moore's argument of infinite regress. If you claim that something's good and you equate it with something, you can also ask infinitely why the thing you're equating it with is good. Now, it seems to me that the way that you step out of that argument, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is you tell a story. I'm not trying to be smart about that. You tell 2 stories. You tell a story about someone who has an absolutely terrible life. They're in a jungle where nature is trying to kill them all the time, and while they're trying to be killed by nature, while nature is trying to kill them all the time, horrible barbaric thugs are making their life miserable in every possible way. Okay, so that's one pole, let's say. And then another pole, you identify, and these are hypotheticals, so I guess they're fictions. That's one way of thinking about it, even though they're extracted from real situations. They're meta-fictions, they're meta-truths. That's another way of thinking about it. You contrast a good life, and that's a life where the person has enough to eat and enough shelter, and they have the things that you would expect people to want. You say this is a bad life, and you say this is a good life, and then you say that's, and then you make a side move, which I would say is that's an objectively verifiable fact. I would say I don't think it is an objectively verifiable fact. I think it's a fundamental moral claim, and I think that's where you put your stake in the ground. And I would say, when I read that, I thought, well, if you take your jungle story, which you've extracted from a bunch of horrors and compiled, and you take your positive story, which you've extracted from a bunch of horrors, or a bunch of quasi-utopias, let's say, and compiled, you're 2/3 of the way to a landscape of hell and heaven.
Right.
Well, so then why not continue the abstraction and say, look, what we're really trying to avoid here is hell.
Oh, yeah.
What we're really trying to move towards is heaven. Yeah, but
well, no,
as soon as you do that, you're in a religious landscape.
No, but my name.
Wait, what? Wait, okay. I don't even think I need to say anything on that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, bro, I'm just like, what is the argument?
I actually can't believe people listen to this person on a daily basis.
Yeah.
He is saying what salad no dressing. That is genuinely like there's nothing. He's just saying things.
So okay, let me try to be nice, I guess. So he's
No,
trying...
I prefer the racist. Genuinely, I'd rather listen to the racist talk with some substance than this guy.
What do you call him? What do you Porton Jeterson? What do you call him? Oh
Peter Jordanson.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
To his face, I'd call him that.
So, okay, y'all tell me if I understood this correctly. He's trying to say that, we can imagine 2 worlds. One where basically it's like a Hobbesian state of nature, like everything's terrible, everything, you don't have enough food, you don't have enough resources. Another one's like, you have enough to live a life. You meet all of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And
okay.
So why can't you take a step further and just imagine heaven and hell? So like your motivations are like you want to reach towards the most utopia you can while avoiding the worst of hells that you can. And that when you have that thought process, you reach religiosity. Is that what he's saying?
I think that's a good reconstruction.
Okay.
But like, why would you accept that though? Like,
I don't know. I don't know.
And that
why.
is like so misguided too, because I feel like this idea that his idea at least that like if you distinction between heaven and hell that's what like defines religion, at least from my perspective, what I know of Islam, what I was taught is that that isn't like, it's not about heaven and hell, because I know a lot of Muslims who are like, even if there was like, even if there is no heaven, I'd still believe in it, because it's like what we call radical like, I know the Arabic word for it. It's called radical a monotheism. So like being reliant on nothing but one source of comfort. That's why we practice religion. So like this idea that, oh, if you believe in like this really good and really bad, you just want to do things to avoid the really bad, you have like, you're halfway through heaven, you're halfway to heaven and hell. It's just, it's kind of just bullshit. It
Yeah,
is
it's
kind of just
garbage.
bullshit.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's just the only condition you need to have is the belief in like a one and only God. That's like
Yeah.
the only condition to
Yeah. And
like
like, exactly, like from what I know, like the whole distinction as to why I'm not a Christian or like I'm not Catholic anymore is because like of the Trinity. But other than that, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like heaven and hell and blah blah blah. Like shut up.
Oh God.
Yeah,
All right.
I agree with all that, all good points. One thing I want to add is that like even Peter Chortison's views is very like unorthodox. So it's like, would even a Christian accept like what's going on? You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Yeah, I don't know.
like, like, so I'm speaking from from Porter Jeterson's view. He's like, Sam Harris, like, you think there's right and wrong, but like, right is heaven and wrong is hell. Like, so therefore you're religious.
Therefore, your religion. Yeah.
It's like, bro, I think you need a little bit more to get to Christianity. Like, I think there's a little bit more. You know what I mean? So, um, okay, I'm gonna continue.
I agree.
For hell is
Yeah. Yeah. Bro, what the fuck?
Yay,
Okay.
white guy said something on a cheer now.
this is very interesting because, like, I mean, you and I we were talking about this at dinner. We were talking about this at dinner.
Bro, he stuttered. He's so fucking
He
stupid,
stuttered. He's
bro.
stupid. Yeah.
Bro, he lost the
Ah.
Can I
debate
just
right
say
now.
something?
Imagine stuttering.
That room smells like shit.
Okay. Well,
She's
yeah.
crashing out now.
Now,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, it's like
Listening to
it's observational. That room smells like shit. I know it smells like shit.
well, I understand after watching an hour. This is my first time ever watching Jordan Peterson. I can understand that the crash out even after watching 30 minutes. Um, but yes.
Okay. Continue.
Oh, smart glasses are on.
Yeah, they're too small in my face, so it kind of hurts. Kind of hurts when I wear them too long.
Yeah, continue. I'm ready.
the overlap or lack of overlap between our audiences, and so like I just heard from your audience there, and
You might have heard from the odd convert.
but what's amazing to me is so like I have to do some work to figure out what point they think you made. Because
Look, wait a second. Wait,
wait, no,
Oh my god.
hold on.
That's true, actually. That was deserving of an applause. I'm not gonna lie. The other ones, no, but this
No,
one.
it is funny.
Like, he
It
could
is.
spit in my face and I still applaud that. Like I'd rather this guy.
And then,
I said if you're going to produce a fiction, why not go
well,
right to the end?
okay,
Because
so-
you did produce a fiction.
it you can tell stories by way of communicating certain ideas. I mean, that's obviously. I'm not saying stories aren't incredibly powerful and useful and inevitable, right? It's like we
Wait, I think you are. You
No,
might not be saying that they're not inevitable, but you are debating their utility and power because you said that you don't need the story as an intermediary.
I'm not. So now we have a few doors open here, which I think we should
Okay.
we should extract the most out of these areas that we've touched and not run on to something else. So
Okay.
I think there's to talk about the utility of story, right? Which is obviously a fact about the world and about human psychology that you're reading a lot into and more into than I'm reading, right? And the people we just heard from love that you.
Well, maybe I'm reading more into it than you are. I'm not sure about that.
But you talk a lot about the primacy of stories, and you are trying to get me to admit that even I helplessly resort to storytelling to make my points, right?
Well, you did there.
I think it's a good place for us to, and I don't want us to get bogged down, but I think it's a good place for us to touch this topic of the distinction between literal and metaphorical truth,
Okay.
which you might want to introduce it, but because that in my mind that covers this different emphasis on stories.
Okay, briefly, but we are at 60 minutes, and we had a
What's funny, bro? What are they laughing at?
I don't know. They're having a good time. Okay.
They're vibing out, bro.
Did you
Comedy
want
club. Okay, we are starting now.
Metaphorical truth is relevant here. Metaphorical truth is my argument that there are some things which are literally false, but if you behave as if they were true, you come out ahead of where you would if you behaved according to the fact that they are false, and so that these things hover in a kind of intermediate space. To call them false is incorrect.
Right. And I hear.
No, it's not, bro. It's useful. It's false, but it's useful.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That's not what true
Both
and
could be
false
true.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, so.
Jordan wanting to call them true because they're so useful, right?
Well,
So,
but you also
Wait,
call,
hold on.
look, this is
Sorry,
what happens.
pause. That's kind of base though. Like from an egoist perspective, things are only true if they are useful to me. Like that's so cool. Wait, I might adopt that now.
Yeah, what if things are like useful to you, but very obviously false? They're
Then it
like,
then
yeah.
it's true.
But okay, what if okay.
Loki, that's like geocentric, but I fuck with it because I truly want to believe that the world revolves around me, and like if I don't need
Yeah,
to think about it, then why would I think about it?
yeah. It's just a radical egoism. Like egoism's
Yeah,
already
like
radical, but like this is like above
it's none of
that.
my
Where like,
business that doesn't
well,
exist.
well, that's how I imagine God operates, and that's why I value divine command theory because I imagine like I don't. That's literally how I imagine God operates. So yeah.
In the moral landscape, I think. Tell me why I'm wrong, because I'm really trying to understand it. See, I think you dealt with G.E. Moore's problem of infinite regress by staking a moral proposition. And your moral proposition was, look, here's a way things can be horrible, and here's a way things can be good. Can we accept that this is horrible and this is good, and that we should move towards good? And if the answer is yes, we can accept that, then we can proceed. And maybe we can even proceed with extracting values from facts. But we have to accept that a priori presupposition first. And you insist that we have to accept it because it's objectively true. And I don't think that's correct.
so let me just get the proposition clear.
Yeah.
So my argument is that the worst possible misery for everyone is bad.
That's hell.
Okay, so hell is the religious version of that, but you can forget about religion or whether there's a God or anything else. That we live in a universe that admits of the possibility of experience. I'm asking you to imagine a universe where every conscious mind, every mind that can have an experience, is tuned to the worst possible experience for that mind for as long as possible. So there's no silver lining, there are no lessons learned. Everything that can suffer suffers as much as it possibly can for as long as it can. Now that includes human beings, it includes animals, it includes future AI that we might build that can suffer. It includes beings that we'll never know about, right? So my argument is that's bad. If anything is bad, that's bad.
Okay, we don't disagree that hell is bad.
If the word bad is going to mean anything, that's
Okay, I want to make a distinction real quick, and you guys are free to add anything. Let's distinguish between he's using a normative term and an evaluative term called bad, and we can use this a few different ways, and I think it helps to distinguish what exactly is going on. Something can be bad for me. If I get a paper cut while reading a book, that's bad for me. If I steal from somebody, that's morally bad. There was like another kind of bad. Maybe you could say, yeah, those are two kinds of ways we use it. Maybe, there are others, but that's relevant for now. So he's gonna make a move that I think once you make this distinction seems to be, to show his argument is not good, is that he moves from it's bad. Imagine a situation where every there for every being that experiences something, they're in a state that for them is as bad as possible. Well, that's bad. That's the most bad that could ever be. So what goodness is moving away from that. But so I'll let him outline it a little bit more. There's a lot more objections to raise, but I don't know if anybody wanted to add anything else.
I'm good.
bad. And you can't say
That's fine, but it's not a factual claim.
no, it is. It's a fact.
It's not fine, bro. You're wrong.
The claim of that. So I would argue to you, and again, it's hard to impart this intuition if someone doesn't share it. But if someone doesn't share this intuition, I have no way of interpreting any other word that comes out of their mouth after they admit they don't share this. So just imagine someone
But
saying.
even that doesn't make it a factual claim.
No. So again.
Okay, so Sam Harris is wrong, but like Jordan Peterson like is not like providing the right kind of objection. So I guess I got to do it. Okay, so it's basically like before. I'll just add a little bit on. Two things. One is he's making a semantic move, and the other is kind of what I talked about before. So I'll talk about that first. He's trying to show, he's trying to ground what's morally right and morally wrong, morally good, morally bad, in what we call what's prudentially good or prudentially wrong. Prudence in the sense of mean what's best for me personally. It's prudent to eat healthy, to go to the gym, to not attack random people because then I'll also get hurt. But that doesn't say about what's morally right or wrong. And you can't move from what's morally right or wrong. You can't get to what's morally right or wrong from what's prudentially right or wrong, unless you're an egoist. But he's not an egoist, so that doesn't matter.
Mhm.
Another move is he might be like, if you understand what the word bad means, then you'll clearly know that, you know, this scenario is bad. Therefore, like, uh, he kind of grounds his argument there. He's like, this is just what bad means. I don't think that's a good argument either. Then it's just an analytic truth that I feel like I can't actually fully flesh out this objection. So I think I'll listen to him more and then maybe come back to it if I have more to say.
Okay.
So you guys are going to get stuck here, and I think you're going to.
Yeah. No, again, give us 1 more minute.
Okay, one more minute.
1 more minute, because I don't think we'll get stuck here. Every claim we make about anything, at a certain point, if you trace all the tools we're using down to, turtles all the way down to something that we can't explain and justify, right? This is true of physics, it's true of mathematics. I just said it was true of arithmetic. Gödel proved it's true of arithmetic. I mean, we have intuitions of truth that can't be cashed out by recourse to the system itself. And it's true morally, I would argue, in this sense, that yes, the worst possible misery for everyone is bad. And if you're going to say, well, okay, who knows? Maybe it's good.
What does bad mean?
What bad means that
again, you guys are going to get stuck. Let me.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. What does bad mean? I agree with you.
I really think that we're going to go down a rabbit hole here. And
it's okay. This is a crucial issue. It's an absolutely crucial issue.
This is why you get stuck.
Yeah. Fuck the moderator. Fuck it.
Yeah, bro, fuck the moderator.
Like,
We're in the
this is
meta
what-
ethics, bro.
We don't pay you to intervene when the debate is being constructive. What? No.
Hey, bro, shut up, Brett, bro. We're talking about meta ethics now.
Oh my god.
So
I know they're both like
we have a
really
mutiny.
important people, but like they're low-key giving the unemployed to go into like this random rant. Just finish.
No, that's us, bro. That's us. Don't say that. We're the unemployed people.
We're the unemployed ones.
I'm like really unemployed right now.
This is unemployed behavior.
We're at war with our moderator.
Yes.
Give us 2 more minutes because it is crucial.
Okay. Well, so let me.
I mean, honestly.
By the way, I have a prediction that in 2 minutes we won't be any farther than we are now.
Okay, let's bet. I'll bet you $1. You're literally playing devil's advocate here because you don't believe that hell might be good.
No,
right?
of course not.
Okay,
I didn't say that for a second.
So you're willing,
I agree that it's bad by definition.
This isn't I would argue that anything if you're going to use the word bad and good, or better and worse, or make any value judgment about anything, it will implicit in those judgments will be an acknowledgement, whether you're going to acknowledge it or not when I put the question to you, that the worst possible misery for everyone is bad. You can't use the word bad unless you're going to acknowledge
I'm not disagreeing in the least about that.
Okay, so it's built into.
But not morally bad, prudentially bad, just to clarify.
Your good and bad with respect to every other situation in life.
Fine.
If you're going home tomorrow and a bus drives by and cuts your hand off, and you say, well, that was bad. It only makes sense with reference to this underlying claim. Well, it would be worse if the other hand got cut off too, and everyone's hands got cut off.
You're beating a dead horse here, man. I agree with you.
So, I'm saying that everyone assumes this, whether they claim to or not.
Okay.
So to say, and this is how I bring G.E. Moore's argument to end.
Yeah, right.
He says his argument depends on it being intelligible at that point to say, well, is that really bad? Depends on.
Wait, I need to go back because I'm pretty sure this is like literally false, but I just want to double check.
Bring G.E. Moore's
G.E. Moore
argument to end.
Yeah, right.
He says his argument depends on it being intelligible at that point to say, well, is that really bad? Is it really bad? Okay, well, what would really bad be if the worst possible misery for everyone didn't get you there, right? There's no other space to occupy.
Yeah, I don't know. So
reconstruct this argument for me because
yeah. So
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the vision.
Okay, yeah, I will do that. I want to comment first on G.E. Moore. I don't remember exactly what he's referring to, so I can't comment. I so we can come back to that. Um, but okay, where? So what's the argument? You know, it kind of went off. I think this kind of straight. So they were talking about interpretation. Now they're talking about Sam Harris's views of morality, his metaethical views about his metaethical views and his normative views kind of combine because he doesn't distinguish them. So he's basically a kind of utilitarian. I outlined his views earlier. And I think Jordan Peterson is mostly just asking questions right now for Harris to outline his view. I don't know if there's much of an argument being said. At some point, Harris said, like very recently, he's like, "Well, Jordan Peterson, you're clearly playing devil's advocate," which I thought was like that's not true. He was just asking a question. It wasn't a question to get at a point. I think it was a question to just outline your view because you're not distinguished. Like he said, "What do you mean by bad?" And
Right.
then Harris is like, "Well, clearly you used the word bad." Well, yeah, but what do you mean by it? Because just like the objection I raised, um, you're making an equivocation fallacy, you know? So I don't know if I can fully answer your question to outline the argument, because as I understand it, it seems like the conversation is mostly just Harris outlining his view right now. I don't know. Does that seem accurate to you guys?
Well, that's kind of what I was getting. I just thought maybe I thought there was more to it that I wasn't seeing, but maybe it is just exactly what like I thought it was, and it just kind of seems like they're they really aren't the best at meta ethics, like I said. Like it seems like they're kind of struggling with
Well,
with that a little bit.
yeah, well, when Sam Harris knows the most about meta ethics in the room, that's a problem. So, if you read me, if you read his book, we don't need to get into it too much, but he writes a book about meta ethics, but in the first like preface or chapter or whatever, he's like he wants to throw away all the terms about naturalism, non-naturalism, cognitivism, whatever, because they're boring. It's like, bro, then why are you writing a book about meta ethics then? Because you think it's boring?
You think it's boring, basically, yeah.
You think engaging with what other people are saying is boring?
Yes.
Um, okay, one thing that I think is weird is this isn't a contradiction, but it does make me question the extent to which Sam Harris has a coherent position and knows what he's talking about, is because so G.E. Moore in his book Principia Ethica, which I believe he's referring to, but I'm not confident. I'm not for sure. Um, he outlines the open question argument, and basically the conclusion of this argument is that what's right or wrong cannot be defined. It cannot be reduced to anything else. You can know what it is, and it is something, but you know it through intuition. You don't know it. You can't describe it in any other way without using other normative terms. Um, okay, but Harris also thinks that that's false. That you can that what it means to be good is to just maximize well-being, or right, or goodness is well-being, and
Yeah.
what is right is to maximize well-being. So I don't know if that's a contradiction necessarily, because I'd have to read his book and see what's going on. But there is a little bit of tension because it's like, in one sense, you're drawing from Moore, in another sense, you're explicitly going against him, which is not inherently problematic, um, but it does make me suspicious. You know?
Yeah.
Shall I continue the video?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I agree.
I'm also not disputing the utility of your move to bring G.E. Moore's infinite regress to an end. I'm disputing something very specific. I'm disputing the issue that that's a factual claim. That's all.
Well,
Hell is bad. We should avoid it. It brings Moore's infinite regress to an end. All of that. I agree.
It's deeper than a factual claim. It's just a claim about it's a claim that is required to make any value judgment intelligible.
Right. Any value judgment.
So,
Yes.
so it's not an arithmetical claim. So an arithmetical.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Watching a moral realist struggle is probably the funniest thing to me. Because I see the cognitive dissonance occurring in his mind as he speaks.
Okay, but here's what I think is weird is that Peterson. Okay, see, I think you could tell that Peterson doesn't fully understand what like metaethical positions in general because as far as I understand him in other parts, he's a realist about morality. But right now he's like, it's not a fact, it's a value. Um, okay. Sometimes there's a subset of facts that are also values. You know what I mean? Like that's all you have to say is like some values are facts. And like I know like you wouldn't agree with that, but like it's not an unheard of
Yeah, but
position.
it's
It's
not.
the dominant
It's
position.
yeah, it's not completely like it's not a lost cause like Peterson's
Right.
assertion. But I just think Harris. I think he's. I don't know. I see moral realists fall in this trap a lot. Is what I'm saying. And I
And
think
what is the trap?
like this trap of like when they try, when they have to try to justify some sort of like naturalism and they just kind of like I'm not explaining it. They just kind of they can't figure it out in their head. It's
They're
like
tripping
part
out.
of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. That's maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that's just what I'm seeing with Harris here.
No, I think that those are insightful comments. One more thing I wanted to add. Oh, I forgot what it was. It was about Harris. I'll probably think of it in just a moment.
Claim about addition in this case is
Now you're making
Oh
it
yeah,
for me.
I remember. He's like, so Peterson's like, okay, but it's not a fact, or it is a fact, or something like that. And then Harris is like, no, it's even deeper. It's like, bro, what do you mean it's deeper than a fact? Like, what is that? What are you talking about? Like, just be like, no, it is a fact. Like, I feel like you're trying to make your position sound like you're trying to bolster it more, but not with reasons. You're just trying to like double down, be like, nah, it's not a fact. It's deeper than a fact. It's like a super fact or something.
Well, I mean, under his view, I don't know what would be deeper than a fact. It's a natural part
He's Yeah, he's
of the
just saying
world.
it. He's
I
just
don't know what
he's just trying to make it sound like better than it is. It's like, bro, just say it's a fact.
it's deeper than the fact. It's an axiom.
Whoa,
Mm.
dude, that's some shit they would say, bro. Bro, it's it's bro, that is literally something they would say. It's like you don't even probably not you, because but like if someone said that, I'd be like, you don't even fucking know what an axiom is, bro. You're just trying to sound smart right now. And Peterson loves talking about axioms.
Does he?
He does. He said axiom a few times, I think.
Oh God. Okay.
It'll probably pop up again.
you could say the same thing. You could say, when I say 2 plus 2 makes 4, you could say, but is that a factual claim? And there's some way of jiggering the way you talk about facts with respect to mathematics, where I can say, well, it's not a factual claim, but it's an arithmetical claim. It's a mathematical claim.
Well,
right?
I'm also not trying to.
I just don't see. I don't see a need to balkanize our
I'm
claims
trying
in this
to,
way.
Yep, fine. What I'm trying to do is what I'm really trying to do. We need see the problem I have with your argument, and this isn't. I don't mean that you're wrong. I see what you're doing, and I see why you're doing it, and it's, as far as I can tell, it's laudable. But the problem is that as far as I can tell, there's problems it doesn't solve, and there's other problems it leaves unaddressed that don't have to be unsolved or unaddressed. And one of the problems is this problem of the intermediary interpretive structure. And you already said we need intuitions to guide our interrelationship with facts. Okay, so we've already agreed on that. So the question is, what are the nature of these intuitions? And I'm saying some of those intuitions take the place of stories, take the form of stories, but even more than that. So I'm going to go after the hell thing again, okay? Because you said
I gotta pause it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pause it so much, but I just need to get something in.
Let it all out, bro. Let it all out.
Let it out, bro. Just let it out. Okay. Um. So what are we talking about? Like we're using this word intuition. But okay, if Peterson says there's a certain kind of intuition that's a story. Okay, we can talk about this idea, but if we are going to do that, that's not what we're talking about when we use the philosophical term intuition, because that's just not compatible. And I'm not saying you can't say there's intuitions that are stories outright, but what I am saying is that if we are going to say that, we have to distinguish it from the kind of intuition we use when we study epistemology. So I'll say it one more time. It's an intellectual seeming, something you say a statement that's capable of being true or false, and if it appears to you to be true or false, that appearance we call an intuition. Now people use words all different kinds of ways, and this isn't an academic philosophy discussion, so maybe they're using it in a different way, and that's cool. I'm cool with people using words in different ways, but like no one's here to define it, and this is an
Right.
important word, so that's causing a bit of problems. I had another thought, but let me just go back just for a moment. I want to see if I remember.
one of the problems is this problem of the intermediary interpretive structure. And you already said we need intuitions to guide our interrelationship with facts. Okay, so we've already agreed on that. So the question is, what are the nature of these intuitions? And I'm saying some of those intuitions take the place of stories, take the form of stories, but even more than that. So I'm going to go after the hell thing again, okay? Because you said, well, it's bad, and you made sure that I also agreed with that, which I do. I agree with that. And then
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Just to say another good thing that Peterson does that I think people should do is that you can agree with somebody's conclusion, but disagree about how they got there. And I think that that's something Peterson does. I think decently often. That is a good thing to do. I think normally if you disagree with somebody, they immediately think that if you provide objections to somebody's argument, they immediately assume that you disagree with them, with their conclusion. But you can totally agree with somebody's conclusion, and I think that's kind of what's going on here. A decent amount is that they do have a lot of agreement, but they got there through different means. And Peterson is trying to be like, I don't agree how you got there. Like I agree that that's true, but I don't agree how you got there. So it's
We need a
not.
compliment counter just for all the times you
I
get
think
these
we're at
positions.
two.
Yeah, I think this is two.
Two,
Yeah.
two for Peterson. I think zero for Harris. So we
Wait,
can.
actually, that's an interesting question. Do you prefer Peterson during this debate right now? Like, if you had to choose, like, debates have winners. So who would
Mm.
win? Like, who would you choose right now?
Oh, see, that's actually a good question. I don't know, Olive. What are you thinking? Because I'll need a minute to actually
I would
think this thing.
rather side with the guy who wants me dead because I don't like Peterson.
Okay.
Surprisingly, I'm actually a little bit siding towards Peterson during this debate. I
Because
find,
okay,
oh,
I feel like Peterson is saying stuff that I think in like a broader sense that I wouldn't believe in. Plus Harrison, I it's just like in my eyes at least he's a victim of propaganda. Like so I can't blame too much of that because the propaganda was good propaganda. So it's not even
Mhm.
on him anymore. Like
Yeah, okay.
so
That's something I wanted to comment earlier that I forgot. I think I would agree with that, but I also add that he also generates propaganda. So
yeah,
so
definitely.
you could say he's a victim of it, which I agree, but he also
yeah.
promotes it as well. So it's like I don't know. I just
Well, it's
wanted to
kind of
add that.
like, so sorry, just go on the tangent. Oliver
You're
and
good.
I have been talking about The Boys. I don't know if you heard of The Boys TV show.
Oh, I was about to say the boys. Like
Yeah, so it's
I
like
truly believe
Suits
that
in
no
the
one's
Can you
a
explain
sense.
it?
victim.
Can you explain the show a
Yeah,
little
hold
bit?
on. Well, I don't know if you want to explain it or do you want me to?
Whoever. I'm
Okay,
not.
so
Yeah.
basically we're talking about the soup supremacy in the boys, like where like these superheroes should they have the right to feel supremacist? And I say, well, they have been being abused, but there are also abusers, and no one in this story are no, there's no victims here. They're like everyone's a victim and everyone's a perpetrator, so no one's really a victim. And we kind of got in a kerfuffle about this because there's also this idea that oh yeah maybe like they were abused so they have every right to feel like they should break everything down, burn everything down. This is where the propaganda thing comes in where it's like yeah he has consumed propaganda which makes me feel sorry for him, but he also spits it out, so should I still feel sorry for him? And I that's kind of like the comparison I think you can make. Yeah,
That's what I was making exactly with the
yeah,
suits.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, The Boys is basically just a story about there's these superheroes who are spoiler alert bioengineered and who are controlled by this company to basically like do whatever to make profits and eventually go to war. And the our main characters had like very bad experience with soups, and so like they're trying to figure out a way to bring down the company and bring down the soups, and it's basically a really messed up story, and it's kind of like a dark satire of like the current state of the world actually, but mostly America to make fun of a lot. So that's just a rundown on the story in general.
I wrote a seminar paper on the boys about disability. So maybe I'll
Oh,
talk about that sometime.
yeah, yeah, I'm actually
Ooh, cool.
curious about that.
Yeah. The short version is um okay, two things. Comic books are criticized for being relatively conservative ideologically in terms of their narrative structure, but at a certain point they do become pretty liberal in their presentation of marginalized identities. And so, The Boys is pretty satirical And if you've seen The Boys, there's like an episode, I think in the second season, but it might be the first, where this is also a spoiler. Um, After the Deep gets removed, I think they try to replace him with somebody else, and I
Yeah,
think this is before Starlight, is that her name? Before she
yeah.
comes, and so there's like this blind, yeah, this guy with really good hearing, but he's blind,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you've seen it. He like gets like
I've
basically murdered.
Yeah, I've seen it. Jimmy hasn't, but like, here's the thing. That scene, additionally, with like the other candidates of who would replace the Deep, like all of that was to do with like minorities, disabilities, and this one, like there was the one Muslim rep, with, there's a Muslim soup, and I was like, that's really interesting, because Homelander was immediately racist. So, yeah, I definitely want to read whatever you wrote about that. It's very
Oh yeah,
interesting.
I'll share it with you. It was yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, I'll talk about it sometime.
Nice.
Okay, are we good? Anybody want to
Yeah.
say anything
Sorry about
else?
the tangent.
No, I mean I'm down to talk about whatever.
And it's a point of profound agreement between you and I. Like, I've spent my entire life trying to understand why people did the worst things they could possibly imagine in the service of their dogmatic beliefs. And so I think that that's not good, seriously. And I'm no fan of moral relativism. So we're on this. We're on the same page there. Now, but what I noticed when you wrote The Moral Landscape is you tell it, and I'm not trying to trap you. You tell a story about. It looks to me like it's a story about heaven versus hell, essentially. Let me use that language momentarily. But it's also a story about good versus evil. And this is why. It's because the question is, what's bad about hell? Now, you say the suffering. It's like, fair enough, man. True enough, but not true enough. So in Dante's vision...
What's also
True enough, but also not true enough.
That's
Bro,
deep.
he's so insightful, bro.
Oh
so bad
God.
about hell, in
The
addition
actions that
to
put
the
you there,
suffering.
the actions that put you there, the malevolence that
Well,
generates
sure,
it.
okay, but that's part of the suffering. So I mean,
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not the same as the suffering. It's not the having your hand cut off. It's the pleasure that's derived by the person who cut it off. And that is a
no,
different
but that's
thing.
more. So, but that's part of my picture.
Well, but wait, it's an important. The distinction is important.
But,
so
but
for example,
my picture, but Jordan, my picture of the moral landscape includes all of this. It includes everything that, and this is why I don't readily answer to the name of utilitarian or consequentialist, because the way those views tend to be taught, they tend to take as in the tally of consequences, you leave out the psychological implications of being the sort of person who would have sought those consequences or behave that way, right? So I would grant you, and I'm explicit about this whenever I talk about this, that part of the picture of any consequentialist discussion of well-being it's everything about the human mind and social relationships and societies born of all the individuals living together, everything there that leads to different states of consciousness. So it's like you having negative intentions towards other people that give you that produce certain negative actions in the world. Those intentions themselves are part of the consequential picture. Those intentions themselves close the door to certain kinds of positive mental states that you don't have. Let's say you don't have compassion.
Okay, yeah, quick thing. He said consequentialism and utilitarianism. I'm down to define those. I don't know if anybody else wanted to define it real quick.
Well,
I
if you want
can.
to define it for your audience, but I'm good.
Oh yeah, I'll define it for the audience. I didn't know if you wanted to do it. Um,
Oh, no, you got it.
okay. So consequentialism, most consequentialists tend to be utilitarians, but not all. So I'll just distinguish for them real quick. There are different approaches to doing ethics, to discovering what's right and wrong. One approach is called consequentialism, and it is the view that the only consideration we need to make when we determine what's right or wrong are the consequences of a particular action. These could be any, I mean, yeah, so that's consequentialism. Most of the time, people are going to say, okay, well, the consequences that matters is well-being, and what's right is to maximize well-being. That's utilitarianism. You don't have to be a utilitarian to be a consequentialist, but most of the time they're lumped together. G.E. Moore, for example, is a consequentialist. He is a kind of utilitarian, but nothing like what people normally think of when they talk about utilitarianism.
Because you wake up every morning just trying to figure out how to manipulate people. Well, not being able to feel compassion for other people is a bad thing for many reasons we could adduce. And the usual consequentialist picture just looks at what's happening out in the world.
Oh yeah, an objection I wanted to raise is that he's like, utilitarians and consequentialists don't consider the psychological implications or whatever. Yes, they do, bro. They consider everything, anything. They consider like literally everything.
Yeah.
If it influences well-being, then it's in the consideration. So not sure exactly what his point is, or if he knows what he's talking about. Like
Just
maybe I missed
slander.
something.
Just slander.
I think he's hesitant. I think he's hesitant to take on the label of consequentialist or utilitarian because then people start providing objections to that view, and he's like, my view is actually more sophisticated than that, and here's an incoherent presentation of what that is. So
in terms of
yeah, at any point, you guys could tell me to pause it if you need me to. So
Oh yeah, no, I got you, bro.
the body count, and that's not,
I'm
you know,
chilling.
that's it's all part of this picture. We're all talking.
Okay.
Anything that can possibly affect a conscious mind anywhere is part of the picture that I'm painting, that I'm calling the moral landscape.
Okay, so you.
Okay, I want you to let me step in. I think I can,
we
We need to
clapping?
bring you
I can
guys
get us somewhere. All right, I'm going to start with you, Sam. Let's swap out the idea of metaphorical truth for something a little harder-headed. Heuristics, right? We have heuristics. We use them to perceive the world. They're often highly reliable.
Can you define what a heuristic is, Jaren?
Yeah, heuristic, from my understanding, is basically like, um, it's the mental shortcuts we use to like come to like conclusions. So like, I can't really think of like an example, but it's just we use it every day to make like so-called reliable like decisions.
Yeah, wouldn't it? I don't know if this. Yeah, I was gonna say a mental shortcut. Would an example be like you see somebody dressed a particular way and you would maybe make assumptions about them? I don't know if that would count.
I mean, that's like a form of like how heuristics could go bad, but like I think that'd be like a form of heuristic, but like um it could also be like much more like simple, like what's the, like if you go like to a grocery store and let's say you're out of like the cereal you normally get, you may get like the same brand of like, you know, a similar brand or something because you know that you like that brand or something. You know, like
Yeah.
it's just like things like that. But yeah, then there's also like heuristics like mistakes in our thinking, like biases and such.
Okay. Yeah.
In fact, almost everything that you believe that lets you operate has to be a heuristic of some kind. I mean, if you decided to learn to drive and you got into the car and they said, okay, well, it's all quarks out there, right? You need to understand how quarks interact
Right.
with each other.
Not useful. Yeah.
Right, not useful, right? What you need are some heuristics in which you can stipulate that there's something called a vehicle out there and you don't have to be overly precise about what it is and you learn to avoid it. Okay, the heuristics.
I don't know if I agree with that, but like, okay, let's just keep moving. Like, I don't know, bro.
Wait,
Is that?
what do you disagree about that when it comes to
I don't think that's what heuristics are or how they work. I think. Maybe I misunderstand it, but it's like okay, well, first of all, he just implied that I feel like he implied that like cars aren't real. It's really just quirks, but we just pretend like cars are real so that like we don't have to. Yeah, I feel like a better example might be like when you're on the road, like I don't know, if you see like maybe a heuristic is you see a car on the road and you assume it's going to behave a particular way. For example, it's going to be driving at a particular speed, it's going to use its signals to turn or something like that. I
yeah.
feel like that would be better. Maybe here, I don't know, like
I think that'd be a better example too. I think I understood what he was trying to say, but he was being like I don't think he used like the best example because it
yeah,
didn't really seem like he was referring to something where we make like a shortcut in decision. It was just a matter of like you said, like we're not gonna just like treat like the car as though it's like just a bunch of like imaginary like, you know, physical matter, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I think your example is
Very
a bit better.
Okay. Appreciate that.
A lot in quality. Some of them are really good. The periodic tables are really good. Okay, the idea of gravitational potential energy is kind of crappy, right? If I have a phone on a table here, I can tell you how much potential energy it has by measuring its mass and its distance from the ground, but if I've got a hole at one depth on one side of the table and another depth on the other side of the table, I can't calculate it because it's a crappy heuristic. Works well enough in regular stuff.
Right.
Now here's the question. What if the
Bro, I don't know if I agree with that either, but like let's just keep moving. I don't know. Like is that how, I don't know, like I like let me sound fancy by referencing a bunch of physics. I don't know. That's the impression I get. I
These
don't know.
religious texts are heuristics through which most people simplify calculations that they are in no position to do based on the limited amount that they are capable of perceiving, the amount that they understand about the things that are in play. So they're deploying these heuristics maybe to reduce things that degrade well-being. If it were true that religious heuristics increased well-being by allowing people to actually, on average, operate in the world in a way that increased well-being, what would you say about them then?
Well, I would worry much less about them, obviously. I mean, and that's why I don't treat all religions equally. I mean, the religions I literally never think about because I'm not seeing the daily casualties of those belief systems. So,
But you say that as people get away from fundamental versions of these things, and I'm not advocating for fundamentalism here, but you say yourself, as people get away from the fundamental versions of these things tend to go haywire. And so, in essence, what you're saying is that as people
tend to go haywire in what sense?
Oh, I thought I was interpreting.
Multiplicity of interpretations.
Right.
Well, yeah, but so people are in
That's
people are in
the moral
search of better
relativism problem.
heuristics. I think the pressure is some of these heuristics are obviously so bad that there's civilizational pressure to find better interpretations.
Better ones,
and
but you said that the fundamentalists have an advantage.
Yeah.
What is that advantage?
Because if you just go back to the text and say, listen, I want to understand what these words mean, right? You get at the first pass the quote literal interpretation, right? And you're not bringing any armamentarium you've got from the outside, from other parts of culture, to parse the text. You're just trying to, if it's in English and you speak English, you're just trying to decode the words, right? And when it says, if the girl's not a virgin on her wedding night, take her to her father's doorstep and stone her to death, that you know what stone means, you know what girl means, you know what father means, and you're 90% there to an obvious atrocity.
I get the horror of it, and we'll get to that in a second here.
Yeah.
But the basic point is to say that the fundamentalists have an advantage is to acknowledge something functional about those stories, which I'm claiming are going to be some kind of evolutionary heuristic for living a life. Doesn't make them defensible.
They have an advantage. It's not an advantage that. It's an advantage. It's a mimetic advantage. It's an advantage. ISIS has the advantage when the people who share their interpretation of Islam. It's why someone like Anwar al-Awlaki could make YouTube videos that so many people found compelling. It's because it's totally straightforward. It's like the advantage is, listen, there's a lot of people spending a lot of time lying to you about what these books mean and what the prophet and how he lived, right? You know in your heart that my interpretation of this is correct. You just read the words, right? And there's a strength in that. There's an honesty in that. It's clear when it says sacrifice a goat. Goat means goat, right? Like you don't have to do something else to make goat mean having nothing to do with goat, right? And so that it's an asymmetric war of if you're going to try to make your dogmas more and more palatable by importing stuff that clearly was never even in the worldview of anyone who birthed these religions, you're not doing that because you want to live even more by God's word. No, you found some of God's words unacceptable, right? And every fundamentalist can sniff that out, and they're right to sniff it out because in fact it is in fact the motivation.
Okay, good. So I think we got a tenuous.
Did anybody have anything you want to add? I don't know.
I'm okay.
Kind of agreement that there might be some kind of utility, that utility might be morally questionable sometimes, but that there is some reason that people would resort to a fundamental, simple interpretation because as they depart from that interpretation, things get more difficult and it creates some kind of disadvantage.
Well, part of the problem with that would be that as you move away from the text, you fractionate the moral belief system and you end up with a nihilistic situation. So as you move away from dogmatism, you move towards the parallel.
Let's just play this again because I don't think is fractionate a word. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not trying to be like this, but like, let's see. I don't know. Oh, interesting. Maybe it's like a chemistry term. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
mate.
this is
Interesting. Okay, well this
fractionate it's pretty self-explanatory, I guess.
Yeah, but it's like
I don't know.
Okay, maybe I'm being pedantic. No, I am, but it's like, bro, why? I don't know. Okay, let's just listen to this point again.
Well, part of the problem with that would be that as you move away from the text, you fractionate the moral belief system and you end up with a nihilistic situation. So as you move away from dogmatism, you move towards the parallel danger, which is moral relativism and nihilism. And so hopefully you can find some balance. So let me ask you.
No, I want to ask you a question.
Oh yes, okay. Yeah.
Did you have? I feel like you'd have something to add there. Did you find that
I think I
objectionable?
did, but I think I forgot.
Should I play it again or just
Yeah,
move on?
play one more time, because I think I was gonna say something, then you mentioned the fractionate thing.
Yeah, I think you were too.
As you move away from the text, you
I feel like he talked a lot faster. I'm just gonna turn it down just for a moment.
fractionate the moral belief system, and you end up with a nihilistic. As
Things get more difficult and it creates some kind of.
Oh
disconnect.
yes.
well, part of the
You could go back to 1.25 because that was a bit slow.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just he likes to spout nihilism out a lot, and I just don't know what exactly he's referring to when he says that. So that's a bit annoying. It's just similar to like the intuitive thing. Like, are you talking about like a philosophical nihilism, or are you
Right.
just talking about like a
Mhm.
kind of like colloquial, like, oh, like that's when you just everything becomes
Right.
hopeless or something. And I don't know which one he's referring to. I think he's referring to like the one where like, oh, everything's hopeless, or like, yeah, I don't know. But I was just gonna mention that.
Yeah, he's kind of okay. So good point. Yeah, he does not make it clear. He does not clearly define what he means by nihilism. Um, he's drawing upon the thought of Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. I'm not saying he understands either of them, but at least that's who he's thinking of when he uses that term. Um, so yeah, a kind of hopelessness, a lack of values, somebody who doesn't try to do good things, who will do wrong things because it benefits them. I don't, something like that. So,
Right.
The problem with that would be that as you move away from the text, you fractionate the moral belief system, and you end up with a nihilistic situation. So as you move away from dogmatism, you move towards the parallel danger, which is moral relativism and nihilism. And so hopefully you can find some balance. So let me ask you...
No, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
So
and also, what time do we actually stop this part? Because it's 10.
I just missed the time card, but I think we have another couple of minutes.
Okay.
So
There's no objective reality to time, I think.
actually, it's a pretty good conversation we could have. But
okay.
no
so
one is.
here's my question for you: is if we agree that there is some way in which religious texts carry some kind of value because they allow people to figure out how to navigate their lives in ways that might reduce suffering, reduce the complexity of the choices that they have to make. Presumably, you will agree that that would be consistent with an evolutionary interpretation, that the fact that the stories themselves are
Yes.
functional would provide an advantage to those who were deploying them.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Isn't it then also true that those stories are responsive to past environments? And so the claim that these things might be timeless would be suspect. And
Yes.
in fact, you would expect a spectrum of durability. Some stories would be right in a brief moment. And,
Yes.
Okay.
All that's true.
All that's true.
So far, so good.
Well, so far so good. This is actually, I think, quite excellent then, because what we have is a recognition that there is something to these belief systems that has to do with practical realities in the past, and we also have an acknowledgement that we cannot trust in these things based on simple faith, because even if they can be certain to have worked at some point in the past, we don't know what their relevance is to the present.
Right.
I feel like it's so reductionistic to say that religion has an evolutionary advantage, just like, and so the stories themselves are like, I don't know, it's like just evolutionary advantageous. Like, okay, stories, culture, myths, legends, yeah, all that stuff is useful. I don't know if it's like evolutionary useful, probably, but like, it's a good thing. We live our lives according to stories. But like maybe they're true, you know? Uh, I don't know. I don't know. Did you guys have any thoughts on
Also,
that?
you're flickering in and out your picture.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna adjust my light. I'll be back in a second. Should I play it?
Yeah, you can play it, or if you
Okay.
want to wait for me to get back.
Fair enough.
All right.
And I would say that's two things about that.
All right, that's
That's
better.
exactly why we're having
Thank
this
you.
discussion. And you see what happens in the most profound of such texts is the idea that the process by which your knowledge is updated has to occupy a position in the hierarchy of values that supersedes your reliance on dogma is the fundamental claim. That's why, for example, in Christianity, the notion is that the word is the highest of values. And that's the embodied word. And that's the thing that mediates between order and chaos. And everything else has to be subject to that. And I would say that's not a claim that's unique to Christianity. So, for example,
Okay, no, I think because we're being told we're out of time here, so I want to give Sam his reaction to that as well, and then we'll move on to Q&A.
Well, I'm tempted to just ask Jordan, a question here. I mean, it's hard to know what to save for tomorrow night, but I feel like we've got 3,000 people sitting here who would really like an answer to this question. You say you believe in God. You have been...
No, I say I act as if he
Oh, we're getting to the good stuff.
Is this the good
exists.
stuff? I'm scared.
No, this is the bad stuff. I think that actually there's like a 3 or 4 part series. I think it gets more entertaining the further it goes on because it gets more. You'll see. We'll see when we get to this. I'll try to not say anything to get your unbiased perspective.
You say what?
I say
Believe in God. You have been...
no, I say I act as if he exists.
You say what?
I say I act as if he exists,
Okay,
which
so-
is a much more precise claim.
Okay, so then what, but in this case, what... So you act as though God exists.
Yep.
And in addition, I've heard you say that I act as though God exists, that I can't really
Well,
be an
so far,
atheist.
so far it seems
Yeah,
that.
right, yeah.
We'll see.
The night is young.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I'm not really an atheist. I've heard you say this. So that
Well, some of you is.
well, if I were really an atheist, I would be far more poorly behaved than in fact I am. Right? I would be like Raskolnikov committing murders and assuming there was nothing wrong with it.
It would be more likely, yeah.
I'm sure you both know, but Raskolnikov is the main character of Dostoevsky's book Crime and Punishment. So
Yeah.
Do-
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Peterson making a claim that atheists are just like, if people were truly atheists, they would just have, like, what? It'd be like state of nature. Is he like a Hobbesian in regards to, like atheism, where like the Leviathan is like God and religion, and then like the state of nature is just atheist ideology? Like, what is that?
he's gonna say to be an atheist is to have a lack of values, such that you'll like I don't know do bad things. He's an nihilist. He'll say atheism and nihilism go hand in hand, and his version of nihilism is like the immoral person who I don't know who will do things that benefits themselves.
What I want, what I would ask him is like, why is that the baseline? Like, given that there's nothing there, why is the immediate response just to like start murdering people? And then any other response that isn't that is like, I guess that goes back to is like, if you desire good, you're just a theist in that sense. Like, if your behavior aligns with goodness, therefore you're religious. And so I guess under his view, you
Yeah.
can't be like a pro-social individual without being a theist. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, we'll see how it develops as he talks about it more, but yeah, he just sees to do the right thing is I don't know to have values, and in order to have values, or either values are fully dependent on religion, or they are like the same as religion or something like that.
Yeah.
He's putting them together. Which is just like, bro, like
It's really poor. Really
you
poor.
don't. Let's just play the video.
Yeah, okay. So
Wait, that's a big distinction.
I
That
need
you
to-
would
I need to
versus
know.
be more likely.
what was that?
It's a big distinction. That you would is very different than it would be more likely. Taking the safety off the gun is not the same thing as shooting it, right?
Yeah.
The temptations laid open to Raskolnikov would be more at hand,
Okay.
just as they were to him.
So what in that? So in what sense do you mean? What is the God that you act as though he, she, it exists? And what is the God-shaped thing I must have in my life to prevent me from being a quote real atheist?
Well, okay, first of all, I have to point out that there's no possible way I can answer both those questions in 2 minutes.
Well, it's the same question.
But,
I mean,
yeah, okay.
what do you mean by God?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you some of the things that I mean by God. Okay.
We do have to get the questions.
Maybe we're going to do this tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe this is where we start. Oh, God. Well, that was a pretty resounding no.
It seems like that constitutes an audience question, wouldn't you say?
All right, I tell you what. Let's do this, but let's be deliberate about time.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read some things that I wrote because it's so complicated that I'm not sure that I can just spin it off the top of my head, and so you'll have to excuse me.
Peterson's a yapper on this topic, so let's see how long it takes it to Q&A. But like, I'm down to listen, but like, it's gonna probably be a bit.
So, and what I'm going to do is sort of paint a picture by highlighting different things. So now I already made one point here. I made the point that part of the conception of God that underlies the Western ethos is the notion that whatever God is expressed in the truthful speech that rectifies pathological hierarchies. And that isn't all it does. It also confronts the chaos of being itself and generates habitable order. That's the metaphysical proposition. And that's best conceptualized as at least one element of God. And so I would think about it as a transcendent reality that's only observable across the longest of time frames, the longest of iterated time frames, to your point. So here's some propositions, and they're complicated, and they need to be unpacked. So I'm just going to read them, and that'll have to do for the time being. So God is how we imaginatively and collectively represent the existence and action of consciousness across time, as the most real aspects of existence manifest themselves across the longest of time frames, but are not necessarily apprehensible as objects in the here and now. So what that means in some sense is that you have conceptions of reality built into your biological and metaphysical structure that are a consequence of processes of evolution that occurred over unbelievably vast expanses of time, and that structure your perception of reality in ways that it wouldn't be structured if you only lived for the amount of time that you're going to live. And that's also part of the problem of deriving values from facts, because you're evanescent and you can't derive the right values from the facts that portray themselves to you in your lifespan, which is why you have a biological structure that's like 3.5 billion years old. So God is that which eternally dies.
Bro, I'm just okay. Sorry, I need to finish. I need to let him finish.
And is reborn in the pursuit of higher being and truth. That's a fundamental element of hero mythology. God is the highest value in the hierarchy of values. That's another way of looking at it. God is what calls and what responds in the eternal call to adventure. God is the voice of conscience. God is the source of judgment and mercy and guilt. God is the future to which we make sacrifices, and something akin to the transcendental repository of reputation. Here's a cool one if you're an evolutionary biologist. God is that which selects among men in the eternal hierarchy of men. So, men arrange themselves into hierarchies, and then men rise in the hierarchy. And there's principles that are important that determine the probability of their rise, and those principles aren't tyrannical power. They're something like the ability to articulate truth and the ability to be competent and the ability to make appropriate moral judgments. And if you can do that in a given situation, then all the other men will vote you up the hierarchy, so to speak, and that will radically increase your reproductive fitness and the operation of that process across long expanses of time.
No, bro. Why are you making me watch this? Oh my God. I mean, I don't even know where to start. Like, everything he's just said, I just disagree with. I went on record. That everything he just said, I just.
Yeah.
I think that maybe one thing maybe he said it kind of went by a little bit fast, where he was like, God. He basically said God is the arbiter of like truth. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. Everything else, I
Yeah.
think I get lost. And
Yeah.
then what is this hierarchy thing, bro? What is he talking about?
He's big on hierarchies. He's really big on hierarchies.
God. And did he just like make the claim that like I think he just made like a it's not so much eugenics, but kinda. I mean, he's talking about evolutionary biology, and he's saying that God is, decides, the hierarchies of man and who gets above the other and
Yeah.
all that stuff through like people who are competent, speak moral truths, all that stuff. Um, am I looking too deep into that eugenics perspective? Because like,
No, that's actually a good point. Yeah, he said it's like that which selects like the hierarchy of men.
right. And before he made that
Uh,
claim, he said evolutionary biologists would enjoy this.
yeah, I think well, one is that I would want to explore that more and see what he has to say about it, but another sense he kind of just rambles and a lot of it is incoherent. So is there more to be said? Like he's not even being specific in the first place. So
Right.
it's kind of like I think it's a reasonable interpretation, but if you asked him to say more, he would not agree with that and he would say something else.
Right.
I want to provide just a really quick objection to that entire rambling is that, and I'm going to appeal to two terms in philosophy that if you study philosophy for a little bit, you probably have heard of. Um, I know you know it, but like I'm explaining to the audience.
Yeah. No.
Um,
Maybe I don't know
no, you totally not.
it.
The difference between analytic claims and synthetic claims. So an analytic claim, and you can reject this distinction as some people do later in philosophy, but I'll just use it for now to help kind of draw out my point. An analytic claim is a claim that's true, but it's only true because we've defined the words. We've defined it to be true. So it's really just a claim about language. Bachelors are unmarried men. we didn't do any empirical research to know that. If you just understand what a bachelor is, you'll know that that claim is true. A synthetic claim is a claim that's not true by definition. So, and normally synthetic. I mean, normally analytic claims you learn a priori, and synthetic claims you learn a posteriori. So, and that makes sense. You know, you learn claims about language just by thinking about it. You know, if you understand the language, and you learn claims about the world by going out and, I don't know, like looking at it, experiencing it, doing research. Okay, Jordan Peterson is saying God is this, God is this, God is this. So let's interpret it first as an analytic claim. Is he just, well, clearly that's not the definition of God. So maybe he's using the word God in that way. By God, I mean this, I mean this. Okay, if you want to use the word that way, that's fine, but like, then we're not talking about the same thing. We're talking about this really idiosyncratic object that may or may not exist that Peterson calls God, and it's a collection of all those properties he said. Um, and it's just like, if that's the argument you're taking, then that's just trash, because you can if it by that if that's a good argument, then calling anything God is a good argument. By God, I mean I don't know, such and such. By God, yeah. By God, I mean whatever values we get out of stories. Okay. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I want to know if like in non-embodied mind, non-physical mind exists that causally determines the world, or something along those lines. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Uh, maybe who died for our sins at some point, stuff like that. That's what I want to know. So if you're talking about all that stuff, it's like, okay, so the only route he can really take is saying it's a synthetic claim. He's saying, um, when I say God, I'm referring to the thing that everybody refers to when they talk about God, and here are a bunch of properties that God has. Okay, but you can't. If that's the route you're going to take, then you're going to make a synthetic claim. Then you need to justify this. You can't just say it outright, because why would I accept this?
Well,
This
he's
is
kind of.
not.
Oh, go
Yeah.
on. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just wrap up real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not obvious, and it's not in common knowledge. So if you want to say it in order for that to be a legitimate argumentative move, you would need to ground it in beliefs that we do already accept. And you're not. You're just saying it outright. And so it's like,
Well, the
yeah.
hierarchy, obviously.
Oh, fuck, you're
By
right. The
by
hierarchy, bro.
the fact, like, I'm actually like half joking, but like I think that to him he would just respond like, well, like he said, like the fact that there's hierarchies is like, I guess, evidence of God. I
Okay,
don't know.
but like, what's the motivation? What's the motivation for accepting that?
I don't know. That's
Like,
where
I would agree. Like, that's
I,
what he would say, but
yeah, that's
like,
what he would say. I imagine.
okay,
I
so
don't
here,
know.
there are hierarchies. Okay, depending on how you cash out hierarchies, I would agree. Like, okay, therefore, God exists. Okay, well, that's a pretty big jump. So what's the principle that links the two? And he doesn't
Maybe
flesh it out.
maybe like a priori, like given that hierarchies exist, there has to be, someone or something on the top, and then that
Like
thing,
determining it, like,
yeah, like, or not even determining, but like kind of like an ontological kind of, like, I can
um,
imagine something even like, oh, like okay, hierarchy, right? Hierarchy of man, whatever. Oh, there's, beta, alpha, sigma, whatever. And then, okay, but there's, I can imagine an even more perfect being than the sigma, and then the being above that is God or something. I don't know, bro.
I
I'm
know you're trying to be
trying.
charitable, but like, I think because
It's not working.
you're almost making like an ontological argument, but it's just like, look, the fact of the matter is that he's not. Well, first of all, he's not making an argument. He's just outlining what he thinks God is.
True.
Um, so, and that's not to object to anything that you said. Um, but it's like either you're defining it in a way that I would not accept or is irrelevant, or if I did accept it, then it would be irrelevant. Or you were making claims that you're attributing to God, but none of which are grounded in any other reason than you stating it. And um, okay, here's a critique. If you're presenting a position, normally what you want to do is you want it to be as simple as possible, and you want to appeal to the least amount of controversial theses that you need to. You want to appeal to the most obvious and most acceptable premises that you can, because the more controversial and the least obvious claims you make, the less likely your conclusion is going to be true. And when you say God is this, 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 well, first of all, is what you said even coherent? But let's just assume that it is coherent and it's meaningful. It's like, okay, well, now you have this super complex claim, none of which are grounded in anything else. That means, like, you're going to need a lot of support to ground that claim. Like, a lot. Like, you would need a lot of support just to ground one of those. Why not just say something very simple, like, by God, I mean, yeah, like I said earlier,
Yeah. I
disembodied
mean, and this
mind.
is all for
Yeah.
like a functional purpose of like actually being persuasive in the sense that if you want people to actually accept what you're saying, you you need to ground it.
Mhm.
But of course,
Yes.
if you don't care about that, then you could just be like, well, I don't care about grounding it, so shut up.
Well,
But
no, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with the persuasive thing. Sometimes people are like, well, I don't care about being persuasive. Care about being correct. If I just want to address that, I'm not saying you were saying that, but some people might say that.
no, yeah, go ahead.
Um, when we conduct critical conversations like we're doing with this YouTube video and like Peterson and Harris and Weinstein are doing now, there are certain level of standards we assume going into this. You state a view that people don't agree with, you support it using other views that people do agree with. And if you don't do that, you're not persuasive, but you're also kind of, it's like, well, why are you here? This isn't an interview. It's an
Right.
argumentative debate. And so it's almost like you're not meeting the conventions of the genre of what's going on. It's like you're performing the wrong action. It's like going to tennis, but you're juggling a basketball. I'm down. I like basketball. I'm not good, but like I'm down. But don't if I invite you to play tennis, don't expect you to have a racket. So yeah,
No, that makes sense.
yeah. Um, okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. What do you think about me playing it, and I'll just come back?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Looks to me like it's codified in something like the notion of God the Father. It's also the same thing that makes men attractive to women, because women peel off the
Oh,
top
Lord.
of the male hierarchy. And the question is, what should be at the top of the hierarchy? And the answer right now is tyranny as part of the patriarchy, but the real answer is something more like the ability to use truthful speech in the service of, let's say, well-being. And so that's something that operates across tremendous expanses of time, and it plays a role in the selection for survival itself, which makes it a fundamental reality.
Jordan, if can I just cut in here with one question?
I'll stop with that for now.
What? So I was not hearing in that list of attributes a God who could care if anyone masturbated. I was not hearing a God who...
Depends on what else is stopping you from doing, Sam.
Well, sorry, I missed that.
I said it depends on what else it's stopping you from doing.
Well, okay, so it's
Yeah, but
important to live.
seriously.
It's important to do something other than masturbate.
Yes. Yes, which actually constitutes a problem
which is,
for many people.
Which is harder than it sounds.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing a God, a personal God who can possibly hear anyone's prayers, much less answer them, right? And I'm wondering what percentage of religious people who would say, oh yeah, I believe in God and it's the most important thing in my life, what percentage of those religious people do you think have in mind a God of the sort you just described?
I don't know, Sam. It's a good question, because when I go talk to people, when I talk to people online and use exactly this terminology, millions of people listen. So it's not so obvious what percentage of people see it this way. It may be that they have the intuitions, but they haven't been articulated well.
I mean, this is the problem. This is what worries me about this. So, you could do the same thing with the idea of ghosts, right? So people traditionally have believed in ghosts. It's an archetype, you might say, the ghost. Survival of death is certainly an archetype. And we know what most people most of the time mean when they say they believe in ghosts. And I say, I don't believe in ghosts. And you say, no, you do believe in ghosts. Ghosts are your relationship to the unseen. That's a ghost. So you have a new definition of ghost that you're putting in the place provided, which I have to say, well, of course I have a relationship to the unseen, so yeah, I guess I do believe in ghosts. You know, you win that argument. But that simply isn't what most people mean by a ghost. Most people
but you
mean...
can't use that simplified argument about my conception of ghosts as an analogy for the propositions that I just put forward.
This is what I see you do. I mean, maybe you have more to say on the topic of God, but this is what I hear you doing with God. You have defined the God that most people believe in, and we know this is the God that most people believe in.
I was asked what God I believed in.
Yes, no, but I'm asking you what percentage. Yes, but you by shifting the definition, you have robbed the noun, the traditional noun, of its traditional meaning, and you're imparting to people a sense.
Wait a second.
I'm not so
what
sure
do you mean
of
by
this.
traditional meaning? Look, it's one of the elemental claims in the Old Testament is that you're not even supposed to utter the name of God, because by defining it too tightly, you lose its essence. And so let's not be talking about what the classical definition of God is here, okay? It's a historical non-starter.
Okay,
and there's plenty of religions that
can I check in with the audience? Is the audience all right with us continuing down this road?
No, okay.
So
I'm not okay.
Can I jump in here?
I don't approve.
Bruh. I think Sam Harris is okay. I'll give him a compliment. I mean, that's a very similar argument. He's kind of saying, Peterson, like you're interpreting it in an you're providing a definition of God that nobody accepts. So clearly that's not what we're referring to. And so Peterson said, but I was asked the kind of God that I believe in. Okay, if that's what you think God is, but is that what we're talking about? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, there's just not. It just seems like that's not what we're talking about.
Like we're not on the same page? Or
like Peterson is not on the same page with everybody else.
Yeah.
You're sacrificing your Q&A.
So yeah, that it is at the expense of Q&A. That's what you're giving up. But I think it's probably worth it. So let me say, Sam, I do not believe in a supernatural God. But the God that I heard Jordan just describe, I do not have any difficulty understanding why he might care if you masturbate, and I also don't have any trouble figuring out how he might answer prayers.
Well, tell me more then.
Well, I can tell you how a prayer might be answered.
Okay, but these are
it's specifics.
Hey, nobody asked you, bitch. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
So you could let me do that.
So it'll be interesting. So I'm not Jordan. We've not talked about this. If I heard an answer from him that actually would satisfy me as to what the mechanism of action might be, that'd be pretty interesting. And if he can tell me what I heard, I think it would suggest that we're not just making up stories here.
Okay, so you might like this. Maybe not. But, well, it's possible. Okay, so imagine that. Okay, so let's imagine that hellish situation that you laid out. Okay, but let's put the extra twist in it, because one of the things that we both decided, I think, was that you also have to build in the intent into that. So let's say the hell that we're talking about isn't the victim of the terrible massacres that you laid out in the Jungle Story, but a perpetrator. Okay, so someone who's actually acted in a malevolent manner, truly malevolent manner. Okay, or maybe perhaps we wouldn't have to take that extreme case. We could say, well, perhaps you've decided that, you've decided that you've seriously done something wrong. Okay, and that you want to get away from hell. You want to make things better. Okay, so here's an exercise you can try. So what you do is you sit on the edge of your bed and you say, okay, what I did was wrong. And you have to really believe this, right? So you've thought about it. It's killing you. It's killing you. So now you're penitent and you're confessing, let's say. And you're confessing to yourself as much as to anyone. And you say, I really want to know what I did wrong. And I really want to know what I could do to put it right. And I'm willing to accept any answer that will manifest itself to me. Try that. See what happens. Well, that's a prayer that will be answered, and it won't be answered in the way that you want it to be answered. I can bloody well tell you that.
Okay, but that...
Well, what are you communicating with? What are you communicating with when you do that?
No, that is something that is a process that I'm familiar with. It doesn't require any supernatural explanation, and it certainly doesn't require that we imagine that any of our books were dictated by the creator of the universe.
I didn't say that it required any supernatural explanation, or that it required the book. I was asked to provide an instance of prayer That worked. And that's what I did. I didn't do
Okay, but
anything other than that.
That's fully understandable in terms of human psychology. And
It's not understandable because we don't know where the answer comes from.
well, we don't know where anything comes from.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't know, man. I don't know. We don't know where anything comes from.
If you plan on making a second part to this where we watch part two, I think I need at least a week break
I'm
to
down.
refresh my brain.
I'm cool with a week break.
Just to because my head is hurting, bro. Like I don't know. I don't have anything.
Do you want to stop here?
No,
I'm fine with
no,
finishing, but I just want
no,
to make
go
sure you're
on,
good.
go on. I'm okay. I was being dramatic.
I'm get no, no, I mean I agree. I mean, I'm kind of like it's like so off the rails that it's like I don't want
I don't
to.
even know if there's anything that we can say about. I mean, like what am I supposed to respond to Jordan Peterson equating like okay, you can argue what is prayer and what isn't, but I mean he's equating like something as simple as like self-reflection to prayer, and then then Harris goes, well, we can explain that using psychology, but then he's like, where does that come from? And then he's like, I don't know where anything comes from. It's just
Right.
it's not constructive. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, no, I agree with that. Something else I want to add is that if Peterson wants to redefine what he means by like religion or prayer or whatever to fit whatever he's saying, let's say just for the sake of my point, prayer is just like self-reflection.
Yeah,
And then you say my prayer was answered. Well, that seems to have like a certain level of like force in the sense that it's an interesting claim. It's an interesting claim that's yeah. How do I say it? It's an interesting claim that is not obvious, and will be valuable to know. But then you say, oh well, by prayer I just mean self-reflection. Well, okay, well now that claim's not really interesting because it's just saying I did self-reflection
I
and
did
I grew from
self-reflection.
it.
Yeah,
What I
because
want to
like
know is
or go on. Yeah,
I want a more robust claim. If we're talking about prayer, I want a more robust claim like um I I don't know if I'll be able to characterize prayer as good as many people could. So I'll just say prayer is something like making a kind of request from a supernatural being. We'll just say that that's what it is. If someone disagrees with me, that's okay. We could talk about that. Okay, but let's just say that's what it is. Well, now if my prayer was answered, that's an interesting claim that's worth knowing and pursuing. But if you just take self-reflection as that's what it means, well, okay, well your claim is not interesting. It's not really valuable. It it just sounds like it is because you're hijacking the term. You know what I mean? It's still
right.
true. If that's what you mean by it, then yeah, it's true, but it's not important to us.
Yeah, and then even when you say like your prayer was answered, it kind of just becomes like incoherent in a sense. If prayer is just self-reflection, and like that's just me saying I did self-reflection, and like what was answered, and then I mean I could just say like my prayer is answered in the sense that I answered it, and that sounds kind of
Yeah.
badass.
Yeah, but then if you said it to somebody, so imagine if you were like, yeah, I was praying for I don't know, I was praying for a new job, and then you finally got it and you see my prayer was answered. And like wait, no, that's not a good example. That's not a good example because but anyway, with your instance, let's just say it's self-reflection and you say I grew like it's prayer is just self-reflection and you grow from it, so your prayer was answered. If you said that to somebody, then they would say, "Oh, so like your prayer wasn't answered at all." Like I feel like that could be a totally reasonable response because they're just like
Right.
and this is a common argumentative move that Peterson makes is he'll take he'll take a claim that's really interesting and valuable to the conversation and to the argument. Claims that have to do with God and religion and other stuff too, morality, just whatever. But then he'll change the definition, and all of a sudden, this claim that used to be really strong, used to be really interesting, really valuable, is now uninteresting, unvaluable, and like obvious because he's just saying he's reducing it to something he's reducing it to something that's very easy to justify, you know? So, or if it's not easy to justify, like in his definition of God, then it's I don't know. Look, I don't know. I feel like my point was made for the most part. Do you wanna add anything before I play it?
No, I just think it's badass. I'm just gonna start walking around saying I answered my own prayer.
I answered my own prayer.
I just thought about it hard enough.
I pray that I don't have to I don't have the motivation to make a second video about this. What am I spending my time doing, bro?
That's fine.
No, I find this very fun, actually.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't open the door. I mean, one thing we can know with absolute certainty is that whoever wrote the Bible didn't know either, and there's many other things he or she didn't know, like everything else we know scientifically, right?
It's not so obvious what people know and what they don't
no one
know.
even knew the brain was involved in any of this, right? So
Yeah, but they probably knew about as much
okay.
as we do about how the brain was involved in it.
But we've already established in some tenuous way that things that nobody understands could have evolved into these stories in some way that would be useful, but nobody knew what they were writing when they wrote it, right?
The problem is that you can. So again, this has been focused through the lens of your attachment to Christianity largely, but the Hinduism is a completely different set of stories, right? And many of them, the logic, the emotional logic, the psychological import, many of them have the opposite valence from any Christian story you would tell. The whole notion of, like for instance, the whole notion of good and evil, right, which has such primacy. I mean, you talk about religion being deeper than ethics because ethics just deals with right and wrong, and religion deals with good and evil, right? At bedrock. Okay, good and evil do not have the same meaning in the East. Buddhism and Hinduism do something very different with good and evil.
I'm willing to accept your definitions of good and evil for
no,
the
but
current
like
argument.
the truth is, there's just not even evil is just ignorance on some level. It's just evil is just.
You haven't met any real evil people if you believe that.
Well, okay, so then all the Hindus and Buddhists are wrong about this. That's a possible claim. I'm just saying that there's over 1 billion people who have a religious system of stories from which they derive all kinds of meaning.
Yeah.
To which there might.
I'm like slightly skeptical of this. Well, first of all, I'm not like a good source to get this information on because I haven't studied Buddhism, so I can't really say too much. One thing I'm wondering is if whatever word they have for right or wrong or good or evil doesn't share the same etymology like as our notion of good and evil or right or wrong, or if they don't share a common culture. When I say our, what do I mean? Sam Harris's, whatever Sam Harris is, I guess whatever we in English, uh, when we refer to good and evil, if they don't share a common culture or common etymological roots, when he says, "Oh, their version of good and evil," I am wondering like, is there like an equivalent word? Like I don't know if that's really how it works. I'd have to do a little bit of research on that because he's saying, "Oh, by evil they just mean ignorance."
Yeah, I mean, you can also just say that he's applying like the function, whether or not the words are like equivalent, but maybe like they have something that functions in a similar way as how we
Right.
use the terms good and evil.
Right.
I wouldn't
Well,
know. I haven't studied like Buddhism or Hinduism.
right. So I don't know. All I'm saying is I have a certain amount of skepticism towards this what he's saying here.
I have a sort of amount of skepticism towards everything, his entire being. So, yes.
Bro, I got a certain skepticism towards that haircut, dude. No, I'm just kidding.
Vitally attached to where we could play the same game of.
I was referring to
archetypal
Harris's haircut.
Yes.
interpretation and valuing, and yet the cash value with respect to good and evil is irreconcilable with what you get from Christianity.
Look,
Well, but it doesn't have to be interoperable, right?
Well, but the point. My
has to be
point is we
self-consistent.
live in a reality. Presumably, Hinduism.
Sorry, I love that one person who started clapping but stopped because nobody else did. I'd be so embarrassed if I did that. But I wouldn't clap if I was here anyway, so.
Right.
Is also useful as a set of heuristics
Has to be.
for Hindus. And if Hinduism, as a matter of doctrine, and as a matter of the interpretations of the heuristics by the devout in both systems, if Hinduism and Christianity are irreconcilable, right, then there must be a deeper level of reality that explains why they both work, that can't be reducible to Christianity being true or Hinduism being true. Right?
Yeah, look, Sam. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that objection. Like, so this is one of the immense problems, obviously, that actually leads down the road to the kind of nihilism that you were objecting to in the moral landscape. It's like one of the things that Nietzsche said was that's very much apropos to this, is that, you know, it's one thing to have your belief system shattered by the observation that there are other belief systems that are incommensurate, that seem to have equal utility. So but it's even worse is that once you make...
Incommensurable is another philosophy term. It means they're not comparable. So
I have never used that term in my entire undergrad.
it's neither have I too much. I used it in metaethics a little bit.
Oh,
I'm if I'm correct, it pops up a lot in philosophy of science when you're talking about how do I say it? Different values. You know, I never took a philosophy of science course, so I don't know how to describe it exactly. There are things that make theories good and bad, and they're incommensurable. You know, simplicity is good. Um, explanatory power is good. Some people think beauty is good. There's like another one. Ability to like make predictions for the future. These are all things we want from a theory. But like, how do you weigh them? So we don't need to get into that too much here, but just, you know, just pointing out the philosophy terms as they come up so that just make sure they're being used, you know,
yeah,
correctly, I
everyone's
guess.
on the same page. Yeah, exactly.
The observation that there are other belief systems that have equal utility, then it can shatter your belief in belief systems themselves. And then you're in the postmodern nihilist landscape, and that's a big problem.
Or you could just be in a more fundamental landscape that subsumes both of those belief systems.
That's fine. Let's hope that can happen. Yeah. But I would say that's the landscape that I'm trying to pursue. Now, you said that I've been approaching this, say, from a Christian perspective in this dialogue, and to some degree that's true, but there are reasons for that. But I would also say I'm also doing what you recommend doing. Because in Maps of Meaning, for example, you said, well, what about this problem of multiple interpretations of the text?
You wrote Maps of Meaning.
What's that?
You wrote Maps of Meaning. I wrote the moral landscape.
Sorry, I must have missed. Sorry, I must have missed. I misspoke. I'm starting to get tired. But
I'm getting tired.
what I tried to do, I tried to address that problem seriously. Like, it's a really big problem. It's the problem of multiple interpretations. It's the postmodern problem. Is that there's an infinite number of potential interpretations. Okay, so so what do we do about that? And the answer is, it's something you allude to, in the moral landscape. And it's part of the basis of your argument why these things need to be grounded in facts. So, because that is part of the answer to the problem of an infinite number of interpretations. In Maps of Meaning, I tried to do what E.O. Wilson recommended, but this was before he wrote his book. I tried to use a consilience approach. So I looked at multiple religious systems. I looked at Christianity. I looked at evolutionary biology. I looked at philosophy. I looked at neuroscience. And I looked at the literature on emotion and motivation and the literature on play that was very nicely delineated by Piaget. And I tried to see where there was a pattern that repeated across all dimensions of evaluation, which is exactly what you do, for example, when you use your 5 senses to detect something real in the world.
Okay, I just want to point something out here. When you're doing research, normally you want to, I'm not inherently opposed to what Peterson said right there. But typically you want to make things very specific and make things pretty specific. To say that you looked across 5 different fields, neuroscience, philosophy, psychology of emotion, I don't remember the other ones. It's like, bro, I can spend my whole life just studying a subfield of a subfield of a subfield and never learn it all. So for you to be like, I read all the relevant literature on 5 fields, like, how much, I might...
Well, no, but you don't understand, see, because the same way that we use our 5 senses.
Oh, shit, bro.
Oh, see, did you think about that? The same way we use our 5 senses, you gotta find 5 fields.
Bro.
And all that data compiles and forms a mental imagery called religion. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm wrong,
obviously it went over your head, obviously.
Yeah, I wasn't intelligent enough to understand that.
And that's what Wilson recommended, was a consilience approach. And so my proposition was, if it manifests itself here, and here, and here, and here, and here, 6 places, and it's always the same pattern, then the probability that that pattern exists independent of my delusional interpretation is radically decreased.
Yeah, my claim, however, is that many of these things don't repeat. In fact, they're flipped around completely based on different religious assumptions in different cultures. And again, I mean, I would just argue we can table this for another discussion.
I was trying to dispense with those.
But I'm just saying something as fundamental as evil doesn't run through all these cultures and all these religious traditions.
Then how can you make the claim that everyone would agree with your description of what constitutes bad in the beginning of the moral landscape?
It would be, it's not evil in the sense that it's
Look,
There's
there's
bad and
either
good. There's better and worse.
Look,
There's better and
there's
worse.
either universal.
can we-
Sam, there's either universal moral intuitions or there aren't.
Yes, no,
Which is it?
yes, no, but
So
even,
are some moral intuitions universal?
yes, no, I would think. Listen, we are.
Okay, I need to stop here again real quick. I think Harris is making a claim about language. Um, our concept of evil, I guess the concept that I'm employing right now, that I think Harris and I share, um, is not found within all languages and all cultures, like as a linguistic concept. And then Peterson was saying, but how do you expect everybody to agree with it? Um, Harris is just making a claim about language. I don't think he's making a claim about uh whether or not it's right or wrong, or like whether he's correct or not. So yeah.
Well, do you think Harris is trying to find, well, I don't know, tell me if I'm looking at this the wrong way. I think Peterson's probably questioning, like, where do all these people figure it out then? Like, given that, like, they all use language differently, where is the source for these things that we consider universally bad? And I think that's
Yeah.
what Harris is trying to maybe, or who needs to, like, figure that out. Um, so I don't know. I think
Yeah,
he's about to answer it right here.
I agree. I don't think I agree that that's what's going on. I don't think that's a good interpretation, because if you studied metaethics, you would know that just because it's, let's say, it's wrong to, I can't think of anything. I think I'm getting kind of burnt out. um, just, something can be universally wrong for everybody, and some people may not be aware of it, and there's nothing inconsistent about that. Um, some cultures, I remember hearing at one point that there are cultures who don't employ normative terms or evaluative terms. Like, I don't know if that's correct, but that seems plausible. And it doesn't mean that moral realism is false just because they don't have evaluative terms in that way. It just means that, I don't know, their language doesn't account for it. They don't have the same concepts. Um, so I don't know if that's true. What are your thoughts about turning this up to like 1.5 speed?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm barely surviving, so
Because I want to get through because we're so close, but I'm just like, damn, bro. We're so close, but like,
we should have done like a 30-minute jubilee. We would have got the same amount of benefits.
you're right. We'll do that. We'll do that next time if you want.
We're just human beings, right? We're human beings first, before we're Hindu or Buddhist or Christian. I mean, we can all get indoctrinated into the religion of our parents. This is an artifice that's laid on top of something far deeper. That should be obvious.
So-
right?
so
we're trying to get down to what's deeper.
Okay, so there may be some moral universals.
Sure, I think.
Okay, Jordan.
But
Is it possible that there are some moral intuitions that are highly specific to particular traditions and wouldn't translate over to others?
Yes, it's
okay.
highly probable because
Highly
there would be
probable.
environment-specific adaptations, like the environment-specific tool use of chimpanzees.
Right. Or maybe it's not even the environment. Maybe it's the self-consistency of the belief pattern in question. So
Sure, I would put that in the broader environment. It might be a consequence of the particularities of that culture. There would be things that, look, think about it like languages. Like many, and this is kind of an answer to the problem that you laid out, which is a real problem. I'm not trying to deny the problem. If you look at, there's a lot of languages, lots of languages. Look at how different they are. It's like, yeah, at some levels of analysis, they're fundamentally different. And at other levels of analysis, they're fundamentally the same, which is how we know that they're languages. And you could say, well, there's a very large number of stories. It's like, yes, there are. But the fact that there's enough commonality across the class of stories, the set of all possible stories, so that we can identify what constitutes a story. And I would say that there's enough commonality across the set of all possible good stories that we can say, well, here's a canonical good story, which is, by the way, what you do at the beginning of the moral landscape. Because you say, this is horrible, this is good. We should move from what's horrible to what's good. So yes, you've taken a fragment of the universal story and you've made it the axiom of your moral system, which is what you should do. But the claim that I think is not helpful, even though I understand it, is that that's purely a claim of unmediated fact. It's like, no, there is no unmediated fact.
There is, yes. Even facts aren't unmediated facts. I mean, you can't judge something to be factual without presupposing the validity of certain intuitions, like that causes precede events, or causes precede their effects. And those intuitions could be wrong. I mean, we could live in a teleological universe where everything's getting pulled into the future by some kind of attractor, right? And our notion of causation is totally backwards. That remains to.
Teleology is oriented towards some end. So something's teleological if it has a goal, if it's heading somewhere, I guess.
Be discovered, and we would use other intuitions to make that discovery. But again, you do pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and that there's no branch of science or mathematics or anything fundamental, logic, that can get away from that.
Right, right. Well, that's another place.
But given that picture, that doesn't render all intuitions equally respectable.
Absolutely.
Right? Someone
agreed.
says, well, I happen to have an intuition that Joseph Smith saw those golden tablets and they were, and Mormonism is true. That's not the sort of intuition we're talking about here. Your intuition doesn't grant you insight into history.
What we could say, and this would be an elaboration of Brett's point, is that like moral intuitions of the sort that you're describing have different zones of relevance. So there's some things that would only work as an intuition in very delimited areas of time and space, let's say. And there's a hierarchy of moral intuitions, and the more profound the intuition, the more it works.
Bro, what are we talking about? Because no one defined intuition.
We're talking about, from my understanding, they're talking about how the means in which we gain moral knowledge. That's what I'm getting. But I'm like in and out right now. But I think that they're trying to see like, oh, do you think there are universal moral intuitions and all that stuff, and then something along those lines. And then there's obviously they're trying to see, is there intuitions that are more correct and there are intuitions that are not as correct, and I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I think I meant it more like rhetorically. But no,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I agree. I agree. So that we're on the same page. No, that's good. So I understand. We understand it. Yeah, we're on the same page. Okay, two quick things. Okay, Harris is talking about. I think he said like, I don't know. I actually don't remember who said it. Certain intuitions are more relevant than others. Oh yeah, that's what Peterson said. Harris was talking about Mormonism. I'll start with that. You don't have an intuition that Mormonism is true. You don't have an intuition that that I don't know. Yeah, Joseph Smith. I think he said that he was correct or something. If you want to be Mormon, that's cool. Like you can totally be a rational person and be a Mormon, and maybe even Mormonism is true. But like it's not grounded. You don't just go from having the intuition that it's true, and that's it. No, you have smaller intuitions. You have intuitions that the external world exists. You have intuitions that your sense perception is reliable. You have intuitions about how causality works or something, and then you build from there. You don't just go, I have an intuition that anarchism is true. No. You have intuitions that there's problems
you're
with.
saying not everyone does that?
I'm saying
I'm
that's oh. Okay. Bro, autistically, us just interpreting everything we say being literal.
Yeah, it's just natural.
And then Peterson saying some intuitions are more relevant than others. Okay, like maybe for some discussion, an intuition is more relevant than others, but it's not like one intuition is better than another. No, your beliefs are and this is even assuming that there are intuitions and that I would check out phenomenal conservatism. I don't want to define it right now, but if you're big on intuitions, that's a good route to go. But it's like you're making all these assumptions about how knowledge and justification works, and you're not clearly defining them, and you're taking some things for granted. And it's like, if you studied this stuff, maybe you would know, like, you're jumping around fields all over the place all the time, and it's like, bro, this is just not good. This is just not good. I don't know what to say.
I understand.
We're almost there.
Universal truth across context, just like in a scientific truth. So scientific truth is more profound. This is why the postmodernist readings of Thomas Kuhn are wrong, is that the idea that protons are real is really fundamental, because no matter what span of time and space that you pick, you're going to encounter protons. It works everywhere. And then with moral intuitions, let's say, or moral a prioris, you have the same issue. Is some of them are so delimited that they only work here and now. And those are sort of impulsive, low-level intuitions, a whim even. But some of them are really, really deep. The ones, for example, the one that orients you to make the claim that you made in the moral landscape, that the hellish story is bad and the heavenly story is good. Right. I would say that's one of the deepest, most context-independent moral intuitions, which is kind of the claim you make, except you claim that it's bad. And again,
back to my fundamental concern here in the difference, with respect to the difference with how we talk about these things, to call that thing God is fine. That's a God I have no problem with, right? But that's not how most people most of the time are using the word. And there's something misleading about that, and that worries me.
Yeah, well, if the claim that you're making is that we're all deeply confused about the nature of divinity and ultimate reality, it's like, yes, clearly.
Well, another thing we agree on.
I also don't disagree. Look, I've never made the claim that what I'm talking about is like what other people are talking about. I mean, it is in some ways, but I've not made that claim, so I don't see why that's a justifiable criticism. It's like,
well, no, it's a criticism with respect to the very likely effects of communicating in that way. Because I see the results of that communication. It's a little bit. I mean, this is going to sound more invidious than it is, but this is the kind of thing that I get into with Deepak Chopra.
Yeah.
Deepak and I agree about a lot.
I think it's more invidious than it sounds, actually.
Yeah. Well, you're not wearing rhinestone glasses. If you graduate to that, we'll have more of a problem. But it's Deepak clearly wants to let his audience believe that everything they're into is on some level justifiable by his reading of quantum spookiness. Right?
Yeah.
So if you want to go out and just buy a lot of crystals and think they're going to heal you, it has something to do with
that sounds
quantum nature of reality.
absolutely nothing like me.
No, but I think Deepak could say, if I got his back to the wall,
Yeah.
Deepak could honestly say, listen, I've never said anything about crystals. Right? I'm not selling crystals. I've never said they work. But it's the way in which he's failing to make the clear differentiation. The fact that it takes you 20 minutes to admit that a lot of the Bible is filled with barbaric nonsense.
I don't think it took me 20 minutes to admit that.
Well, we'll go to the tape on that.
These things matter. These things matter. And
I'm just saying, it's like you own
look,
it.
if you're saying that there's a danger,
if you're in a parish of 1,
Yeah.
or in a parish of 1,000, or a parish of 100,000, but not in the parish that has anything in common with the Bible thumpers in my country who think that Jesus is very likely coming back in their lifetime because he never died, and he's going to judge the living and the dead, and there'll be a resurrection and hellfire and all the rest. If that's not the game you're playing at all, own it.
Why are you all applauding about that? It's like, what do you mean own it? It's like, I already made my claim. It's like, I'm not playing a religious fundamentalist game, so what's all the applause about? So I don't understand that. And own it. It's like, I was as clear as I possibly could be when I delineated my answer to the question. So people say, well, what do you mean by God?
Someone once asked you if Jesus was
resurrected. You want a 1-second answer?
But no.
Well, forget it, man.
Jordan, wait a minute. Hold on.
I think we can actually.
This is a complicated
one second. No, I don't want to end on a note of acrimony. But someone once asked you whether you thought Jesus was literally resurrected, and you said it would take me 40 hours to answer that question. Okay, that's the kind of thing I'm responding to here. You don't need to do that if you have a clear-cut answer to that question.
I don't have a clear-cut answer to that question.
And if you don't, that connects with many other things that we still have to talk about.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Because that.
It isn't obvious in the biblical account that Christ was literally resurrected. So it's not simple. This is not simple.
No, but if the question is, do you think let's put it probabilistically. I mean, anything's possible. I'll tell you that it's possible that he was physically resurrected. I mean, it's even possible.
Wait a second, I didn't
with respect
say
to quantum
that he
mechanics.
was.
The point is,
I said it would take me 40 hours to answer the question. I didn't say that he was.
Well, how's this for an answer? Almost certainly not.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that answer?
Yeah.
You want?
I think I know what's wrong with that answer.
It's a fine answer, and people have been giving that answer for a very long period of time, but the idea doesn't seem to go away.
Okay,
So-
but
and there's a
that's
reason
evidence of what exactly?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you one thing it's an evidence of.
All right.
Okay, well, one thing I'm wondering right now is like, what is the purpose of the discussion? What is being talked about? I think, it's fine to just have conversations with people and it goes all over the place. That's cool. But this is supposed to be like a critical dialogue, and I'm not fully sure that it's on any particular topic. So, Peterson, I mean, Harris is criticizing Peterson right now. Like, what is he criticizing about? About he's unwilling to basically answer questions about what he thinks is true and false about Christianity. And also, like, I'm open to being correct on this, but I feel like it's an extremely unorthodox view to be like, I'm a Christian, but I don't think Jesus came back from the dead or was resurrected. Like, that doesn't seem like an easy position to take at all, right?
I imagine it's not.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, sorry.
No. I honestly think the plot has been lost. I don't think this. Actually, okay. This is one thing I will say. When we had that debate at school, I think it was between two of our professors.
On the philosophy of mind?
Yeah, and I just want to say that was more constructive and more professional than whatever the fuck I'm watching right now. like I don't mean to stray from the argument itself and criticize the people and but I just don't understand this. I don't understand this climate of of pseudo intellectuals. I don't get it. I don't. I don't get it. And I just like watching it, like I feel my brain shutting off. And this isn't a cry for help for you to say like I want to stop. Like no, I want to keep going. But I'm just expressing my like experience with this because this is my first time ever watching any video between Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
I don't understand the appeal at all. It just seems like gibberish. I don't know if when people are watching this, are they understanding what is even like being said half the time? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
So that's my take on the entire experience as a whole. Now that are an hour and 53 minutes in, it actually started off not that bad, but like you said, it derails over
Yeah.
time.
Oh yeah.
And the moderator isn't allowed to do his job. They just completely just overtake the moderator every single time. They try to have any like the moderator tries to have any form of like order and construction about like what is going on. They're just like, no, 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 no. But like, we gotta finish this take, and then they go to the audience. You guys want us to finish this, right? And
Yeah.
like, ah.
No,
Like the
that's
audience knows what's like the constructive thing here. They just want to see more yapping.
yeah.
Anyway,
No,
I
okay.
recognize I sound elitist, but just
No,
that's
I
me.
agree. I don't think that was particularly elitist. Um, okay, a few things. One is that this format, I think the impression is that it's supposed to be a critical dialogue, but it's more of a conversation rather than a debate. And I'm using debate in like the formal debate sense. I really wish they would have had like opening statement, and then I forget what it is. I don't know if cross examination is next. But what they would do is, yeah, they would both provide objections and they would both provide answers to objections and then provide,
Yeah,
stuff like that. And then they would move into the conversational part. I think that would have been so much better because it's like, well, what exactly are we even talking about? Because if there's no, I mean, the title of this video is just God, atheism, the Bible, Jesus. I think all it was is like, let's just get these two thinkers to just start talking and see what happens, which has its value, but not as much value, I think. Um, if all you wanna if you get value out of just listening to these two thinkers talk, then yeah, that has it. But I kind of want to see them provide critical engagement with each other, where they try to provide arguments in favor or against a particular position, and that's just much better to do if you have a formal debate rather than just a conversation.
yeah,
And also, okay, moderating is extremely difficult, to be
it
honest.
is. It
It,
is.
I think an ideal moderator would have been like, no, like, no, we're not doing this, and then you just get up and then you just like you just go ahead. But I mean, the audience was down with listening to him talk more, which it is for the audience. So I'm like 50-50. It's like if the audience overwhelmingly wants to see it, then I guess I'm fine with that. But it is disrespectful, and it is kind of emblematic of the respect that they're giving to the format, the
That's
discussion.
that's what I was gonna say. Like, it seems like the goal. It seems like the format isn't really like it's illusory. Like, it's not actually there. It's just kind of like, oh, like this is how we want to present ourselves. But it seems like the actual goal is just like viewership. And so
Yeah.
if you want viewership, then I understand. Like, just do whatever the audience wants. But like, it just doesn't. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's wrap this up.
Let this be the doorway to our next 3-hour conversation.
Sure,
Because clearly
sure,
we're
sure,
not-
sure.
We have 10 minutes left.
Okay. Oh, well then, let's answer that question in 10 minutes.
So wait, I want you to trust me here. You for whatever reason decided I should moderate, so I want you to trust me. For one thing,
You've been
Yeah,
doing
see?
yeoman's work.
Sam, I really would like to answer that question. Like, but I'm trying.
Oh my
Bro,
God.
they're doing it like
Bro, even the moderator, he's like, you guys, I remember the beginning of this video. The guy's like, oh my God, we're so lucky to have, it's a disgrace that Brett's even moderating because he should be here talking to us, part of the conversation. And they just steamroll him every time. He's like, guys, please, just trust me. Just trust me. Let's just move on. Okay? Nothing's gonna change. You guys aren't gonna find a middle ground. Move on. And
yeah.
then Peterson's like, well, actually, I do want to hit this point.
Actually, you should shut up. Actually,
Yeah,
no.
just shut up, bro. Why are you? Oh God. Okay.
And honestly, I do I appreciate Brett right now trying to moderate because the discussion is kind of going off the rails, and he's trying to be like, bro, let's just move on to something like a specific point or even Q&A. And they're just like, actually, no, actually, you should shut up. You actually like you're here just for how do I say it, for visual purposes. You're not
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
the moderator.
I mean,
So
this is basically Jubilee right here.
for real.
This is this is Jubilee. Like you said, you didn't want to watch Jubilee, but like I mean, I don't see the
Dude,
difference.
if we watch Jubilee, you would have to be in charge of it because I would pause it
Oh,
so
dude,
much, bro. I'd
no. I
okay.
understand. I think we'd pause on a similar level.
Okay.
I think I would crash out. Like I'm barely containing it here. If you added four more people, or what is it like 4v4? So if you added three more people on each side, and then you make them the most rage baity people I've
Uh-huh.
ever seen, I would like lose my
Yeah, no, me too, bro.
mind. I've not watched the Jubilee in like over a year to keep my blood pressure down.
I was thinking about I was thinking about using Jubilee videos because I would be interested in teaching like a first year composition course for like community colleges and stuff like that. I was thinking about using Jubilee, but I was just like, because it is a springboard for argumentation. You get all different. Well, I could talk about that another time, but we'll do a Jubilee video. We'll do that. We'll
I'm
do.
down. If we do a Ghibli video, I do know I want varying like perspectives because I feel like if we do a Ghibli video, like most of the time it's just gonna be like like what are we gonna have to say besides like oh yeah these people are dumb, you
You think
know?
another person to join us?
Yeah, like I don't think we know anybody though who's like an idiot.
Let's figure out a topic and then we can find somebody else who would be a good fit for that topic. Maybe somebody
Yeah,
who would disagree with us, you know.
yeah, someone yeah,
Yeah,
and
because
also that's it.
we disagree a lot, but we also do have very similar views.
Well, I feel like the thing is like if you are doing a Jubilee reaction, if you have two sensible or just any if you have any amount of sensible people, you kind of like because Jubilee is so polarizing, right? It's like very like yes or no.
Yeah,
Um, and it's they make it that way on purpose for views.
yeah,
So like you kind of need someone like, and when I say sensible, as in like the person opposite of me, but they could be the sensible one, and I could be like the irrational one. You just need someone who's like very opposite,
yeah.
and I don't know anybody like that.
Well, no, that's a good question. That's a good point. Yeah, I'll think about that.
But I'm also down just to maybe I'll be surprised because I'm sure there's like some topics or categories
I'm
that
down to defend like views that I don't hold for the sake of discussion.
same. I defended Peterson like 3 times
Fortunately, yeah.
today.
Trying to figure out. People seem to think that I'm trying to evade the question. It's like, I'm not evading the question, I'm trying to figure it out. People have been arguing about this for 2,000 years. It's like, it's not simple.
But that's a symptom of the effect of religious dogmatism for 2,000 years.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
so
partly a symptom of that. It's also partly a symptom of the idea.
the resurrection of Jesus is clearly an important question, but you've raised a much bigger and more pressing question for the audience, which is whether or not God cares whether they masturbate. So I actually think if we pursue that answer, that we will actually wrap this up in a way that
You
yes.
want to end this on masturbation?
I think we owe it to them too.
Okay.
So
I actually wish Brett didn't like moderate at this point. I don't know. That doesn't. I'm not down for this. I don't know what's happening right now, to be honest.
give me a little leash.
The floor is yours.
Okay, great. How did I end up here? All right. So
How did you end up here, bro? You just
here's the question.
literally just brought it up, bro. You can't be like, let's talk about masturbation, and then 10 seconds later be like, bro, how did we end up
How
here?
did we get here? Oh
Crazy.
my god.
Bro, you brought the topic up. You completely derailed the conversation.
Let's just figure out if we can determine why God might care if you masturbate. Right. So let's suppose that we have a story, a heuristic of some kind that stands in for something, and the story is God is watching. He sees you always. He doesn't want you masturbating, so don't you dare. What happens?
What happens?
Yeah.
Well, it's a rather ineffectual
You sure?
idea. Yeah. Well, I mean,
you don't think that story prevented lots of people from masturbating?
Well, no, but I think the reality was that you had people masturbating and feeling terrible about it, and you had a whole layer of sexual neurosis that got grafted onto human psychology unnecessarily.
Okay,
and Christianity has a certain typology of sexual hang-uppery, which the tantrics don't have.
So if I understand you correctly, you are agreeing that a certain number of people will have masturbated.
Some of them joined the priesthood and raped little boys. I mean, that's all of a piece.
There. Yeah. Let's stick with the topic. So a certain number of people will have masturbated.
Stick with masturbation, bro. Don't go off topic. What are we talking about right now?
They will have thought.
Honestly, it's the same topic. I mean, the taboos around masturbation, the taboos around sexuality prior to marriage, the taboo around divorce, all of the taboo around out of wedlock birth, the ideal of celibacy in the priesthood, all of that is just a diabolical machine of needless sexual conflict and misery.
No, hold on.
But yes, okay.
You have to take digestive out of there.
How's the whole flood of pornography thing working out for you?
I will grant you that there is some interpretation that takes supernatural principles and magic and otherworldliness out of the equation here that gets you some wisdom in the heuristic. Yes, if you're masturbating all the time, you're not satisfying your monogamous relationship with your wife or husband.
We don't even need to go there.
You're not procreating, and we want children.
Let's just agree that a certain amount of masturbation was prevented by that story, which made people fear the consequence of them engaging in it, which would result in, I'm pretty sure, less masturbation, which means that in seeking a release, which we are physiologically programmed to seek, one might end up looking in a more urgent fashion for a mate.
Right. So it's are we going to enforce monogamy?
I feel like you're trying to make an a kind of evolutionary biology argument or something like that. Like, if religion says you shouldn't masturbate. If you don't masturbate, then you're gonna have these urges. You're gonna want to release the urges. So you're gonna try to find a mate. Therefore, like, anti-masturbatory religion is evolutionary advantageous.
Sounds like natural law to me.
Bro, it's just like, bro, that's.
The seed shall only be spread in another.
Yeah.
It's just natural law. I mean, but yeah, you're exactly right. And it's just kind of ridiculous, but we'll have to get into that.
Yeah, I do want to say one more point. I'm down to I'm interested in the philosophy of sex. Like I have books on it, but it's just like it's just completely off topic. So I'm not opposed to talking about this. But it's just like,
I mean, we can talk about the philosophy of sex. I mean, I'm not nearly as well versed, as but I'm sure I could like pick up on some things. Give you my intuitive like ideas.
Yeah, I'm down to talk about it sometime. I'm totally down. And there's a phenomenologist, Ellie Anderson, who makes YouTube videos. She's a professor of philosophy. She talks about philosophy of sex, and her videos are really good. So, if anybody somehow got this far into the video, go watch Dr. Ellie Anderson. The videos are good.
No, so look, I'm trying to take you somewhere. I think there's a way that we can rescue some important part of what both of you are saying that can now be reconciled, and then there's a bitter pill for each of you. I mean, that's just the way this looks to me. So if we can agree that this makes sense actually as a fitness-enhancing adaptation, that this story would result in people behaving in a way that might result in them marrying early, might result in them reproducing earlier than they would otherwise, right? Then we can understand it as mechanistic, and we can understand what you said, that maybe God would care about whether or not people masturbate because God is a metaphor for some set of stories that gets you to behave in an adaptive fashion. But the point for you then would be that Sam is arguing with reason we can decide whether or not to employ this story at this moment, whether it's a good idea for us to urgently reproduce as quickly as possible, which, for example, increases the size of the population of the planet, whereas delaying reproduction keeps the rate of population growth down and might be a better choice for a moment in history when we have 7.5 billion people on the planet. So, in some sense, what I think I see is the religious story itself makes some kind of sense. If you adhere to it in a manner that you are obligated and have no tools with which to question it, then you will miss the fact that at this moment you might want to throw that story out.
But the problem is it doesn't make sense, and this is a problem with these heuristics in general. It doesn't make sense for the right reason, and that's why it's not a reliable guide given other changes in the world. But with everything changing, you want to be making sense for the right reason. You don't want so useful fictions have to be retired at a certain point. Useful truths stay true. I mean, because they're based on your engagement with reality. And so to take your point about pornography, which I think is totally valid, you could have a completely rational conversation in terms of human psychology and sociology and what you want society to look like about the corrosive nature of pornography. Right? That's not. You don't have to be a Victorian prude to worry that there might be something wrong with the infinite availability of pornography to.
I'm anti-pornography, for feminist reasons. So we should talk about that sometime.
I mean, yeah, I'm down to talk about it.
13-year-olds and above, right? I mean, that's I don't know what
I gotta speed this up. I'm
generation of human beings
sorry.
we're raising in the current environment. It's it's quite worrisome actually. But again, you don't have to invoke mythology to do that. And I would say the temptation to invoke mythology is, well, you actually,
So how do you do it?
Poseidon really gets pissed off when you masturbate.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
You
We don't have a
about the
mechanism.
effects.
We have no mechanism for
Talk
controlling
about the
that.
effects on human relationships and your own mind and your own intention, the way you view other people.
Sam, that
and
barely
those
works for
things.
sex ed. It barely works for condom education.
What was
Barely
that?
works. Like those sorts of educational interventions to stop that kind of fundamental behavior have very little effect. People aren't nearly as amenable to behavioral changes as a consequence of rational educational interventions as you might hope. I mean, that's part and parcel of a very broad clinical literature.
They're not as amenable to dogmatic intrusions either. I mean,
Yeah, they are, and that might be a problem. And there are problems with
well,
that.
no, because they're, again, this is just
Like the terror
this
of God in that
is all
situation.
going. The problem is that even if you could make the case that a dogmatic attachment to one or another religion was better, all things considered, than being truly secular and truly rational, right? It's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to every next thing we find out. I mean, that's why it's like you could have said, if you go back, 200 years before the germ theory of disease, you could have said, well, all of these dietary taboos and taboos around, hand washing and foot washing, it's actually very wise. The wisdom of the germ theory of disease was sort of built into our scripture, and people were survived. There's a kind of differential level of survival based on those who really adhered to these practices and those who didn't. Okay, but it's blind to the actual variables. Like, there's nothing special about shellfish necessarily, or there's nothing special about pork necessarily, or whatever the example is. And once you get the actual variables in hand, then the whole edifice comes crashing down, and then you really just want to understand the variables that work.
Look, I don't know if the whole edifice comes crashing down, and it isn't clear to me that you want to claim that, because one of the things you did say in the moral landscape, and I think this is associated with your interest in spirituality, is that there is some baby mixed in with the bathwater. And the question is, how do we distill that out?
Yeah.
And the objections that you're raising are the objections that are, look how difficult it is to do the distillation. It's like, yeah, absolutely, man. And it's not like I'm a foe of the Enlightenment. I think you Enlightenment types, and I put Pinker in the same camp, radically overestimate the degree that was a causus sui. It's like everyone was barbaric and superstitious until 1750, and some miracle occurred, and now we all became enlightened. Like, there was a lengthy developmental history.
Clearly that happened. I mean, hence our complaining about the problem. And most of the world hasn't had the Enlightenment
True.
yet on some level.
Look, I'm no foe to the Enlightenment, but I think that it had a lengthy developmental history that is radically underplayed by the people who ground it purely in rationality.
It's clearly still developing. My point is, we should be able to agree that having a worldview guided by a continuous, honest engagement with reality, insofar as we can apprehend it, is better than having a worldview solidified or anchored to unchanging ideas that were born of people who had none of our present tools, none of our present insights into anything.
Well, it depends on the principles. It depends on the principles. Like I would say, there are situations where that clearly applies, but I think there are broad principles. And again, we should probably stop with this, I think.
Yep, we're about there.
Because I'm starting to get tired. I'm sure everyone else in here is starting to get tired.
I am.
Well, I'm starting to get tired anyways. And I mean, there are principles, there are higher order principles of the sort that I described that you also appear to rely on in the moral landscape, the idea of these profound moral intuitions.
Yep.
And so that's what I'm after, is what are these profound moral intuitions and what is their source? And like, I'm also perfectly willing to make the claim, and have in fact, in
Well, if that's what your interests are, then just read a little bit of metaethics, bro, please. Well, I guess he did read GE more, which I'm honestly surprised he knows who that is.
Like,
But
disrespect.
yeah, but
detail that these moral intuitions. See, this is a place where we differ a little bit. It's like, and maybe we can go here tomorrow night. See, it seems to me that for you, your argument is the facts are laying out there, and you can extract out value from them. And we already described why you want to do that, because you want to at least not move into the nihilistic direction, and you want to ground them in some sort of reality. It's like, fair enough. But the thing is that the facts, as they are, have been around for a very, 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 very long time, right? Let's say 3.5 billion years, the entire expanse of life. And it's the operation of those facts on life that has produced the a priori implicit interpretive structures that guide our interaction with the facts. And those a priori implicit structures that have emerged out of this evolutionary course have a structure that mediates between us and the facts that cannot be derived from the facts at hand. And so then the question is, what is that
I don't think you're using a priori right here.
structure? And it's in both of our interests to get that right, because you use that as the source of moral intuition. It's like, right, agreed, that's the source of moral intuition. So,
Well,
and
Clearly, we need to table this for tomorrow night. But that's
Yeah, guys, I'm just going to interrupt you guys. Let's give Jordan Peterson.
Oh my God, we made it through. Okay,
Yeah, we made
so final thoughts. Final thoughts. Oh my gosh.
This is final thoughts.
Yes. Okay, so at halftime, I made a choice on who I support.
I gotta stop screen here.
I don't think I could support either. Honestly, I don't think. I mean, maybe Harris at the end. Peterson was kind of going off. But like, did you get anything valuable from this conversation?
Yeah, I think the value I got. So I used to watch a lot of this when I was a freshman in college, and I at the time I got a lot of value out of it, and I think the value I get out of it now is being like, what was I doing? Why did I think these were like good
Yes.
time periods? But
I mean, I'll go on. Sorry.
I think it's fun to be in a community of people who engage with topics like this, and I think the value comes from hearing other people talk about it, you know, and being part of this community. I think a lot of my friends tend to be argumentative in that kind of sense, not necessarily in an adversarial kind of way, but we like having critical dialogues like that, and so I think the value, yeah. But now I'm coming back to this, and I'm just like, bro, it's kind of scary because it's like, okay, you do not need to go to school to become smart or anything, to become well read or knowledgeable or anything like that. But for me, I'm kind of scared that if I didn't, that I would have just been like a Peterson fan for the rest of my life. It kind of took a lot of it kind of took a lot of people who were who were more knowledgeable about a particular topic to be like, I think you need to chill out. I think you need to stop. You're like way more ignorant than you ever would have thought, and like me, like people
Yeah.
that that's what I learned, and I'm just like, damn, I am really ignorant, but I was like, I was at Mount Stupid of the Dunning-Kruger effect, like we said, earlier. And so I think the value comes from being like, seeing how I've changed. But I need to, and I think another thing that I get out of it is the kind of skepticism I bring to this video is the kind of skepticism I need to bring in all areas of my life too, to make sure that I'm not readily accepting things too easily.
Okay. So intellectual like humility. Like realizing that, you know, where you were before was in a crazy place, but then after you learned like, oh, like I'm actually stupid
Yeah.
going through school, you're like, oh, okay. So it's kind of like a progression thing
Mhm.
in a way.
Yeah.
As someone who, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. As someone who was, uh, who never got into Jordan Peterson, I think that for me, what I'll take away from this is that I'll never watch another one of his videos again. Um, I, 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 I damn near lost my mind, and but I think one thing I say like in a serious sense is like I think I'll think more about they talk about interpretation a lot when they're talking about like the text and stuff. I'm gonna think a bit more about that.
Yeah.
Maybe dabble in some philosophy of language, since I've
I'm
been
gonna pull out a
avoiding it.
book for you real quick, but you can
Oh yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, you can continue what you're saying though.
Yeah, no, I've been avoiding philosophy of language like since freshman year of college, so maybe so I'll talk or maybe I'll learn more about it so I can have discussions
Yeah.
about
Yeah,
interpretation.
let me know if you do. I'll do some reading. So I haven't worked to this book yet. I'm reading another book that is helping me prepare for it. But let's see, is it coming through? Not really.
No,
I don't want to turn my background off. Let's see if
I
I can.
mean,
There
oh,
we
there you
go.
go.
I put it next to my face. Truth and Method by Hans Gadamer. Is that his name? Hans Georg Gadamer. Yeah, this is a good book on interpretation because it talks about it's all about interpretation. It's about interpretation of the sciences, of and I think of literature and interpretation of philosophy and possibly even interpretation of law as well. So I don't know for sure, but that's where I would recommend starting. I'm not a good source for this. Um, but yeah, let me know if you do because I'm interested in that too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll probably do it like sometime over the summer, I think, 'cause I got a lot I'm studying right now, unfortunately. But
For MCAT, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Bunch of dumb crap. Okay, it's not dumb, but like amino acids piss me off.
Dude,
Um,
I've been getting into philosophy of science recently, so maybe we
oh yeah, you can
um,
you can tell me about everything about why no, the conversation we were supposed to have?
what what
A conversation about Foucault.
we were
We're
gonna
supposed to have the
tell me
uh, what'd you say?
tell me more. I was gonna say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So just like we're gonna have a conversation about mental health and the philosophy of mental health
You're right. You're
and
right.
disability. Because I think I forgot what take you were gonna have. Um, Also, this has nothing to do with the video, so I don't know if you want to end the recording and like, or are you just gonna edit all this out? I don't know.
I'll leave
But
it in. I'll leave it in. You could I don't know.
okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about like philosophy of disability and philosophy of mental health and stuff. And I don't know, I don't know if it was our colleague that said this because I remember someone told me like something about like mental health not being real or like something. So we're supposed to have a conversation on that.
No, we totally should. Yeah, I love talking about disability. Uh, I consider myself disabled. So yeah, I'm totally down to talk about disability. Um, yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I guess I'll end the recording right here.
Yeah.